I got a lot of patch to get through, so I'm going. This is the. Oh, wait. I should wait. Gotta wait. Alright. Hello. Welcome to part two. Uh, I was not feeling super great yesterday. So, we're back. The next day. So this is now like 2 days after the patch has actually dropped. I feel better. I feel like I can maybe do this. How far did we make it? We made it to Bounty Hunter. I did Bounty Hunter. Now I am on Brewmaster. However, I do need just a little bit of background noise for me. Give me a moment. Alright, there we go. Brewmaster. Thunderclap. Cast point improved from 0.4 to 0.35 seconds. I swear it used to be somewhere around this. It makes it harder to cancel, but it obviously makes it faster to cast. Lower cast point means that you cast it sooner after you press the button. So there's like less delay here. I don't really know how much this number matters. It might matter honestly a lot more for the pandas. I don't even know if pandas get the abilities anymore.
I fight anything in the house.
Do they get the abilities at all? No.
Brewmaster. Rival split.
Alright, so I don't think that there's a way that giving them shard. Don't think that there's a way right now where pandas gain the actual abilities, and by that I mean Thunderclap, Cinder Brew, Drunken Brawler. Right, they do gain Drunken Brawler if you hit level 25 and take that part, but I don't think that they can get the Thunderclap. So the one thing that I really thought the cast point being improved for would really matter doesn't actually end up happening, because when you're microing for spirits, sometimes you will just shift Q, right? Some stuff, and so cast point slash backswing, because I don't think that they changed the backswing here, so it should be the same amount. So total cast time is also reduced, uh, which would matter for the Earth panda. But honestly, even then, the Earth Panda is the one that you probably spend the most amount of your time selecting and using. Maybe the Storm Spirit if you're better, but I would say that most people mostly micro the Earth ruling, which is fair because it's the one that has like the most, for most people it has the most important ability, but it actually doesn't. The most important abilities are on the Storm Panda. You need to micro the Fire Panda. Uh, need very little, but should a lot because the Fire Panda's attack backswing is actually huge. All of them really have like pretty huge backswings. Uh, so if you were to ideally micro all of them, you could maybe like double, or you could roughly probably double their damage output on a moving target if you micro them correctly. That's how much like backswing they have. But all that to say, I don't think this cast point change matters for the Brewlings because they don't have it. But it does matter for Thunderclap into Primal Split, or like Cinder Brew into Thunderclap. The combos with other abilities are now way faster, which matters. Cooldown rescaled, so +2, +1, +0, -1. Damage increased by 5, 10, 15, 20. That's huge. I don't really know why. I just wish the bruised balance was so different. I honestly wish we would go back to only having three pandas and letting them have the abilities again. Uh, Cinder Brew cooldown deco. Okay, it seems like we're just huge buffing Brew. Maybe they think that Brewmaster's just kind of been outclassed. I sort of agree. Brewmaster only exists in like this uh greater garbage state right now, I think, where he like Primal Split is either good and the enemy team doesn't just instantly kill the pandas, or Primal Split is bad and the enemy team is like he Primal Split, hit the fire panda, hit the earth panda, he's useless. And it feels like there's really no in between. And personally, I think that the way to fix that is to kind of go back to a little bit to the older design where like Ags really bumped up Primal Split's like efficacy. I understand that they kind of like this idea of the Primal Companion, where you have one of the Brewlings like for for uptime, but it's well, one, I think it's super annoying to play against. Like basically like a permanent storm Brewling. I think that shit is not fun because Cyclone is one of the like the least fun abilities to play against. It's really fucking good, but it's it's like a 6 second disable or some shit. Uh, maybe it's only like 3 or 4, but it feels really fucking long. Uh, and like the Storm Spirit is really the only one that you use the Primal Companion for. Maybe you use the passively you use like the Fire Spirit, for farming, but even then, I think it's just way safer to always have a storm spirit, wind walk it near you, and if the enemy team ever goes in on you, you can just like remove a hero, or you can like dispel in an area. I don't know. It's just so good. But the problem, like, I think that's part of the problem with balancing Brew is that he is just so good. But I think that there's definitely a lot of wiggle room that we could figure out. Cinder Brew cooldown decreased by 3, 2, 1, 0. Sure. It's closer to Thunderclap by a lot now, so it kind of incentivizes the combo a lot more, especially early on. Primal Split Earth Panda attack damage increased by 5, 10, 15. Sure, that sounds super annoying. Okay. Demolish bonus building damage decreased by 30, 40, 50. Yes, dude, yes. Yes, yes, yes. That owns. We love that. I honestly think that maybe he should just lose the demolish ability, but it's complicated because, like, we don't really see people abuse slow sieging with Primal Split because, one, the Earth Panda is pretty killable. Two, it's a pretty long cooldown to commit to getting out, like, I don't know, maybe like less than 300 damage on a building. But I mean, if it hits it one time and it does 150 damage ish, that's like pretty good, right? But I don't know, it's complicated because you don't want to just like ruin his ability to push during Primal Split. Like, yeah, it's a fighting ability, but we don't want to pigeonhole it into just doing one thing. But I also do really agree with Chancer that, like, a lot of these abilities that increase damage to buildings need to be relooked at. And I think that we need to start looking at reducing a lot of abilities' ability to do damage to buildings. Because, oh, it feels like ratting is not super good, but it feels like ratting is in a lot more places now, I think is kind of how I want to describe it. So it feels like ratting is like less of like a focused strategy playstyle and stuff, and more of just like a tool that's always available to you and has been kind of tweaked in inadvertent ways. I actually think that probably a really large problem with Dota are, I think, the unintended consequences of a lot of decisions that we've made. Where, like, people bitch, they're like, oh, it's not fun to play support. So then they, like, you know, jack up the economy and like supports just have like a ton of more room for money and items and stuff, but then they're like, oh shit, like now like supports are like way stronger than carry, like there's nothing differentiating them, so they just make like carry stronger because they did that other thing and people, I don't know, don't want to play a carry if it's like this is strong as a support, right? But then like carries get so strong, right? We have like this damage inflation because damage generally benefits carries more than it does supports. But then the jungle doesn't keep up. Like, oh fuck, people are able to jungle at like level 2 just because they do like 10 to 20 more damage earlier, and like this cascading effect of like they did something but they didn't think about all of the other effects that that change would have, or like that shift in just like the overall direction of the game. And now we end up with like, again, I think that Dota is currently like the best it's been in a very long time, but there are still pretty large problems that I see. It's pretty horrendous that I think that like a large consensus that supports are just so strong now, but Chancer and I, like lifelong support players, feel that it's less fun in a lot of ways. And I'm not saying that like we equate being strong to being fun, but there are just like a lot of things in the game that kind of like irk us as support players, like how it just feels like so many carries are carries because they kill an hero instantly. You know, Inspector ults on you, nullifiers you, and orchids you. That's not really a good time. Because even if you've bought like an equivalent amount of items to them, you just like die. Because nullifier counters too many items and you can't cast spells. That also kind of blows. And just kind of stuff like that where like or PA just blinks on you, crits you, and you instantly die. And you're like, well, I mean, there's not enough survivability to buy at all in the game. I just have to have a 0.01 second reaction time, or less than that, even like a negative reaction. I need to like predict it, right? I don't know. Don't really know why I'm talking about all this because of because of unintended consequences. I guess is how we got here. So stuff like Primal Split is not, I think, so much the problem. But I mean, there have been some games where Chancer and I look at like an Earth Bruling hitting a building, and we're just like, wow, that's super fucking cancerous. Especially if it's ever like a Primal Companion, right? Because that one is like less of a commitment. That one, I think the Primal Companion should just be reworked. I mean, I've kind of already danced around it and said it, but there, I think Primal Companion should go because I think it's a neat idea, but in practice, not very fun to play against. And I think in a lot of ways, not very fun to play because, like, the simplest version of it is super lame, where it's just like you keep like an Earth Panda uh, and use it to sort of like rat. And the most complex version of it, where like you keep like a storm spirit nearby at all times, ready to either like initiate or find somebody out or protect you, is also I think super not fun because it lends itself to passivity. I think Storm Bruling Cyclone now deals 75 damage when the target unit lands. This is so that when they come down from Cyclone, their blink gets canceled. But also, it gives the Storm Bruling a little bit more burst damage because they can, uh, like, they can Wind Walk, attack you, Cyclone you, dispel it, and you will take damage. You'll take like around 400 damage, mixed damage types. And that's pretty good, if you ask me. I think that this is a mistake. I think that Brew should have a couple more weaknesses, but I also think that maybe we should look at his strengths and maybe look at kind of touching up the hero a bit. I would love for us to go back to having a way for him to purchase having his abilities during Primal Split again. I actually thought that like our best iteration of Brew was when his Ags like extended the duration a bit, or maybe it was that it lowered the cooldown a little, and the Brewlings each got another ability. So Earth got Thunderclap, Storm got Cinder Brew or Drunken Haze, and Fire got Drunken Brawler. And I thought that that was great. I haven't really been the biggest fan of a lot of our Drunken Brawler changes. I'm still not even really like a big fan of this Drunken Brawler. I think that it is a little bit much, to be honest. Uh, But Brew is a hero that I would be excited to see get a little bit more rework. Uh, Storm Brilliant's Windwalk bonus movement speed increased by 5%. Sure. A little bit more power creep, I guess. I don't know. This doesn't really feel necessary. I feel like I move fast enough. But like other heroes are moving so much faster nowadays that I don't know, it kind of feels important. Fire Brewling's permanent immolation radius increased from 220 to 250. Yeah, that's because attack range increased. This is probably fine. Level 20 talent from plus 100 attack speed to plus 110. I mean, this one was already kind of a 50-50. Sometimes you have final split games, sometimes you don't. And it was pretty obvious in games which one you should take. Because you would be like, my Brewlings can't survive ever, and 120 health doesn't really change that. I think that as much as I don't want to keep just power creeping the game, I think that this 120 health Brewling talent needs to be changed to like 800 health and 2 armor or something. Something to kind of increase the effective HP a little bit more, but I also understand that they're trying to push you into maybe solving the survivability through your inventory because Brew's like a huge aura carrier and stuff. So maybe that's why they just keep it raw health and they're like, hey, buy a pipe or buy Vlad's or a Karat, which is sort of fair, but I don't know. There's some work to be done there. I think. I would also kind of like to see maybe a little bit more. I don't know. I'd like to see some more changes to the talent tree. I think, but sure. Thanks for being in the patch, Brew. Bristleback, Seeing Red, Warpath Vision Cone increase from 90 to 110 degrees. I don't really know why we are buffing Seeing Red, which is, for the most part, what people take. But people never use this ability. I get that they're trying to get people to use the ability, but in some ways, sometimes I think you just have to let Dota players be stupid. The active ability is pretty good. I don't know. It feels very weird to buff this thing that a lot of people take just so that they can play like Bristleback like he used to be played. And it has like a really good active. It's just that people don't want to think and they're not used to Warpath having an active, I think. Viscous nasal goo. Base armor loss decreased from 2233 to 1.52 2.53. So minus 0.5 minus 0 minus 0.5 minus 0. Okay, takes more points. Do you have a talent or something for goo stacks? No. Why do I feel like 4 feels so low? Base movement speed slow decreased from 15% to 10%. Yeah. I think that level, like the first goo that you place, has been too good for too long. I kind of discovered this like years ago, where I was like, I think maybe we should even be taking nasal goo, viscous nasal goo at level 2, maybe even level 1, and be using it a bit more, and be using quill spray like a little bit less. Because if you put like one goo on somebody, and then you in the support attacked them, I think a lot of the time you get more damage out of it than like 3 quill sprays. And I don't really know if people experimented, because I'm also super wand conscious. I try to play in a lot of ways where like I don't feed magic wands on some of these heroes that people love to buy magic wand against. But I thought it was a little too good. So I'm happy to see goo be more of like a stacking thing that you're really supposed to kind of, like rack up. But I would still kind of love for it to be tweaked some more. I would like goo to travel faster. I wish that it had like a tapering duration. And by that I mean like it's easier to get rid of like one stack on yourself than it is to get rid of four, but I don't want them to I would still want them to refresh duration, but I would like it so that like if you really stack them up, flatten it out a little, make it take more goos or something. But it's hard because then he's just like a wand feeder. It's tough to move spells over to that kind of design, right? Because you have to always be kind of scared of like what you're doing to the hero versus magic wand, right? Magic wand being just like a huge equalizer when it comes to like efficacy per cast, right? But like goo isn't really where I want it to be. I love when these abilities have higher stack limits and you can reach like absurd heights if like you kind of play around it. Right? Like I like shadow poison. I think shadow poison is good. I like poison touch. I think poison touch is good. Maybe a little too strong, but I don't entirely know. Quill Spray added an auto cast. Right click the ability to make Bristleback automatically cast it whenever it's possible. I'm not like a huge fan of this because I think that probably too many Bristlebacks are going to do this. But like whatever, saves people spamming the key. But again, I'm just not really sure Bristleback needed this. I really would have loved to see a change to the eggs because I think the eggs is super cancerous and it kind of demolishes like the whole concept of the hero. Brood Mama. Mother comes. Spider's milk buff is no longer dispellable. Sure. Level 10 talent. Spider's milk hero health as heal increased from 0.5% to 1.5%. Okay, so it upped from 2.5 to 3.5. So pretty significant, but it's against spawn spiderlings damage, which is kind of fucking hard to go against. Level 15 talent, minus 5-second spin web charge restore time, replaced with plus 12 incapacitating bite attack bonus. It is rough to lose that spin web charge time from the 15 because, like, by level 15, you probably want to be moving around the map a bit more. But this is a swap with the level 20 talent, and the number didn't change here. And the number gets better at the level 20, but it really doesn't get that much better at level 20. So it's kind of a toss-up here. I would say at level 15, that's a toss-up based on your game. Some games spiders are useless, some games spiders are good. And I don't think in a lot of games that 125 health is the difference maker for spiders being useless or good. But 12 damage is 12 damage, right? And at level 20, I mean, I think that the spin web charge restore time is like really good. I think it's kind of vital. 35 attack speed is also super good on Brood, a hero who benefits from more attacks because of flat bonuses. But you'll know what kind of game you're in. I think it's a pretty easy decision, like in the moments. Centaur Warchief, Counter Strike. Double Edge now also counts non-hero damage taken from enemies. Double Edge damage is increased by 35% of the damage Centaur took in the last 6 seconds from enemies, up to a total of 100% bonus Double Edge damage. Damage resets when Double Edge is cast. I mean, it's still just worse. It's still just worse. As long as horsepower,
Long shall my name be
uh,
remembered.
oh, it has this extra line about increasing the max movement speed. And as long as as long as, unless they've fixed it, as long as it continues to actually work with boots,
War Chief.
right? So I'm gonna buy boots, and I gained movement speed, and now theoretically, like, I shouldn't gain speed for buying hearts. Okay, no, you just do. Oh shit! I think they fixed it, dude.
Blood shall spatter. By horn and hoof. Yes.
Okay, they fixed it. Yippee! Yeah.
Road.
Except for the part where phase boots phase actually works. They really should change that, I think. But I mean, this as long that's great, and that is a huge hit to this, and I don't think they documented it anywhere. Let me go check the bug fixes. Maybe they did. Did I report this? Okay. Let's go see. What it's called horsepower, right? Yeah, it doesn't seem like I reported it. Oops. I should have done that. I need to get back to reporting things that don't work like the way that they should. I also think that there's something broken where I don't think he's actually moving at 600 movement speed.
Yes.
Prepare for battle.
Bones to crush.
Flayed twins guide me. As the twins direct. Very well. Yes.
These fools attack me.
As you wish.
As I wish.
By the flayed ones. The search continues.
Don't let your middle tower
go.
fall.
So it shall be.
My steel thirsts.
For the flayed ones. Not yet. Enough hide and seek. Very well.
So,
Come on.
was that supposed to
The
hurt?
twins guide me. The search continues.
Heart of
Okay.
Enough hide
So
and
this is
seek.
around 300, 600 movements,
Leo's courier has been
motherfucker.
killed.
Wish.
Those little guys
Right.
are so cute.
Shouldn't have given them
So
hearts.
it shall be.
Oh. Oh.
Should have just given them bit boosters or soul boosters.
Was
Where is
that
it? There it
supposed
is.
to hurt?
Yes. By the flayed ones. I will drain you dry.
Okay. Nah, do a little more damage.
As the twins direct. I go.
Yes.
Okay.
So, it
So this
shall
is
be.
like roughly 600 movement speed. I fucked up.
Very well.
Can't actually use patrol because patrol will attack. Okay, maybe it is.
Fools attack me.
I don't know. There's some circumstance where like we use it, where I just don't feel like it's moving.
A trampled road.
There. Oh, it's only Stampede movement speed for the same duration as Stampede. Also, I have fucking free spells on, so why is this shit recharging?
With steel and
The
strength.
twins guide me.
Oh.
As you wish. I go.
Whew.
Bones to crush.
Okay.
Galloping.
I mean, that makes Workhorse a lot worse than I thought. But regardless, horsepower is still, I think, just way better. The 50 increase to Stampede speed for him, you know, at least, is very, very good. I still think you should buy boots. I still think you should just buy phase boots because hitting that
Road. My steel thirsts.
you know, I think that in a lot of times, like I have a heart right here, right? And people, what do they go like triple bracer? Like even with a triple bracer heart eggs, my boots are still providing me some amount of movement speed, right?
Yes.
Like I just don't think that people understand
With steel and strength.
how hard it is to hit that point. And even like when you do eventually hit that point, right? So like here, I'm pretty sure when I drop it, my move speed will not change. Especially, I mean, now that it actually works, and it's a lot closer of a call for sure. But like here, right? Being able to hit 46 or 460 is pretty crazy. And also its phased movement speed. I think that horsepower is for sure the play, but you should just like always buy boots. It's not a replacement for boots. And hell, it's not even like a bonus for boots anymore, now that they've fixed it. Oh, I really should have just reported it. I feel bad. Because I think that I was probably part of a very small group of people that realized it was broken. Well, you're an idiot. For a hero where movement just matters as much as it does, for Centaur, like, Blink is not enough. And what people are doing is they're buying, like, two more bracers to make up for boots. Again, like, the trade-off there is, like, you get more stats. And so it's not even like a saving money thing. You're spending more money. But also, I don't think people are buying enough armor on it. And phase boots are kind of like the perfect item for him. Phase movement speed, burst of movement speed. Turn rate is also like a pretty big deal on him because it means that he can run away. And then like, if multiple people are chasing him, he can phase boots to turn around faster, move past maybe the person who's the closest and hit a multi-stun. Or just turn faster in Stampede. And its armor. Which is something he desperately needs, especially, like, he needed it before, but he needs it more now than he used to, because man starts with 0 armor. Might even be a little bit negative, but I don't think modern Dota actually does negative armor at level 1 anymore. Because the game's lame. Phoenix used to have, like, negative 0.5 armor to start the game. Doesn't Stampede already cap out your move speed? Yes, but it doesn't cap out your turn rate. Your turn rate. It doesn't give you phased movement. That's what I'm saying. Those are things you're only getting from phase boots. That was a hell of a detour that I just took for talking about Counter-Strike. I just think Counter-Strike is like a very large liability as well. It comes with some pretty large downsides. Horsepower comes with 0 downsides, and it comes with one of the greatest statistical improvements that this hero can hope for. And that is the increased max movement speed. Again, if the faucet was just 50 more, 50 higher max movement speed for Centaur, I think that that's like worth considering taking, and it has other text associated with it. Now, I don't think that other text should really be relevant in most of your games, because again, like, as I kind of just showed, the amount of strength that you need to have to equal the power of like 1,000 gold of boots is pretty crazy. And it's a lot easier to illustrate now. Right, you need to have 4 hearts.
Prepare for battle.
Now, a big part of this, that is a little bit misleading with the way I'm presenting this, is that Centaur gains a lot of strength from levels. So, with no items, he does not... Okay, I thought he actually would. With no items at level 30, he's 3 movement speed less than phase boots. You ever notice how the turn rate increase is not quantified on this fucking item? I understand why they don't put it because like most people probably don't understand turn rate, period. What the fuck? I did not know this. I bet not a lot of people know this. Phase boots, phase actually checks periodically whether your hero is melee or ranged for the bonus. They don't really quantify it here, but I think it's maybe once a second. So like a hero like Troll Warlord it doesn't necessarily matter which phase you use it in. Well, it does, but like even if you were ranged and then use it and then switch to melee, you would still get some of the extra effect, which is neat. But I didn't think that they would go that far because most of the time in Dota's history, like they haven't periodically checked like this. I don't even know if they fucking documented that. Alright, it sets your turn rate to 1. How much of an improvement is that for our boy Centaur? I think Centaur's probably in the largest group here. I'm reading. I'm reading. I wish that instead of these being icons, these were just names. Read faster than look through all these icons. Just look for red. Just look for red. Bro, why the fuck does Kez have the highest turn rate? I don't see him in any of these faster categories, so I should just assume he's 0.6. But I'm actually going to. There he is, 0.6. So Centaur is in the lowest class of turn rates. So it takes him approximately, or no, exactly 0.175 seconds to turn. So,
A killing pace.
and it takes a 1 turn rate hero approximately 0.1 seconds. It's 0.105 seconds.
Your middle tower is under
So you
attack.
gain, like 3/4, or you gain 0.07 seconds on your turn, which I do think matters for Centaur. It doesn't matter for every hero. It pretty much matters for every hero, but varying degrees, obviously. But for a hero where like 2 of the spells are basically, 200 or 300 range, right? That shit can matter. Setting it to 1 is crazy, man. But I guess that was like their reliable way of making it so it always improved a melee hero's turn rate. It's also crazy because a lot of the heroes who have low turn rates are actually fucking ranged. Or that have high turn rates are ranged, which is not what I expected. I expected some of these heroes to have much slower. Like Drow Drow is higher than most of the hero pool. Well, yeah, but like a large part of the reason why Dota even has turn rate is honestly because of Drow. It's not exactly true. Like turn rate was a thing in Dota, but like we're at a point in Warcraft 3 and in Dota, and I think we were at a point a long, 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 long time ago where we could have just gotten rid of turn rate. Almost 100% sure that it easily turned out. I mean, obviously it is in Dota 2 because we have had heroes that uh, basically get rid of it. For people who don't know that,
Don't let hero
Wisp
power fall.
used to not have to turn to use items and abilities. Just at all. Now, there is still a hero. I think it might be Pangolier. Just never has to turn to use items or abilities. So you can do stuff like this.
Hopefully, you can match their ferocity.
Whereas for Centaur, but that isn't because Pangolier has a high turn rate, because he doesn't.
I cannot refuse.
He still has to turn to attack, right? But he is a very fast turny boy. It's just a thing that we gave him, and the reason why he has it is so he can use items in rollout when a situation where he can't turn as freely. But I still think it's bullshit. I don't think you should have it. Wisp used to be able to do this, but we changed it because I think that they realized it was a bit silly. I'm almost willing to bet money that they have forgotten that Pangolier works this way. Because I don't think it's ever really been documented. And there are like a lot of annoying things that it kind of creates. Like mostly the most annoying thing is that he can blink during this shit and just boop, right, and do stuff like that, that it doesn't really feel fair that he gets to just kind of disregard the rules.
You know I will.
Especially just in an undocumented way. So yeah, I don't think you should take Counter-Strike. Just like how long was that, man? Just like a 40-minute derail. Double edge! Cast range increase from 150 to 175? Sure. I mean, you'll definitely notice this cast range increase. But I really think he needs like a little bit of armor. But I really don't want to give Centaur armor because again, I think that Dota's power creep's just too much. And one armor might honestly just be too much. Maybe we need to start going back to having some more decimals in the game because giving this motherfucker like 0.3 0.3, maybe like 0.4 armor would do wonders. Because again, for the people who don't know, the it tapers off from 0. So like the quicker you get away from 0 really, really matters. Right? The world of difference between 0 armor and 1 armor. But I mean, it's also like super scary because of like the way that people itemize them right now, where they just kind of like strength max, right? They buy like 2 or 3 bracers. You can get that hero like even just 0.3 armor. All of a sudden, Centaur is effectively like a 2,000 health hero at like 10 minutes, and that's not like a ton of fun because that's just so much health at that point. That's slightly more than attack range. Yes. But cool to see you, Centaur. Thanks for taking up a million years of my time. I have actually heard about this. I'm not reading it right now, but I've heard about this, and I'm excited because if you go back to a patch maybe 2 ago, I predicted it. Chaos Bolt. Or Cloven Chaos. Chaos Bolt balance range increased from 60% in cast range to 70%. I mean, all of his faucets are pretty fucking good.
Into chaos.
So, sure. I mean, I genuinely don't know if any of them are the best because they're all just so good. Chaos Bolt max damage increased by 5, 10, 15, 20. Sure. Sure. Could we do something about crit? I don't know. Chaos Knight's still a little bit in the cringe category for me. Just because, I don't know, I think we just, like, refuse to change just, like, 1 or 2 things that really stop him from being super cool. I'm done with, Reality Rift pulling illusions from as far away as they do. Because you can blink and then pull all your illusions, and I'm not really a big fan of that. But also, I'm really, really hoping that we nerf blink next patch. But I don't think that we're going to, because I think that the people who run this game just don't understand like how dumb blink has become in the modern day and how unfun it is when like everybody buys blink. I think blink is like a blight on modern Dota. Because okay, let's go. Let's do fuck. What was? Oh yeah, the thing I was talking about with one of the other patches where you can't go like 4 heroes in modern Dota on a patch note reading without them having like uses attack damage or like stuff like that. So like this faucet for Abaddon, where like Death Coil gains like his attack damage and shit. Like you can't go 4 heroes without this in like modern Dota. Like, it's just so fucking like weird. Like how much we've based the game around like on hit effects. It's part of the reason why I tell people like on hit effects are like, so broken. Like at the moment, is just because it feels like so much of the game connects with it that if you don't use them really, then like you're just missing out on so much. And because of some other things too, like how much I feel like attack speed's kind of increased over the years. It makes it a little bit too accessible to like abuse some of these things, like Mage Slayer. Like if heroes attacked like a little bit slower, Mage Slayer would be like a bit more of a weakness because it's like, okay, we're really gonna be able to apply this effect that only lasts 2 seconds, like reliably. And in modern Dota, you're like, yeah, it's actually pretty easy. You have to attack, once a second, roughly speaking. But like before, it would be like a bit harder because some heroes would have like 1.2, 1.3 seconds between attacks, right? And then you got like projectile speed, and you've got like their animation, right? You've got like a whole bunch of other like asterisks on are you actually applying this like as much as you think you are, right? But now it feels like maybe like a third of the fucking item pool gets attack speed. All that just to say, like, hello, Chaos Knight. Thanks for being in the patch, I guess. Hope that you don't get picked a ton, because I think that a lot of your shit's super fucking annoying still, and it feels super unfun to play against, because I don't know, shutting down like a Chaos Knight in a lot of situations just feels like basically impossible, because even if like you like harass him a bit, he can just like go to an easy camp and crit his way back to like half or full health. It might help if he had like less armor, that his health was just a bit less efficient. But even then, one of the first items that most not centaurs, Chaos Knights buy is Helm of the Iron Will, which gives you like 4 armor, 4 health regen, and that does a lot for making like that easy camp thing I just talked about insanely efficient. Because the 4 health regen, on top of like the 4 armor, makes it so that when you travel to and from, you're basically regenerating most of the damage that easy camp is going to possibly do to you. Because easy camps to a melee hero are very little because of the damage block. Moving on. Chen, base damage increased by 2. The damage at level 1 increased by 2. Woo! Holy Persuasion, bonus damage. This is the damage that the creeps that you take over receive. Increased from 2, 7, 11, 15 to 4, 8, 12, 16. So that's plus 2, plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Okay. Existing units now receive the benefits of Chen leveling up or improving Holy Persuasion immediately. Creeps maintain their percentage of health, like we do for most of the game. I actually already thought that they received the benefits as soon as you leveled it up. That's crazy that they didn't. We've, generally speaking, moved most of Dota to like making sense, and I guess either way makes sense here for this. So like Techie's mines do not improve when you level it up. They did for like a little bit, but then I think we walked it back. Maybe we did. If you poison touch somebody and then level it up, the ability does not magically level up. If you start channeling Cask, well, I mean, you can't throw it anymore. But I think it used to be 2 separate abilities. Like if you leveled up cask while charging it up, it didn't magically improve like while in the air. And same for if you toss it and then level it up in the air. Like most of those circumstances in the game, they work the way that you would think. Like things don't just magically improve. It's like you cast that version of the spell, and when you level it up, it's a different version. But some do. Give me a second. Think of it. I can't think of any right now. There's not very many. There are not very many instances of abilities once they've been used being like upgraded when you level them up. Because also, to be honest, there are not too many abilities left in the game that kind of have like this permanent, in quotation marks, aspect, like remote mines, right? That we used to have remote mines, stasis traps, proximity mines. I'm sorry, I said remote mines. I meant proximity mines. Chen. A couple more. Bear. Moving on. Holy Persuasion is no longer upgraded with eggs. Divine Favor. Now Chen's teleporting units also receive the buff when this ability is cast on Chen himself. Okay. Sure. Hand of God, now upgraded with eggs. Reduces the cooldown by 40 seconds. So 110, 90, 80? No. 70. Damn. Damn. Back down to that again. So Chen used to have an eggs that reduced the cooldown down to like 20 or 30 seconds. But the spell also used to be worse, so it like made a little bit more sense, but it's still pretty fucking good. Hand of God becomes a channeled spell. After the initial heal, Chen can keep channeling the ability for up to 6 seconds to grant debuff immunity with 60% magic resistance to all allied units within 800 radius with the exception of himself. This effect also triples the Hand of God's heal over time for all units within the debuff immunity radius. Channel radius can be increased with AoE bonuses. So, this isn't quite what people told me it was. I read this in Grubby's chat, and someone said that Chen now has Big Bad Voodoo. Big Bad Voodoo is a spell in Warcraft 3. It is the Shadow Hunter's ultimate ability. And what it is when he channels, he presses it, he channels, and units in a 400 or like 500 radius are invulnerable. It's not insanely good because it's a channel and there's enough ways to cancel channels in Warcraft 3, and unlike some of the other channels where the like literally 1 second of the effect is super fucking good, 1 second of invulnerability is less good in Warcraft 3 than like healing for 100. Or taking like 100 magic damage to infinite number, as many units are in range, and other such channels. This is pretty good. If we cover up all of the text past that first period where it says reduces the cooldown by 40 seconds, that's pretty okay. Hand of God is a good spell. It does quite a bit. It in total it heals you for 800 at level 3. It heals you for 400 at level 1 and for 600 at level 2 total. Assuming you don't cap out or anything, right? Reducing that cooldown by 40 seconds means that you're able to Hand of God for every arena. You're able to Hand of God for every static storm, basically. Oh, not no. With you are at level 3. You're able to Hand of God for every global silence. But you can already basically do that with level 3, but it makes it so that level 1 and level 2 are level or global silence compatible, basically. Oh, but how do you can cast your silence by a dispel? Bro, shut up. And then the everything after that is bonus. But here's another big thing. Now we've moved Chen into a little bit more of this warlock territory as well. Where you can throw out some spells, cast Hand of God, and then stop touching Chen. Because he's channeling. He's generating an effect. He is less micro-intensive now. Then you can split your focus to his units. I don't think a lot of people are really going to comment on this part. In the way that we use Warlock, you can Fatal Bonds, Shadow Word, drop the rock, right? And then Upheaval, and then just stop controlling Warlock for a bit, right? Start microing your golems, making sure that you don't hit that backswing as much, and you get more attacks in, or what have you, right? I mean, you could also still micro the Warlock, but it's this freedom, this option to do it less that I think is very strong. And now we're applying that same concept to Chen. I actually think that this is a good way of opening Chen up to more people, because it's an investment and it's sort of like an option. It's not like with like the Lycan faucet where all of a sudden he doesn't have to micro at all, or the Visage faucet where all of a sudden there's just like no micro in the hero, or removing Frozen Sigil, or some of these other heroes that like we just basically eliminate this thing that some people find difficult, or like Meepo Eggs. Because I think Meepo Eggs is just too far, right? In removing like the micro component. But I mean, Meepo's got bigger problems than Eggs. Namely, like several other items in the game, like Blink and what's it called? Super Diffusal is called. I'm not looking to check. It's called. Fuck. Disperser. Knew it ended in but I couldn't figure it out. I was like, Energizer? Product placement? Am I Dota? So I think that this is cool. I mean, it'll kind of remain to be seen. 800 radius is pretty big. That's just fairly large. And also, another big thing about channels, just in general, is that channels do generate the effects that I've talked about a ton in these patch notes, in that of beacon of hate, right? So when Chen channels this, he might just force out a stun, 1 to like 3 stuns on him, just so that he stops getting this, or it forces your opponent to react to the change situation, which is very strong, right? Like cold feet or wall or like macro, right? Like area denial slash some sort of change to like the geography of the fight. So I think it's pretty neat. Level 15 talent, holy persuasion damage increased by another 2. I think the penitent slow is very good though. It's the hard thing to compete with. Level 20 talent, minimum health gets another 100, sure. Minus 30-second Hand of God cooldown replaced with plus 20% Divine Favor heal amplification. That's a lot. That's a lot. They're both pretty okay. But I think that the minimum health is pretty good. But I mean, you know the games where you're gonna need the minimum health. It's kind of like the same thing as the brood situation and the bruling situation. You know when you need to take these like added health for those thing talents. So you'll know which one of these you're taking in a game. Some cool changes to Chen. Also, I'm not sure you understand the meaning of this Agency. It only goes on the summons when he summons the summons to him. It only goes on his creeps when he uses this on himself and they're teleporting to him. Okay. So that's only like 6 seconds of this heal amp, which I don't think is super important. I know, but like that only really matters for the aura part and the using it on teammates. Clinks. Burning Army cooldown decreased by 10 seconds. Yippee. Level 15 talent attack range decreased from plus 75 to plus 60. Yeah, I don't really think he should be getting attack range talents. I understand that the point is that we need to give him talents that kind of benefit the Burning Legion, but at the same time, uh Burning Legion is very, very unfun to play against. I like the spawning of skeletons. Just stop letting them hit buildings, really. It's just super unfun. I think it's just like a problem we need to address in Dota. But sure, hello Clinks. Clockwork, chain meal, a new faucet. Armor power. Clockwork gains an ability to self-cast chain mail item to consume it. Each consumed chain mail provides him with 4 armor. Number of stacks is unlimited. Okay. But like wait, he gains attack speed for armor or something, right? Its outgoing damage increases per point of armor. Chainmail is very fun. It's a very fun idea, but I think that you're really giving up a lot. It's not nearly as good as dividends on Alchemist, I don't think, where it gives you this growth that I think provides you like a substantial benefit. This is not a lot because you have to get to a point where you are full up on item slots, and then you don't need to buy like a real item. You don't need to buy an item that does something, and you're like, I'm in a position where I have enough money where I can just dump it into some permanent growth. This is the only hero in the game that can now pump an infinite amount of money into growth. But, and here's part of the reason why they gave it to Clockwork. Clockwork doesn't have like an insane farming tools. The innate does make it an argument that maybe you should start like farm maxing a little bit on him. But again, you are giving up expanded armature, which is super broken. You're giving up on hookup, which I also think is sleeper broken. I don't think that the people understand truly how good hookup is. And instead, you're like, this game is going to go long enough that I'm going to get enough item slots filled that I will have the extra free time to spend to consume a 550 gold item at least once. And it's like, damn, dude, that's a hell of an asterisk that you just put on your game. Again, it's very fun, but I think that I want Dota to be fun and silly. But I think that this is dumb because like what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing here? What is the point of this? And it's a little insulting that it
Prepare for battle.
wait, does he get larger every time? He does get larger.
I cannot refuse.
It's not time yet.
Okay, it does. they changed the look of the range thing, and I don't like it. Right? Like, why is it so faded? Okay, it does not look like... like we've accidentally made a monster with, doing this other shit.
You're mine. Spring coming in. Ah. Ow! Hey, watch it.
Because armor, past a certain point, like, really stops mattering. It still matters for Clockwork, because it gets this outgoing damage. But again, 550 gold is kind of a lot. Now, also to be fair, being able to free up inventory slots and not having to worry about armor at the same time, not having to factor armor into inventory slots, goes pretty crazy for a hero like Clockwork, because it means that he can sort of max out on some other things. It means he's got more room for Octarian. It means he's got more room for Heart. It means he's got more room for a Pipe, right? Instead of having to make room for something like a Shiva's or a Lotus or Karas, one of these like armor items that really bumps up his effective HP. Because Clock needs effective HP. He's a hero that greatly benefits from being a little bit more confident that when he goes in, he isn't just gonna feed. So I think that there's a little something to this, but at the same time, it's largely a meme. And, like, while I do appreciate memes, they have to come at the same. They have to come. They have to come at the same time as other meaningful, great changes to Dota, in my opinion. You can have a chain meal, but at the same time, you need to, like, remove Nullifier. To give you, like, an example. You can uh are there any other big meme changes here? I don't see any other big meme changes. You can have these meme changes, but you gotta do something. You gotta buy them. You get meme points for making, like, great changes to the game, like removing Nullifier, removing Meteor Hammer, uh, stuff like those. They earn you good favor, which you spend that good favor on, like, memes like this. And I know that that's like like it sounds super anti-fun, but I just need people to understand that like roughly half the time when they make a meme like this, they kind of like commit to it and they're like, well, no one's really doing it, and then like they nudge it, and like Dota players don't realize that like that first nudge honestly nudges it out of meme territory, and it's like super broken, but Dota players don't notice, and then they nudge it like two or three more times, and then it like ruins Dota for like a year. And I'm a Dota power user. I play Dota every single day. So like when you ruin Dota for a year for me, that's a lot of games for me. As compared to people who don't play it, where they're like, it only ruined like, maybe like 20 or 30 of my games out of the year. And for me, I'm like, okay, it ruined like 100. Which roughly translates to like 30 hours where I'm like, fuck this decision. Right? It's even more than that because I'll have to like rant for hours upon end about how like this is like a fucking problem and people don't see it yet. But like it's super fucking broken. Like this seeing red thing I think is actually pretty fucking broken, but people don't use it because I don't think they understand it. Right? I think it's already the better of the two faucets by like a mile. And like we have to like buff it just to convince Dota players to use it. And then like once they finally start using it, they'll be like, oh my god, my bristleback is hitting for 500 damage. And I'm gonna be like, yes, I know that you can hit for 500 damage for basically no downside. Oh, but he can't see, or he doesn't get vision from his allies, and he can't see. Okay, but he chooses when that happens. What if the amazing Dota players of the world actually started using the ability? Let's say all 5 enemy heroes are dead, and they just start popping it to hit buildings, and all of a sudden your fucking bristleback, who was already doing like 300 damage to buildings, which then translates to like 100 damage a hit, starts doing like 500 damage a hit. Which then translates to like roughly 250 or like 300 damage per hit on a tower. That's a fuck ton of an increase. That means that that tower goes from like maybe living to like 100% dying. But oh no, the Dota players might have to learn how to press like another button. Woe is them. An ability with a downside that's so negligible in so many cases. Because you decide when it happens is like the big deal. You decide when to take that thing. It's part of like why the pig poll is so good. And it's because sometimes in Dota, like you're given like a thing where you're like, hey, this has a downside when you do it. And when you're the one who controls when you press that button, it most of the time it lessens that downside by so much. Sure, uh, when you Ghost Scepter, you take more magic damage, and like the enemy team has Alina. Okay, she Lagunas you, and then you press the button, bro. Like situations like that are, it's not like this name off the top of like the head, and it kind of illustrates my point that like things like that are less bad than you think. We aren't finishing today, are we? I don't know. We'll see. I'm. You cannot look at this bar and use that to judge how far in we are, because I'm actually way farther in than this, right? Yesterday I ended super early, and there's a bunch of stuff that just isn't in here, right? That I also went over. Like the bug fixes aren't in here, uh, and the map changes are in there, but uh, all the other like quality of life stuff aren't either, and I talked about those for a while. We should be fine. Level 20 talent. We'll make it. Level 20 talent, plus 75 rocket flare damage, an absolutely annoying talent because of the way people ended up using it. Replaced with plus 70 mana power cogs mana burn. By 20 minutes in the game, cogs don't really burn like a fuck ton of mana for a lot of heroes, but it's still devastating for some. You know, people like Centaur. So this is a lot more of a choice, but I really, really think that most people should just be taking Rocket Flare True Sight. It's broken. It reveals wards.
I've a mind like a steel trap, and the physique to go with it. Oh,
Prepare for battle.
Blaze here.
This shit is so busted, dude. I just cannot believe that expanded armature wasn't removed. What's the pick rate between the two faucets according to DotaBuff.com? Expanded armature is picked. I gotta find this information in this fucking game. 70% of the time. And that's after chain meal has been added, I think. So it's just kind of fucking crazy to be like, yeah, that shit doesn't need to be touched at all. Crystal Maiden. Arcane Overflow. Brilliance Aura, allied mana restoration decreasing 25% to 15%. Now also restores a portion of mana to Crystal Maiden herself. Activation no longer interrupts movement. Sure, who cares? Dorkseer. What is this? Yeah, it's against Glacial Guard. Get fucked. It is nice that she can restore like a portion of her mana for Blizzard, but obviously it still costs like another 100 or 200 more. 100, 200, 300 more. And that she'll get back, you know, like uh, what is it? 30, 60, 90. But Maiden doesn't really have like a fuck ton of mana pool. So increasing mana costs is kind of a steep cost, and giving the allies the mana part is neat in the way that I used to kind of abuse it, but Uh, I think it's just too much brain power for most Dota players. So, like, I don't know, moving on. Why am I wasting time on that shit? Dork Seer, agility gain decreased from 1.8 to 1.5.
Your fate arrives.
Okay. Normal punch cooldown increased from 9 seconds to 10 seconds. Speaking of memes, I can't believe normal punch is stuck around. I don't know, sure. I think normal punch mean it could go up to like a 12-second cooldown, and I think it's probably still good. But 12 is probably pushing it, to be honest. This is probably closer. Normal punch also like requires like other items, sort of. So it's a little weird. The agility gain reduction, I think, is because his int gives him attack speed. We're a little bit concerned, but just moving on. Dark Willow, Pixie Dust, which is where they gain HP and mana regen while they're untargetable. Bonus increase from 100% to 150% for both. Sure. Shadow Realm cooldown decreased by 1 second. Okay. Thanks for showing up, Willow, I guess. I don't know. Feels super weird. Dawnbreaker base damage decreased by 5. Jesus. Damage at level 1 decreased by 5. Star Surge. Starbreaker now will. Okay. Starbreaker and her allies in a similar raid game attack speed for 4 seconds at the end of Starbreaker for each swipe that hit enemy heroes. Will now grant the attack speed buff even if Starbreaker was interrupted. Okay. Like, sure. The other one, I still think that
Let fire light
uh,
the sky.
Solar Charged is very good. Oh shit, they removed the one where it heals. I remember that now. I think Star Charged is good, but I think all of her fucking faucets are super good. So let's just move on, I guess. It's pretty easy to sort of like get a read on them, like of which kind of Dawnbreaker you're gonna be playing at the pick screen, like based on their picks. so it shouldn't be too much of a struggle. Break of Dawn, the innate, reworked. Passive can't be leveled up. Whenever the sun comes out, Dawnbreaker gains 25% bonus base damage and 20% bonus vision. That decreases throughout the course of the day down to 0% at night. I actually can't believe that her innate just got better. I understand that it no longer reveals the whole map. I get that. Do not misunderstand. I am aware. This is better than that. I guess that's why she lost the base damage, but still, I mean, it's still like a 10 gain for the first creep wave and shit. But the bigger thing here, although Chance is gonna bitch about this for sure, even though I think that at a lot of points in the game this is gonna be a little bit less, is this vision, which is insane. But also, it's even more insane because, like, Dota's gonna have to do a lot of updates for this, as in like update the value throughout the course of the game. Is this the first hero that gets extra daytime vision? No. But don't ask me which ones have had it in the past, because I can't remember. There used to be more than a couple. Like Sniper, I think, used to have more daytime vision. Uh, let's just do a quick Google. By Google, I mean uh, presently, yes, all heroes except for Dawn share the same day vision. And according to the wiki, we've never had a hero with a different day vision, but that doesn't seem right to me. Okay. Starbreaker, Aghanim Shard upgrade now also destroys the trees in front of Dawnbreaker. Sure. Somehow Dawn comes out of this. I think pretty stronger. Dazzle. Shallow Grave. Cast range rescaled from 700, 800, 900, 1000 to just a flat 900. Duration increased by 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. No, by 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Yeah, 0.5 to all levels. And the heal amplification per 10% missing health increased from 2468% to 3579%, so +1 to all levels. Sure. I still just really wish that Shallow Grave had a static duration. I wish that we would just kind of move it back to what it used to be, scaling wise. Static duration, scaling cast range, scaling cooldown, scaling mana cost. But maybe we can even just get rid of the mana cost scaling because, to be honest, that doesn't really need it anymore. Thanks for showing up, Dazzle. The big changes for Dazzle, I think, are more so in the items and neutral items category, where like uh, Arbor Frost and corrosion changes and stuff, the healing, restoration, amplification stuff, uh, and Shovel being removed are all pretty big changes to Dazzle, more so than a lot of these other changes, I think. But I think it's for the good health of the game, but I think it's probably for the worse for Dazzle. That, like, some of these things are being simplified a bit, and some of them are being made, like, a bit better. But it's not really worth me spending a fuck ton of time on here. Probulus. Crypt Swarm damage increased by 15, 10, 5, 0. 100 damage at level 1 makes it very easy to last hit range creeps, by the way. Definitely, like, significantly easier than an 85 damage. That's, I think, the big point of this change, is for nuking down creep waves. So sure, silence projectile speed increased from 1200 to 1400. I mean, we're just kind of creeping back up to the point where it's like, why does it even have a projectile? Level 15 talent from silence. Radius increased from +75 to +100. That's a tough call. Because a 100 radius increase is actually quite substantial. Yes. There have been a couple of times where they actually don't mean radius, they mean diameter, I think. But again, I will do this small rant. Area is a two-dimensional measurement. It is when you increase an area by 100 units in Dota, it is not the same thing as increasing the radius by 100 units. They are not even close to the same. They do not mean the same. the actual input versus output there are completely different. So I would really appreciate it if they would just type the word radius. I'm probably gonna make a post on the bug tracker and be like, hey, not sure if you guys know this, but like you guys use it in some places here and in some places like this. Like you're mixing up your units. And it doesn't bother most people because most people, I think, are dumb and don't even think about it. But like for those of us who do think about it, it's like, man, that doesn't make any sense because if you increase the area by 100 units, no one would notice that. Because an area increase of 100 units is like, I don't know, like a radius increase of like 5 or 10, right? For a lot of these things, it's like, it's so small, right? Yeah. But for like most things in Dota, it'd be so tiny. But a radius increase is actually huge for most things in Dota. Like increasing something's radius by like actually 50 is actually like effectively an insane area increase, right? And I could understand using the area one if they were just like lightly touching something, like actually just nudging it, right? But they like never do that. Like if you lowered something's radius by 5, right? But they never do that. And even then, it's still just easier to talk about the radius. Oh, it's annoying. Anyway, this talent is pretty good. Both of the talents are pretty good. I can't wait for this talent to become like just a flat like AoE bonus, right? Like the stat AoE. Disruptor. Thunderstorm Faucet. This is where uh like someone who has Thunderstrike on them in kinetic field, it hits everybody or something. And also the slow duration is doubled, huh? So now also increases the slow. Okay, the slow duration increased is part of the faucet now. Sure. Kinetic fence fixed an error that displayed incorrect wall length and tooltips and description. Sure. Transference increases the max level of electromagnetic propulsion to 4, improves with static storm. Can be activated targeting allied heroes or self. Manual cast deals damage equal to 10% of Disruptor's current health and sets ability. activated melee can be cast on allies and deals. Okay, so it's like you put it on them and it like pushes the enemies away instantly. And it does damage based on 10% of Disruptor's current health. Pretty long cooldown too, but this is very good. Uh, Disruptor's got like 3 good faucets, which is a little crazy. But also at the same time, like this is like another button to have to press on a 4 spell hero. And you know how Dota players feel about having to press a new button. But it is like very good. Even on like a 20-second cooldown, that's like once per creep wave, you can allied heroes or self. So you can't use it on units. Still good. I think it's very good. Thunderstrike, Aghanim Shard, Dormant duration decreased from 5 seconds to 4 seconds. Okay. Sure. Nerf the Shard because it's valid. The Shard's very good. Level 15 talent plus 1.5 seconds static storm duration. Replaced with plus 60 static storm max TPS. Okay. Level 20 talent from plus 0.6 second Thunderstrike slow duration replaced with plus 150 electromagnetic repulsion radius / knockback. That's very good, but it has to be the kinetic field duration, which just got reduced by 0.5 seconds. But the kinetic field duration talent is very, very, very good. Highly recommend it. And between the damage from Static Storm and the glimpse damage and the distance to damage buff, they're both good. Both good.
War is an equation, death a solution.
They're both good. Let me go look up how fast it approaches max value. I don't actually know this. I'm pretty sure it reaches it at like before I look this up, I'm pretty sure it reaches the max damage at I think it's like 4 seconds in it. Man, Wiki, can you just write this a little bit better? Alright, be right back. Alright, hello. Sorry. Couple of things to take care of. Also, Germa's live. I think I talked enough about the disruptor changes. Doom! Devil's Bargain. Items sell back percentage decreased from 90% to 85%. And nobody fucking cared. Because it still basically does its job. And I don't think that this 5% really moves the needle, like, at all. Doom mana cost decreased by 0, 25, 50? Sure. This honestly opens up like a little bit more itemization for him because mana on Doom is kind of tight. So gaining that 25 and 50 mana at 12 and 18 actually does kind of matter. Aghanim Scepter radius increased from 300 to 350, so a 50 radius increase, a 100 diameter increase. That's pretty fucking big. I don't really know why. I thought that the Ags was mostly in a good spot and that we I don't know. I don't really understand the Ags change, but sure. But I really wish that we would rework Doom. It's a super unfun ability in the game right now. Dragon Knight. Frost Dragon, Wormsworth. Instead of reducing healing, okay, it does health restoration. The new stat. Moving on. Yeah, nothing else has changed there. Drow Ranger. Same thing, just the wording changed to be simpler. Glacier on cast knockback distance increase from 175 to 225. What do you mean knockback? Like, I understand it pushes them away, like, when you first use it, but I don't know how close you have to be for the... I guess if you're just less than this, it pushes you to this. Probably. Ah... Yeah, that kind of seems like it's what it's for. It's good then, but I really think that we need to address the Drow situation. The hero does not feel like they're in a like the right spot. I think the Ags needs some tweaks. I think Glacier also does. I don't know if Glacier needs to give True Strike. But anyway, moving on. Would love to see more changes to Drow. Earthshaker. Removed Spirit Cairn innate ability. That was where when Earthshaker died, he would leave the statue that gave him XP and acted as like a block. There were actually some problematic things that you could do with this, like those little paths near the Wisdom Rune, those very thin bridges. If Earthshaker died there, they just became like impassable. Which in like some situations is pretty strong. And there are a couple of other places on the map where like it really limits movement, but it never really feels planned that like you die to do it. So it just doesn't feel very good. Let's go read the new innate, and then we'll go back to the faucets because I think that this impacts these. Slugger is now the innate. Almost no values were changed, still improves with Echo Slam. The damage for creep death decreased by 10, 15, 20, 25. So, great. Now we have to deal with this shit all fucking game. I think Slugger fucking sucks, and I really, really don't like it. I think I would like it a lot more if it were a lot worse earlier. But it just feels so fucking annoying. Like it's so good. I wish that the values were lower so that it rewarded consistent use of it, because it's not so hard to land like one slugger. But landing it consistently can be a little difficult later on. And I don't really know if Earthshaker needed like another farming tool the way that he gets it here. But anyway, faucets. Tectonic buildup. Aftershock radius increase. Rescale from 50 for every 10 levels to 40 with every level of Echo Slam. So that's obviously less. But you will get to use your the last 40 that you get with level 3 of Echo Slam, a lot sooner than you get to use the last 50 before. Right, they come a lot more appropriately timed, probably. I think Tectonic Buildup is actually super undervalued because people were overvaluing Slugger, because Slugger has an effect that you see a lot easier. Resonating in a new faucet, Resonating Rage. Fissure. Enemy heroes stunned by Fissure emit an echo to each nearby unit within a 400 radius, dealing 60% of Echo Slam's current echo damage. So it's 54, 60, 66 damage. This is super good. You should take this one. Adding damage to Fissure is pretty good. Especially when you can blink, Echo Slam, Totem, Fissure, and you're gonna basically hit all those people with like a little bit, with 60% of another Echo Slam. Or at least, everybody you hit with that Fissure, which should be alive. It's just very, very good. Yeah, that's what I said. I just didn't say the whole thing. But like the most you can extrapolate what I said about 18 to 20. Well, actually 18 to like 30, right? Because you're getting that radius increase a lot earlier than you would before. Before you would have to hit level 30 to get your last 50, right? Now you hit level 18 and you get your last 40. The timings are a lot earlier. It's paced a lot more with like Earthshaker as a hero, but it's a little bit less. And I think that the 10, 20, 30 that you give up probably worth it. Uh, both of these are super good. I'm probably gonna tell people to take Resonating Ridge. I might still take Tectonic Buildup because I don't know if people quite understand how much 40, 80, 120 radius is for Aftershock. It's a lot, especially when you think about the shard, which puts that on fissure, which is what I don't think people are gonna think about enough. Aftershock radius decreased from 350 to 300. A pretty sizable change. I love it. I think Aftershock has been a bit too big for too long. I really would have loved to have seen an Enchant Totem nerf. I think Enchant Totem needs to be
Feel the earth shake.
like drastically lowered. I think it should probably be like 80, 160, 240, 320. And also, it shouldn't give the extra attack range. And then I think we're back to like a balanced spell. Echo Slam, Echo damage decreased by 0, 10, 20. Sure. Earthshaker's still super overpowered, so don't get your hopes up. The fact that we just made Slugger like part of the hero is pretty insane. Yeah. And I hate to see us changing Echo Slam instead of changing a lot of the other stuff, but I really also wish that the initial damage were lower. I think that Echo Slam's damage should just come down overall because it just feels a little insane. Oh, real heroes cause 2 echoes? That's way too much. What the fuck? When did that happen? I don't remember that. Wow, it's been a long time. 8 years. That's like so fucked up. Like this right here is the moment where Echo Slam became broken. I can't believe like where we were because when we did this change, we made it so it didn't do base damage. And a year later, we were like, yeah, give it back 100. I loved that we changed it to, mostly being the echoes. But we've just kind of undone most of that, and it's back to just being like always good. Doesn't matter how many heroes are there, you just pop it on one hero and it's like good. I don't know. I would love to see the initial damage come down a lot. I would love to see echo damage be reworked so that the real heroes don't have to be two or something. I would rework a lot of. I love the overall concept, but some of the finer details like echoes and Slugger and Enchant Totem, a lot of the finer details there I think need to be changed. Because I think Earthshaker has become like a kind of a lame hero as we've shifted more and more away from like really fishing for like one big good Echo Slam, and also shifting so far away it feels like from Fissure. It feels like Fissure is a minority of the hero, and that's like insane because it used to be the hero. Like your worth as an Earthshaker used to be determined by how well you would fissure. Getting good angles, getting making sure you hit like as many people as you can, blocks or maybe like funneling heroes, area denial and shit. And that shit was like super fun and super cool. Whereas now I feel like Earthshaker is largely uh the blinking stun man who, like, when he buys an Ags, will also blink with a stun in and hit you for like 400 damage. I don't know. I just don't really like the direction I think we've taken with him. Tauren Chieftain, Deconstruction. Natural Order, armor reduction per second decreased by 0.2. Magic resistance reduction per second reduced by 0.2. Sure. Ancestral Spirit no longer automatically rejoins Tauren Chieftain on collision with him. Now requires the duration to run out or the return ability to be cast. Yes, dude. This is something I've found super annoying for a while. I don't know if people have actually like paid attention when I play him, but I do intentionally micro the Ancestral Spirit away from me whenever I have to move forward in like tight spaces like this. And it's very nice that this is no longer a thing. It honestly didn't make like any sense why it worked this way. I'm honestly not sure if most people who played the game even knew it worked this way, but yeah, you would just like if you walked into it, it would just get sucked into you. It was super weird. I don't even know if it was really like documented anywhere. I kind of understand like maybe why it was there. And it was so that you could maybe forcibly rejoin them so that you could gain uh like your natural order slash echo stomp. No, yeah, echo stomp. For both, because if people who don't know, echo stomp's magic damage is actually centered on the ancestral spirit, but if it's inside of Tauren Chieftain, then he just does both. uh but I don't know, it's like super niche, and it's just like you could just like click on the ancestral spirit and click return or something, right? So I think that this is just better. It's simpler, and I don't know. It just doesn't need to be this way. So sure, whatever. I didn't know that people were even picking this hero enough to warrant this deconstruction change. But maybe they wanted to do more momentum. But I already felt like most people were doing momentum, so I don't know. Feels like we were seeing momentum Tauren Chieftain like one in every 3 games for like a week or two. Jin, the Ember Spirit. Chain Gang. Number of bonus units increased from 1 to 2. Unit count increased from 3 to 4. I actually cannot fucking believe that we just buffed Chain Gang. Absurd. I'm moving on. Does he even have a third? No. It's so much better. Stop taking double impact. Double impact, like, genuinely is so much worse than Chain Gang. Chain Gang is so good because you can just searing chains in a creep wave and almost always hit like a hero. And even if you don't, like, it's a huge pushing tool too. Not a very efficient pushing tool compared to Sleight of Fist, but it's still pretty good. Like, Sleight of Fisting twice costs more than a Searing Chain.
They will learn balance.
And it requires you to be there for less time. Like, if you just Searing Chains and then, like, zip out or just walk out, like, you know, you've pushed that creep wave and probably gotten at least 2 last hits without having to be there, which is valuable. Or, in, like, the jungle, now you can basically, you can bola like an entire camp. So cool. I don't really know why we're buffing Jhin, though. Enchantress! Spellbound! That is...
Enchanted, I'm sure.
Enchant and attacks on enchanted targets have extra range? Sure. The attack range bonus increased by 40, 30, 20, 10. Alright, that's pretty significant, but I still think you should take the other one, because the other one, in a lot of lanes, just, like, wins you the lane. It makes you, like, unkillable. Impetus! Mana cost rescale from 50 to 40, 45, 50, 55. So minus 10, minus 5, minus 0, plus 5. Yeah, I think we're probably going to stick with this again. I mean, we did this before. And it feels like there's not a lot of wiggle room for this. I think maybe the better spot would be like 45, 50, 55, 55 is what I would leave it at. And I know that that's weird because then it doesn't, like, linearly scale, but we don't have to make things like pretty numbers. It's okay to have, like, weirder numbers if it fits the game a bit better. And I think it would fit a lot better because 40 feels too low. It feels like a little too free, even with a 6-second cooldown. Like, you still get like 15 or 20 impetuses at level 1, level 2, you know, and so on. Whereas before you would get like 10 ish, right? Like, this 10 decrease is like roughly like 5 or 6 more impetuses. But sure, I don't know. Enchantress is not like my largest concern and not super on the radar, but these are really annoying changes I don't really like. But it could also be that some of the item changes are impacting this, but I don't think so. Enigma. Demonic Summoning. Eidolon damage rescaled. -4, -1, -0, +2. Okay. It has kind of felt like Enigma is a little bit of a menace early on in the game with the Eidolons, because they feel like very overbearing at the onset of the game. But I don't really know if 4 damage was the solution. I think 2 would have been fine. But I mean, he also gains 2 at the end, which kind of helps him stay relevant. So, you know, tit for tat, tit for tat. I think probably ultimately fine, but probably should bump it up like 1 or 2 more again, because that starting cost is a lot. Faceless Void. Level 10 talent, time dilation, DPS per cooldown increase from points +7 to +9. Cool, it's against just an absolute, like, titan of a fucking of talent, so it doesn't matter. Level 15 talent, time lock damage increase from +30 to +35. That's super competitive. I think the time lock was already a little bit better, generally speaking, but it's kind of up to the game, but I think you should mostly be taking the time lock damage because it's really good. Level 20 talent, time walk cooldown reduction increased from 1 second to -1.25 seconds. And the attack speed and chronosphere from +80 to +100. Okay, so Faceless Void's like, I already thought he was pretty good. I think he's super annoying. I really don't like his design right now. But sure, I guess. He's even better. What were the Animage changes? Just talents, just talents. I mean, go off, King. Fine art reworked. Stroke of Fate. Grimstroke launches a mirrored, curved stroke from his free hand. Each enemy can take damage only from one stroke, but still contributes to bonus damage accumulation for both. A mirrored? So, like,
When all hope
I mean,
is
where's the
gone,
mirror start, bro?
I remain.
Ah. Ah.
Prepare for battle.
Your lifeline ends.
Wow. This is literally only in the game because somebody at Valve wanted to code it. They wanted to code the math, I think. And honestly, like, I love that for them.
I lift my brush.
Bonus damage is cumulative.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Let the lines take you. The line is true. Aether lens. The mural overflows.
So what you're telling me is,
Is it danger? Sure. Here's this way.
like, when I hit this, like, whoever gets hit second here, I need it to... I need...
I cannot refuse.
Yeah, that. Okay. I'm pretty fucking sure that getting hit with one accumulates the second one as well. Yes. Okay. That's what they mean. It's a total accumulation. It does not differentiate between the two different strokes. This is so much fucking better than the other one, dude. Like, oh shit. Okay, let me keep reading before I keep going. Stroke of Fate. The point vector target behavior, previously exclusive to fine art, is now enabled by default. The 20, 30, 40, 50 bonus damage per unit replaced with separate values for heroes and creeps. 20, 40, 60, 80 per hero, and 10, 20, 30, 40 per creep. Illusions count as creeps. Okay. This is less good than I was previously thinking. But still very good. This, honestly, this second line almost makes Stroke of Fate, like, balanced. I think Chance is going to be a little sad because it's, like, a lot of fun, but I think that he will be happy that it's enabled by default. Everyone's curving. 2, I think Chance is going to be happy because I think that this is way closer to balance. Because, like, Stroke of Fate's pretty fucking broken. This is very cool. The other one is super lame. So it's cool that the cooler one is, I think, better. But people aren't ready to hear that, I think. Soulbind. If the debuff ends on the primary target early due to status resistance, it will also be destroyed on the secondary target. Oh, okay. It should have already done that, so I just consider that a bug fix. Moving on. Gyrocopter. Base armor decreased by 1. It's actually slightly significant for his effective HP because he's very armor heavy, very HP low early on especially. So this really takes him down because I think he's at like 7 or 5 armor at the start. Yeah, 5. Or he used to be at 6.2. Now he's at 5.2. So, that's a lot for him. Afterburner. Move speed duration increased from 4 seconds to 4.5 seconds. I still really think that this secondary strikes is very strong, and that most people should be taking it, though. Afterburner is very good. He has 2 good faucets, 2 great faucets. One of them is, like, way lamer than the other one. But I would love to have seen a lot more changes to Gyro. I really don't like Side Gunner. I really don't like a lot of the things that we do with Gyro right now. Hoodwink! Go nuts! Donuts! No longer increases buff duration to 3.5, 4.55 seconds. Sure. Acorn Shop, mana cost decreased by 15, 10, 5, 0. Great. Fuck Hoodwink. Fuck this hero. Scurry is those values from before. Yeah, now they're down here. So that's plus 1.5, plus 1.5, plus 1.5, plus 1.5. I kind of understand, but I really wish that, I don't know. I just really wish that Hoodwink were a bit better overall. But I mean, not better as in like stronger. I mean, like I just don't really like a lot of their design. I don't think it really clicks, except for the fact that they're like broken. I think that most of the reason why like Hoodwink is fun to play is because like the numbers and some of the concepts are just so busted that like it makes up for the kind of like a lack of a coherent design. And that like if we turned down some of the numbers, Hoodwink would just be insanely unfun to play because you'd be like, what the hell? This shit doesn't like make sense anymore. Except for like some, like some Hoodwinks would still function, but I think a lot of people would kind of fall off. But just no changes to Bushwhack is just so frustrating to see. Huskar, the car with the husks. Inner Fire, Aghanim Shard movement slow, increase from 40% to 50%. Okay. Sure. Invoker, base damage increased by 4. Yeah, I saw that one coming. I kind of talked about this before, but level 1 and like 2 as Invoker were pretty fucking miserable. But honestly, I liked the direction that we were taking Invoker at least a little bit. I loved that Invoker was kind of back to being this little bitch at the beginning, but growing quite large as a hero. Uh, but I understand that the hero needs to like function early on. Intelligence gain decreased from 4.7 to 4.0. So Invoker has lost damage in this exchange, considerably so. To gain back this 4 base damage, which sure. Does not take long for Invoker to start having less damage, but it's not like a ton, you know. Aghanim Scepter no longer grants +2 levels to the faucet-centered orb and +1 to the others. Now grants +1 to all orbs. Removed the basic faucet exclusive upgrades. Cold Snap's health and mana restoration. Alacrity's bonus attack range and Chaos Meteor's increased size and travel distance. Okay. For the Scholar of Korix, so it no longer gains the additional level. Cold Snap no longer restores health or mana. Ice Wall, the Shard upgrade moved to Ags and reworked. The Ags for the Scholar of Korix makes the skill vector targeted to create a moving ice flow instead of an ice wall. After 1.3 seconds delay, the ice flow forms from the center of the targeted area, creating a 150 width ice flow in its wake. Enemies that stay in it for longer than 2.5 freeze, becoming rooted for 1.5 time plus 0.1 times quas seconds, and takes an instance of 75 plus 25 times quas. 75 plus quas times 25. Magical damage. Holy. Ag's cast range is 600. Ice Flow can freeze the same unit multiple times if they leave the flow and enter it again, but not if they staying in the flow would prevent the unit from being rooted again. Ghostwalk no longer upgraded with Ag's, now upgraded with Shard. Increases the slow radius by 150 and applies Ice Wall's damage per second to all affected. I gotta see this Ice Flow. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
What joy it is beholding me.
I'll
keep it in mind.
It's... Why do I have...
Prepare for battle.
Does Invoker start with one of each now? Ah, okay, thank you. It is... No, that's...
A rich tradition.
Alright, don't tell me, don't tell me. It's Exort? Yeah, it's Exort.
Killing wall of 'tis tedious. Such tedium. Thus and so.
Okay, here's the big problem with this Ags.
Harsh white waste comes.
is that it's not instant.
It was Invoker. Not
Right? That pops out instantly, like the area's bigger. They gotta maybe they're cooking with this a little bit, but I really think that it. How long is uh? Yeah, you could catch them in tornado, but I don't know. You've got limited invokes, you know. Okay, the mind of Tornaris. Tornaris. Lex no longer gives the Alacrity no longer gives the bonus attack range to Invoker and his controlled units. Tornado, Ag Scepter, Twister, spawn interval increased from 300 to 400. For damage per second rescaled from 120 to 50 plus 10 times. Okay, so it takes a lot longer to get to it, but at the higher levels you can really get some absurd damage values. Duration changed from 4 seconds to 3. You can really go above it, but you do need to invest in order to get the payoff. Sure. Agent of Galaron. Meteor no longer gets Cataclysm cooldown increased from 75 seconds to 90 seconds. We'd love to see that, but that's still too short. Cataclysm is just too good. I'm sorry, it's just too fucking good. It's got to go. I cannot believe we're still playing around this shit. Alright. Wex now also gives attack speed again. Yeah, sure. Exort, damage per instance increased by 1 to all levels. Sure. Uh, it's pretty significant, actually. Yeah, it's pretty significant, given the damage increase in the int gain, so it's sort of like balancing out a little bit more. Cold Snap, freeze damage increased by 20. That's pretty huge, but it doesn't do the healing thing anymore. But this still is like pretty good, right? Uh, but I don't think it's as broken as it once was. There was like a time where this shit was like cancerous. A couple more damage and we could be there. And honestly, maybe we are there. I'm not 100% sure. Invoker changes are hard to really visualize, like in my brain. Sunstrike, damage decreased by 25. Woo. I mean, that is like a 50 decrease for Cataclysm, I'm pretty sure. But woo, fuck off. Forge Spirit. Sunstrike itself is fine. Cataclysm is the problem. Like Sunstrike is great, it's fun. It's actually such a sick ability, but Cataclysm is where it all goes wrong. It's where we go, oh no, no, no. We turn something cool into something fucking lame. It's fun for like one, maybe two people, and it's just miserable for the rest because you have to play around like this fucking cooldown and like everything becomes about like comboing with it. And it's just It's just not great. Forge Spirit duration rescaled. I'm not reading all that. It starts higher, it ends lower. So a lot less of the split pushing shit he's been doing for like the past 2 months, I think. Which is great. I actually just super love this change. Ice Wall, the damage per second interval is now based on an individual unit gaining the buff, rather than on an interval for the entire wall. As a result, the first damage instance is now applied instantly. Damage interval improved from 1 second to 0.5. Really, I thought its tick rate was a lot lower than that. That's crazy. Damage per second rescaled from 8 times Exort to 25 plus Exort times 5. I really wish that they would write all of them like this. Please put the flat amount plus Exort times multiplier. It makes it easier to read. Because sometimes this shit goes on to 2 lines like this. And, it just like my math brain, it's a little bit harder to read this than if you were to put class there. Like next to the addition. Obviously, they could also just use a couple more parentheses and it would look better, but with just moving, like just moving the word to the middle, so it's addition plus word multiply. I think it would be a lot easier. It's weird because I'm asking for them to do it not how we usually do it in math, because usually it would be like 50x. But I'm kind of being like, hey, could you do x50? But anyway, wow, that's like a huge damage increase. Yeah, yeah. Also, I don't know if you know this because you're English second language, but it's actually spelled scalar. The words scalar and scalar are 2 different words, and I'm pretty sure scalar is the mathematical term. No, wait a minute. I'm getting it confused with linear algebra, aren't I? I'm googling it now, and I'm like, am I fucked in the head? I am, dude. No. Hey, wait, hold up. Take me in. I'm wrong. Ignore me. I'm brain rotted. No. Nameless, delete this part of the VOD. Nameless doesn't do these. I'm cooked. How many heroes aren't touched? Feels like there's a lot more heroes that aren't touched than I feel like when I'm looking at this. Because I don't feel like I should be this far down with Invoker. You know what I mean? Uh, Ice Wall now supports radius increases again. Woo! Level 15 talent from -4 seconds Sunstrike cooldown replaced with +1 faucet orb level. Sure. I mean, you should just always take that orb. Cold Snap's cooldown being reduced by 5 is crazy. Sure. You know, it's got like a 50% uptime if you do that. But it's really hard to put a price on like 1 to all orbs. I know that we literally had a price on 1 to all orbs before. It was 4,200 gold. But like level 15 is pretty good, bro. Level 20 talent, alacrity, damage slash speed increase from plus 30 to plus 35. Yeah, but I think you should take plus 2 meteors, bro. I think that the Invoker changes are overall good, but the hero's still in a little bit of a weird spot. I think we're working our way there. But if I'm being 100% honest, I still don't really like the design because I feel like this design lends itself too much into like pigeonholing an Invoker. Like invokers are deciding at 0 before you even get in the game basically what they're gonna do for like the whole game. And I know that that's basically how it's always been. You've always had invokers who are basically deciding as soon as they pick the hero, this is a cross-wax game, this is a cross-exort game, this is a Wexort game, right? But like, I don't really know if we need to encourage that with the mechanics of the game rather than the human limitation of like execution and stuff like that. And I also still just really wish that we would tone down so many of Invoker's numbers and have him grow more. I think Invoker should start really weak, little nerd lord, but should be like one of the strongest level 30 heroes in the game. To a degree, but we've really moved away from it. Invokers used to take a clause of attack to lane so that they could possibly last hit. Invoker used to only be able to invoke one spell. Until Invoke used to be a spell that you had to level up. So at level 2 was when you first gained your spells. Level 1 you would have to put into an essence, and then level 2 was when you could put your first point into Invoke. And it was level 2. It had 4 or 5 levels to it, and I think it was like level 2, 8, 12, 16? Let me go and look. And it was only at like level 3 or level 2 of Invoke that you could even have multiple spells. And Invoke had a cooldown and a mana cost. Yes. I think that a lot of people are kind of echoing that, where the faucet system feels super annoying right now because you'll have shit faucets and innates, because some people I think are complaining that like some heroes just like don't have innates, and that some people like some heroes like don't get faucets. But I don't know, I think that there's some hope to the system, but I just think that there are some cases where we need to be like, hey, this hero doesn't get this. I think that actually some heroes not having innates basically is like a good thing. I think we should apply that logic to a lot of things in the game. That not every hero needs to get everything, and not every hero not all heroes aren't going to be equal. They're not created equally. Heroes are different. They are weaker and stronger and they differ from each other. Most of them are unique people. Some heroes are not unique people. Some heroes are intentionally, like, sort of not, like Nyx Assassin is not like a particular person, right? Uh, but I don't know. It just feels like we're forcing some of this shit, and I don't really know how like sustainable it's always gonna be. Bro, when did Invoke This shit is like way later than I was thinking. Nah, this shit, I have to have missed it. Old abilities? What about old invoke? Damn, dude. This is actually like really hard to find. Let's see. Removed Invoker. Added. Reworked Invoker. Color-coded the abilities. Okay, the level requirements used to be 2, 7, 12, 17. I was pretty close for something that was like a really fucking long time ago. Okay? The shit was so long ago, they don't even have the dates for it in the wiki. Something else that's turbo fucked here is they don't list when he would gain the second invoke slot. Okay, here we go. In 6.79 in 2013 is when Invoker was allowed to have two abilities at level like 1. Or sorry, at level 1 of Invoke. And I think that was like a very large step in the wrong direction for Invoker. I don't know anything about League's Invoker, and I also just don't really care. I don't think so. But yeah, I haven't really been happy with Invoker for like a long time. I would love for the hero to kind of go back to being like hard to learn, hard to master. Because Invokers used to be such cool players. Back before people got better at Dota and they realized that like consistency is key, and so people started really focusing on only casting like 2, maybe 3 spells maximum. Right? Because Invokers used to cast like their whole pool of spells like all the fucking time. Which was crazy because it was way harder to do that. We didn't have Octarian. Uh, we had like a way longer cooldown on Invoke. you didn't always have two spell slots, but it felt like people were a lot more adaptive and like kind of tricky with it. But yeah, I'm gonna move on. Invoker takes up too long in the patch notes as is. Wisp removed Sightseer innate ability. That was where like channeling Watchers took a slightly less time, but Watchers were also better for your team. I think maybe even worse for the enemy team. Wellspring. Consumable items and item abilities that restore health and mana over time affect Wisp twice as fast. Total amount of health restored or mana remains the same. So this applies to Salve, Tango, Clarity. Okay, I thought it said Mango for a second. I was like, Mango does not do that over time. Bottle, Urn of Shadows, Spirit Vessel, Polywog Charm, and Mana Draught. Example, usually Clarity restores 150 mana over 25 seconds. For Wisp, it will restore 150 mana over 12.5 seconds. Wow. Woo. You can just say that like you don't know what to do. Like for the hero. Sometimes I wish that we still had like the Play Dota forums. So that like and I also wish that we still lived in like a better time on the internet where Ice Frog could just be like, what do you guys think I should do? Ice Frog used to just kind of like post on the forums. And there would just be like a sub forum for people to like suggest shit, and he would just like actually peruse it. Right? Which is where, so like a long time ago, people were basically saying that we aren't getting techies in Dota 2 because Ice Frog keeps delaying it because he wants to rework techies, and that came from someone had written out like a pretty long post about something completely unrelated, and Ice Frog said, "Yeah, like I don't really want to change this about techies because I'm reworking the hero anyway." Uh, and then like years went by, and I think according to some super beta players, because there was like a beta version of Dota that Ice Frog would pass around to pros and other people that like he trusted, and they would play through it, and he would get like feedback and stuff. Uh, and according to people, like he had gone through like several iterations of techies, and then they just like ported him over to Dota 2. I think I don't think that the techies we have now was any of those iterations. I think he gave up, scrapped it, and started over. But techies is probably like on the back end, probably the hero that's been reworked the most. With barring like no, I think bar none. Because even when they would delete heroes and re-add them, I think that they probably had less work that had to be done than like the amount that they put into techies. Just for a quick little reference to people, Razzle was removed from the game. Invoker has been removed from the game. Riki, I believe, was also removed from the game. Pudge was removed from the game, I think, twice. He was a very different hero when he was removed. Neither of those ones that were removed had hook. For for some context. Spirit Breaker was removed from the game. I'm pretty sure. He used to just like when Ice Frog came on, after like some time of him doing some back end shit, he started really kind of like, I don't like this hero, they're gone. And then they would come back months or maybe like a year later, and they would be like, a similar concept, or very much the same concept, but executed very differently. Razzle looks nothing like what a modern day Dazzle looks like, but if you looked at Razzle versus Dazzle, they were, you could see the similarities, but Razzle was like a lot fucking weirder about it. Just some really wordy abilities that you would have to read like 2 or 3 times and just be like, what the fuck were you thinking? Like, how did anyone arrive at this? uh Many such cases. I mean, Pudge used to be a hero that had like 4 summons and was removed because the hero had like a 70 or an 80% win rate, just because like there was no dealing with that many amount of units. There just like weren't any tools for dealing with that kind of like split pushing and shit. Spirit Breaker was removed because they had 4 abilities that stunned, and if you looked at the cooldowns, it was very obvious why they were removed, because they could just permanently stun you, like, reliably. I don't really know how that one even made it in, to be honest. Like, it just like a cursory glance at the numbers, and you're like, well, that's pretty fucked up. Like, I just get to remove somebody else's ability to play the game like forever. But the growing pains of Dota, and also this whole conversation started because of Wisp and this shitty innate. So I'm gonna move on. This innate is fucking whatever. It's honestly, in many ways, bad for Wisp, because one of the benefits of using a salve on Wisp is how long you give the other person the regen, so that there's less of a chance that it gets wasted. This is part of the reason why Wisp is so good at level 1 Roche. It's because you can pop a salve, and like the rate at which Roche does damage at that point is like a little bit slower than salve. So you wait for the hero to hit like 50% health, you have Wisp tank for a bit, and then you have Wisp back off and use the salve. And like, you basically heal all the way up to full, but also you heal through all that damage, right? But now, like, it's a little bit scarier and like harder to kind of manipulate incoming damage to benefit from this. So I don't actually think that this like innate is as good as a lot of the abuse that we've been doing over the years. And well, yes, it's better in like fights, because you know there's less of a chance that things get canceled, and also like in a fight, you know, maybe you need that healing to come out faster and stuff. But there's a lot of like the passive moments of Dota, the less high octane, right, moments, where I think that this is actually like considerably worse. Spirits, eggs, movement slow increase from 15% to 25%. Sure, buddy. Relocate cooldown decreased by 10 seconds. Uh-oh. Well, the problem with Wisp is that so Wisp is like a polarizing hero in a game where they're trying to move away from like these polarizing heroes. Where like Wisp is a hero that probably like 60 to 70% of the player base considers them unplayable. Where just like Wisp requires like some amount of coordination and communication that most of the player base just doesn't want to do, and Wisp alone is kind of like a weaker hero, but you're supposed to really kind of like rely on like the teamwork and coordination, but for like relocate and making sure you don't break tether and other such things, right? But and that's fine. I think that that's great. I think that Dota is fine to have heroes like Wisp, Chen, Meepo, Zet that not all players are great at. That not all players look at and go, "Yeah, I'm good at that hero." I think that that's great that there are heroes for people who are experts and whatnot. But somewhere along the way, we stopped liking that, and I think that in some cases, it's fine to change things. Like I like sort of the direction that Mega Meepo takes us, where it's like, hey, here's this thing that makes the hero a little more accessible. I don't like the one like Lycan or Visage, like I've already said before, because they kind of like eradicate it. Rather than like, here's like another tool in the tool belt. But another big problem is that some of these heroes, like Wisp, are also very polarizing in another regard, where like Wisp is a completely different hero at the competitive level. Wisp is probably one of the most oppressive heroes in the competitive scene at the pro level. And it really just comes down to they can practice strats with them. You know, they're in a 5-man pre-made team where they communicate and they like practice their strategies. But really the biggest impact is probably that the pros do not want to have to play around relocate, because relocate is such an insanely strong ability in an environment where both teams are like kind of communicating with each other, because it's so stressful. At any given moment, and like with like a coordinated team, relocate is a like 70 or a 90-second cooldown on like a global gank. And it's way better now than it was back in the past, because as a reminder to people, Tether used to stun. Tether used to stun. It was a really big deal. It was turbo cancerous, although I still kind of miss it. I think we could probably work our way back up to Tether stunning if we change some other things around. But that was a pretty big one. The healing and mana sharing from Tether didn't scale, it was just always double. And that was very, very good. Uh, and a couple of other things. And really, what it came down to was like the pros had said that like relocate is just super unfun for us to play against, like at that level. To always have to play around, like being able to having like a support near like your carry, so that if they get relocated on, you can help them in time, was super unfun. Uh, a lot of pro teams also kind of admit that they had come to like agreements where like someone's got to ban Wisp, which is also why Wisp had such a high ban rate back then. It's because it was just kind of like an agreed upon thing that you would ban Wisp, and also like somebody's got to ban Broodmother and Lycan. Just like a couple of heroes that like literally no one wants to play against. Not to say that those heroes were never picked. Sometimes like a team would just decide to not ban one of these heroes, and so the enemy team is basically like obligated to pick them. But I don't know. Wisp is just like one of these heroes that is feels like they're always in this weird spot. They haven't had their Mega Meepo moment or their whatever we call what we've done to Lone Druid, where Lone Druid is like way fucking easier now. No. And they have never done that, as far as I can tell. Ice Frog, I think, has explained a couple of balance changes on the back in the Play Dota forum days, but not like what you're talking about. And I largely prefer it this way. I've largely preferred it this way. Uh, because in Han, they would explain shit. And I don't think it was very healthy for the game or the community. Uh, but also, I'm less okay with it now in modern Dota because we've lost Ice Frog. And we've lost what feels like a couple of people at the helm, like directing like where we're going, and it just feels like a whole bunch of random people make some decisions and then shove their change in while other people are shoving their changes into Dota. And also it feels a lot like a Valve employees like pub games have a pretty large impact on all of us. Where sometimes you're just like, what happened? Like, did a Dota dev just like have like a really bad game against Omni Knight, so that's why he's getting nerfed? Even though Chancer and I haven't seen an Omni Knight in actually 4 months, type shit. I don't know. It's very confusing in like the modern day. We had in the past we had a lot less of like those why is this happening moments. We could all just kind of look at it and be like, yeah, Morphling was picked in 80% of TI games, and then in the other 20% he was banned. But the articles that the Dota devs do are never to do with balance. They're more to do with like the technical side of developing Dota, or like or some of those other decisions, fixing like a bug. They did one about there was like this long-standing techies bug that they had to fix, and like the road to fixing it was not so simple. But like my part of like my big reason about being against like explaining like your changes is in Han when we got a patch, it felt like there was less for us to figure out. There was less of us drawing conclusions, and people would explore less because S2 had just explained to us the cause, effect, and blah blah blah. Right? And in Dota, I've noticed that a lot more people experiment because like you have to interpret the patch. And sure, like there's people like Purge or like me that you can go watch, but even then, like we don't, we still leave a lot to be desired. When I write up my patch notes and send it to Ice Frog, I write up reasons because I'm explaining it in like a private setting. And some of the changes that I make like kind of need them because they seem insane because I'm not entirely balancing for like pro Dota. Because I am trying to balance like how we used to balance Dota, which was mostly for the 99% of people who played the game, but also making sure that we don't ruin it for the 1% of pros. Because I think now that I'm older and wiser, I agree with what I was doing before, and I think it's just unsustainable to like purely balance the game from like a top-down perspective. You need to balance it from like two perspectives. Because the pros don't play the same game as us. Like quite literally, like we can't play captain's mode. So it's just insane to balance the game entirely around captain's mode. You're balancing the game for like less than 500 people and subjecting millions of people to what those like less than 500 people do. And there are times definitely still where like these changes are more aimed at us mere mortals, right? But there's still just like a whole lot of times where you're like, this does not make fucking sense for most of us. And I think also a large part of the problem is that I think that the place that they listen to the most now, rather than the play Dota forums, which was like a higher percentage of players, because that's where you had to go to get patches. Because most people who were hosting Dota would kick people who were downloading the map for a multitude of reasons. And so if you wanted to get like to play Dota All Stars, you had to go to like join Dota or play Dota, and download the map, which was also like where the forums were. So there was like a higher conversion rate of like players to forum posters, right? But now, like, we've lost that kind of touch to the game, which is good because having to go download the map from like a third party source was also kind of shitty, and it was also shitty that you had to acquiring that information because you would just get automatically kicked from a Dota All Stars lobby for 99% of hosts. So you never, however, you're supposed to learn, you're supposed to go to this website and download the right version of the map, right? But now the place that they go to listen to is not even like the Valve Dota forums. I'm not talking about the Steam powered user forums. I'm talking about a separate forums that they have for Dota. It's like Reddit. And Reddit predominantly don't play the game. There's no way that from what I've seen of that place that most of the people there touch Dota. They watch Dota. They watch the pro scene, but those motherfuckers do not play. But I have been way less happy with like our entire approach to like the balancing and shit of Dota, the these past years than before, and that's many faceted. But one of the large things is just that it doesn't feel like we've got somebody who has like a clearer picture of what the fuck is going on with the game. It feels like the people who are balancing are playing the game a lot less and looking at like hubs a lot less, and there's definitely a very large factor of them not really looking at like what's fun to play with and against and just trying to come up with shit that they want to program, which is, listen, that's Valve. They program what they want to program. But again, that one developer, the 1 to 3 developers' enjoyment versus like the millions of people who have to put up with the output is like, shut the fuck up, dude, and chill the fuck out. Like, I get that it was super cool for you to program the heroes and Black Hole actually like swirling around the epicenter of the black hole, but like, look at the fucking game, like that was not high on the priority list. or like a bunch of other things that are just like, fuck, man. Instead of doing that, could you have worked on Monkey King crashing people's PCs? Because you had to render like 50 versions of Monkey King's fur and shit. There's just a whole lot of that Dota 2 would kind of benefit from somebody slapping hands and being like, what are you doing? There's a lot, and some of this addresses some of like Chancellor's and I's complaints. Things like my problem with the homogenization of Dota, where heroes are becoming like less and less unique over time. Not just because there are new heroes, but because like we are flattening like power curves, generally speaking. Or my the thing I complain about, where modern Dota feels like it's made to be fun for me, but not for thee. That a hero isn't designed to make a match of Dota more interesting, but for me to be fun and disregarding the other 9 players in the game's enjoyment. Like, for the most part. Techies is like an outlier in this, but so many heroes have become so much less fun to play against. A hero like Sand King is just like insanely less fun to play against, but like a bit more fun to play. Earthshaker is a bit more fun to play. I don't think he's nearly as fun as he used to be, but I also recognize I'm an outlier on that, and that I think most people think he's more fun to play now. But he's definitely infinitely less fun to play against. And I think that this, like, if I pull up the hero tab, it's going to be, I don't know, maybe like a third to like half of the hero pool is just kind of falls into this category where it's like, it's mostly fun for the person who plays it. It's only fun on your team because like of their, like, they're good, like they're like a, it's strong, right? Like winning is fun, right? But it's miserable for the other 5 players. And in old Dota, there was a lot less of that. You would be like, oh man, it's unfun to play against AA because I can't heal, right? Or like, oh man, it's unfun to play against Silencer because like he stopped me from doing shit. Right? There are few of these, or it'd be like, oh man, it's unfun to play against techies because like he holds the game hostage or whatever. But like now it feels like there are so many techies, but people don't want to do that because they don't fucking play the game. They watch the pros play, and the pros obviously don't want to speak too much publicly about a lot of this because it's their livelihood. They have a vested interest in telling people that the game is great and that it's healthy in a lot of ways, and it has to reach like a certain threshold for some amount of pros to be like, hey, the game is actually in a terrible spot right now. Problems that old Dota didn't really have because the context was so different. Like, I'm not just saying like old good. I'm saying like old was good because like people didn't base their whole lives around playing Dota like for a career. Right? So they had way less of like a vested interest. No, but there's a nice middle ground, like in the older Dota days, where like they didn't really doom post, but like pro players would just email IceFrog and be like, "Let's talk about this." And like some pro players have come out and talked about it. So like, yeah, I used to just like have like an email chain with IceFrog, and he would like email, like as many of us as he could contact and be like, "What hero do you want reworked? Like, what heroes do you think are like not in a fun spot right now?" So in Invoker, I know I'm spending a long time on this, but this is like a worthwhile rant, I think. Even though I've probably done like all of this before. If you don't care about the rant, you just want to hear me talk about like these number changes and shit, like this patch, then just skip forward to when I scroll down the mouse. Scroll down the screen. For the VOD boys that don't watch these. Anyway, Invoker is like is a very easy example of this. Invoker used to be a 27 spell hero. I've talked about how he was removed and added like twice. And that came about because order used to matter for the essences. So we had 27 spells. And a lot of those spells are just on other heroes now, by the way. Like Death Ward used to be a spell. Shadow Dance on Slark used to be an invoker spell. In many such cases. And so he was starting to rework, and I know that he messaged Black. Black is a now like retired Dota player, but he's friends with Sing Sing. He used to be like one of the top Animage players in the world for sure. And he helped with kind of narrowing down to 10 spells. So Black has said that he was like, yeah, I Ghost Walk was one of my ideas. So Shadow Dance was sort of Ghost Walky, except for the fact that now it's one of the old ags for Ghost Walk where it did an AoE. Also, I moved the screen, which means that the people last patch, Ghost Walk's ags was that it would apply to Invoker's allies near him. And that was what 27 spell Invoker's Shadow Dance did. So that ags was kind of like a callback to that. But Black says that he was part of like the retooling of a lot of them to kind of like narrowing them down into like 10 spells that kind of functioned a bit better. Or I don't remember who, but another pro player also was part of one moment. I don't remember. I lost it. I lost it. But it felt like a lot more healthy. Because again, there was like a lot less money involved. And so, you just had like less of a vested interest, right? Obviously, you don't want to change the game to like make it harder or worse for yourself so that you lose tournaments and shit. Because then you're out of a job. Your life gets harder. And most people don't want to make their life harder for the betterment of the other millions of people who play the game. Which is why I don't approach these there's a lot of these lines in these patches that I don't approach with like as good of faith as I used to, because I don't trust that there was as much thought put into a lot of these. And sometimes it feels like we commit to things that most of us look at and are like, this is dead. Like, this is a bad idea at the drawing board level, not at like the numbers level. Right? Like Nullifier. Nullifier, I keep talking about it, but Nullifier is just so fucking garbage. It should be like Disperser is a way better implemented Nullifier than Nullifier. Like Disperser has a place in the game, even if I don't really like it a lot. But Nullifier is like an item I don't like, and I think is like actively destructive to the game. I also think that Aether Lens is a bit destructive to the game. I don't think supports need Aether Lens. I mean, we do now in a modern Dota because we've balanced the game so much with like Aether Lens in mind, but I think that if we got rid of Aether Lens, it would hurt for like a year and a half. But we would just maybe slowly fix it so that like, we don't rely on so many of these support items and just how strong that they are, because sometimes like we don't think about Aether Lens, and then for like a year we're like, oh fuck, dude, you can glimpse someone from like the whole fucking map away. in many such cases. There's just like an insane amount of power creep in the game that we used to deal with a bit better because we used to just have some patches that had more nerfs. But over time, we've become we've become more and more allergic to just being like, you know what? Fuck this. Like, this needs some number tuning. And if it all falls apart because, like, we lowered the numbers, like, a bit, then the idea was probably garbage. Whereas now, like, I feel in modern Dota, we commit so much to, like, an idea and rely so much on numbers to be like, is it like a failure of a concept? Yes, Bushwhack is a failure of a concept. The spell does too much. Like, just think about it. Think about, I mean, the number problem with Bushwhack is its duration and its fucking damage and its area. But it's like, okay, that's a lot of the spell, dude. That's a lot of the spell. We could fix Bushwhack with numbers, but for some reason they won't. Oh, it's complicated. I'm moving on because I'm at Wisp. Jackie Mount. Liquid Frost bonus damage rescaled -4, -2, -0, +2. Yeah, I think that that's super fair. I think that Liquid Frost was very much too good in like that very early laning phase. To where like you would only use one or the other, depending on like your lane matchup. And now I think that there's a lot more place for mixing in Liquid Frost or Liquid Fire because there's a lot more value uh, in certain situations for one versus the other. Macro Pyre. Linger duration decreased from 2 seconds to 1 second. That's a big F. Aghanim Scepter no longer increases flame width by 70. That's mean. I thought that the width increase was very cool and interesting. I understand, though, that Jakiro is very strong, but I don't really feel like we've touched some of the things that make him so fucking good. So I'm not really sure how much this really moves the needle. I think he's still pretty strong. Maybe a little bit less like dominating in lane. And the Ags is a bit less fun. But also I understand that like maybe Macro Pyre's Ags shouldn't be as insane as it currently is. But I mean, we've also come down from a lot. But I'm gonna move on. Thanks for showing up, Jakiro. You're still beautiful. Juggernaut. Blade Fury. Damage tick interval is no longer based on Juggernaut's attack speed and has been changed to 5 ticks per second. The damage has been changed probably back to what it was before we made this weird fucking decision. I'm not really a big fan of this because it's just another handout that Juggernaut gets where he is allowed to, like... Juggernaut is allowed to always be good, basically. And the attack speed part of Blade Fury, I think was like maybe a good direction where maybe there could be times where Juggernaut is punished for not being ahead and like not for failing his lane and shit. But who cares? I'm not doing the math on the changes here, gamers. Fuck off, Juggernaut. You don't deserve it. Oh, but I will go look at the change log and see. Okay, it's actually still a little bit lower than what it used to be. By like 10, 5, 0, and it's 5 damage higher at level 4 now than what it used to be. Also, just to be clear, I'm talking about something from 2 years ago. Level 20 talent from minus 3-second Blade Fury cooldown replaced with plus 90 Blade Fury DPS. Take the Healing Ward, Talents. Keeper of the Light. Ezalon. Recall, Chakra Magic is now applied only to the teleport target. Movement speed buff is still applied to both Keeper of the Light and the target. Oh yes, for the 0 people I saw taking Recall. Thank you for this. I'm like the only fucking person, bro. Spirit Form, cast range bonus decreased by 25, 50, 75. Definitely felt and noticed, but I don't know, this feels out of nowhere to me. I didn't think that anybody was picking this hero, really. Level 15 talent, chakra magic cooldown reduction decreased from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. It really depends on the game there, if you've got anybody that really can abuse chakra magic. But I think that's like a little lame. Yeah, I don't know. I think this changes to Coddle a little lame. I didn't think that the hero was really problematic like at all, except for maybe the Ags. And Blinding Light being like pretty fucking good. But I mean, in modern Dota, it's okay. Wow. Words, 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 words.
No one escapes.
Alright, give me a second. I'm grabbing like a cookie or two. Alright. Has gained 0.5 health regen. Gained some base attack speed as well for some fucking reason.
My swords are ready.
I'm not going to read all of this to you. I'm going to summarize, synthesize, really. So give me a moment. It's just a lot to read out. I didn't even know that katana.
For the Kazurai.
It's just too much on one hero, man. He's got to lose two abilities. This change here is an 8% increase to this number, but it hinders the katana side when it comes to items like dataless, items that don't give him agility. So it's like it's sort of an improvement, but it actually opens up like a lot of other items to be doing like a crazy amount of damage, like diffusal. Diffusal does like a ton of damage. Grappling Claw no longer has lifesteal. Hmm. Echo Slash is mostly the same. It's getting some pretty sizable buffs. Minus 50 cast range. Wow. 100% slow at level 4? At least the slow has like a set time, but I don't know. This is. The no longer has lifesteal is huge. It's a big win. But I think we're gonna ruin it somewhere along here. No longer applies health regen reduction. It did? I really think that the damage being additional damage per second is so insane. Wow. Okay. Sure, buddy. The damage over time that he deals now for most of the levels adds basically a 35% damage, 49, 63, and 77. So that's more for those first three levels, but less for that last level. And it's 5, 7, 7, and then minus 5. Which is just an insane amount. That he hits you fucking ridiculous. It's such an insane way to make us dispel against this hero that basically no cost to him is like the biggest problem. Has impales a target landing attack on it, setting speed and turn rate to 0 for 0.6 seconds. Actually 0 move speed. Actually 0? Target also takes 50% of current lead stacks as burst damage. Oh, cool. Does it get rid of them? Cast range 200. Okay, yeah, but he's got an ability that takes you to them. And it costs 50, cooldown. Pretty fucking low. This attack can proc attack modifier similar to regular attacks. They are not added to the burst damage added after the effects. Reworks the shard. Adds 100% lifesteal off the attack dealt on impalement. If the impalement was made from behind in a 105-degree cone, the blow was replaced with a stun, and the number of bleed stacks is increased from 50% to 100%. Okay, so you just literally always buy this shard, by the way. That shard is crazy. That shard is like 4 sentences, where each sentence is its own shard. Raptor Dance. 1 second channeling was replaced with a 1 second cast time. Still cannot be cancelled by Kez. This means if you stun him and interrupt it, it won't be put on cooldown. And it's affected by cast speed bonuses like Yasha and Kaya. Oh, fuck me. Strikes count increased from 234 to 4. Base damage rescaled. So it's less at all levels. No. Considerably more at the last level. Max health has damage decreased from 4% to 3%. Sure. Oh, lifesteal penalty for illusions. Okay, he's super fucking broken. This is what we're currently at on this hero, by the way. I think he might be more broken. No, the losing the lifesteal on grappling claw is big, but I don't know, man. This hero just does too much on their own. The one-man army. Falcon Rush now provides low resistance during the buff. Secondary attacks damage decrease from 100% to a lot less. But it scales back up pretty nicely. No longer increased by AoE bonuses? I didn't even know it was. Cooldown rescaled. Starts a little higher, ends a little lower. Us. That's so fucked up that it used to work on Ethereal. Silence duration increased. Fucking wild, bro. Mark no longer provides True Strike. Okay, okay. Jesus. I don't know. This guy, we gotta. Somebody's gotta do something to stop this guy. Like, I'm. Come on. Can I just read this? Oh my god. Okay, here's the synopsis, and I'm not going to give this too much more time out of my day. This hero is still just absurdly broken. It's just kind of shifted some of the brokenness, but like we haven't addressed, I think, some of the core problems that are wrong, and it's that the hero is basically like a souped up version of Invoker. I mean, Kez is like more Invoker than Invoker to a degree, in the sense that he's got like a million spells that he can just kind of sling out and just do a million different things, and he covers all of his own bases. But he puts out just an absurd level of damage, and stuns, and silences, and manipulates vision. The hero is broken, and fuck him. Admiral Kunkka. Frog Blossom, X marks the spot. Upon return now applies Ghost Ship's Admiral's Rum buff to Kunkka himself. That's a pretty significant buff, and that makes it a bit more competitive with High Tide. But I would say more often than not, you should still be going High Tide. A reminder that Ghost Ship's rum is like twice as effective as Admiral's rum, and also it not being based on Kunkka being near them or whatever is also like a pretty big step up. Legion Commander, outfight them. Now levels up with Duel. Instead of increasing health, healing, health regen, lifesteal, and cell lifesteal by 50%, now increases health restoration by 30, 40, 50, 60%. Okay, so it scales as well. But also moved it over to the simpler term. Now applies when attacking enemy heroes that are equal or higher level than you, instead of only higher level enemy heroes. Wow. I'm begging you to rework this. Ugh. Dota, make a hero not fucking obnoxious challenge. Impossible. I don't really want to go into why it's annoying, but it just kind of, it's like another one of those things where it kind of feels like the hero can't ever, like, be at a disadvantage. Like, oh wow, Dazzle is the same level as Legion, so now whenever she procs Moment of Courage during Duel, she gets 40% more health. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I guess. I don't know, like, how the fuck does that seem fair at all? Leshrac. Phronoptic Nourishment. No longer improves with Pulse Nova's level. Damages mana restore rescale from 14, 21, 28, 35% to 25%. So that's plus 11, plus 4, minus 3, minus 10. I mean, it's better for the early game where it matters like the most, but I actually really like this idea. I just think we kind of need to tweak it a bit. I think that there's legs to this idea, for sure. Split Earth Shard additional cast decrease from 3 to 2. Yippee! One step closer to reworking the shard. Like we should. Lich! Removed the Frostbound Faucet. That's the one where it would circle around people.
Permafrost.
New faucet, Evil Eye. Sinister Gaze. Sinister Gaze applies an evil eye debuff that will deal additional 10, 15, 20, 25 damage every time Lich deals magic damage to that target. It amplifies received movement slows by 50%. Evil Eye debuff duration lingers up to 2 times the elapsed Sinister Gaze channel duration. Abilities and items that do not proc from other abilities not trigger the additional. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sure. That's pretty good. That's really good, especially with Ags. I kind of like Growing Frost, though. Because I think it's really cool. But I guess Growing Frost loses its efficacy at level 25. Wait, no. No, it doesn't, because there is no unlimited bounces anymore. Okay. Okay, let me keep reading. Sinister Gaze, mana drain per second, increase from 15% to 20%. Yeah, it's pretty good. No longer has extended duration on creeps. This means that when you Sinister Gaze, like a creep camp, that you are not gaining anywhere near as much, which is very sad. But it should still pay for itself most of the time, right? Because they only have to have like 100 mana for it to pay for itself, but it's just not going to be nearly as like lucrative as it was. Chain Frost. Now the orb lingers for 2 seconds if there are no current targets to bounce to. The orb will bounce to a new target if one becomes available within the linger duration. Okay, so we just stopped making it a faucet and it's just part of the hero. I hate that. I think that Frostbound and like its effect was honestly too good. I think it's a little too easy to play around and very, very annoying to play against. And there's just so many like obnoxious things about it that I would very much like the concept to either go or to be drastically reduced. Like maybe have it linger for like half a second, right? Even that I think is a little too kind. But 2 seconds is pretty long. Yeah. Not as bad as like the 4 seconds it used to go up to, because it used to be like 2, 3, 4 or something around there. Maybe it was like 1.5, 3, 4.5 or something like that. Maybe it was 1.5, 2.5, 3.5. Somewhere in that ballpark. And that shit was fucking awful. I really don't like it. It's just too much power for the Lich. Too easily. Not earned. Bounces can now damage and slow Roach. Previously only affected Roach if he was the cast target. Okay? Weird. Ice Spire. Hero hits to kill, decrease from 5 to 4. Creep hits to kill, decrease from 10 to 8. Sure. Lich is so strong. They fucking love Lich, dude. It's crazy how much like one developer at Valve is like, no, 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 you don't understand. Like we can't nerf Lich. Man, he's like my hero. What am I supposed to do if we do that? You're like, okay, yeah, but like did you see him like destroying a hero like 20,000 or 30,000 net worth above him? And you're like, yeah, but does that really matter? And like, yes! Yes, it matters. He's not nearly as bad as like back then, but it's not great, right? Life Stealer. Base strength decreased by 2. Damage at level 1 decreased by 2 as a result. Yeah. Gore Storm. Infest damage over time debuff is now undispellable. Okay, yeah. That just makes sense. Beast. Heal from target's max health rescaled. Plus 0.5, plus 0.25, plus 0, minus 0.25. Again, sure. Max health damage rescaled to be the same numbers. Infest. Creep max HP loss a second decreased from 210 to 1.5, 0.750. That's minus 0.5, minus 0.25, minus 0. Sure. I actually thought that this creep health loss thing was on the faucet. So kinda learning here. But sure. Let them stay indefinitely in the creeps at level 3. I think that really what this is just gonna do is it's gonna result in less people infesting creeps. Which I kinda like, because I really fucking hate ganking a lifestealer. And then like we have to have like double the stuns because or disables because he like hopped into a creep and now we have to stun the creep because the creep moves at like light speed. Right? And blah blah blah. But sure, I don't know. I haven't really seen too much Lifestealer, but I actually think he's still super good. I think Open Wounds is like a menace on society to a degree right now. But I don't really know how much people have caught on to that. Lena, combustion. Overheat damage increased. I cannot believe I'm reading Lena buffs. By 5 at all levels. Just absolutely fucking ridiculous, dude. We'll never learn. One developer at Valve who really loves feet, really carrying Lena right now. Laguna Blade, damage increased by 0, 50, 100. Just, we actually have a spell in Dota that in like 1 second it says that it does 1,000 damage. Jesus Christ, man. We've fallen so far. Loin, Finger of Death cooldown decreased by 10, 5, 0 seconds. Ag's cooldown increased by 10, 10, 10 seconds. So now with Ag's, Finger only goes down to a 30-second cooldown, which is still very, very low. Still very, very good. But yeah, I don't know. Lion and Lena both like this is. I think this is kind of good because it kind of incentivizes people to stop buying Ag so much on Lion. And it's such a do everything item for him that I don't really know if we need to encourage him any more than we already do to buy it. I think it's kind of nice that we kind of hit it with like a stick. Lone Druid, summon Spirit Bear. Gem works on the bear. Okay, I didn't know that it stopped. Pretty sure it used to work, so I don't really know what happened. Lycan. Spirit Wolves, the bonus health got increased by 0, 5, 10, 15. Shut up, bro. Wolfbite can now be used on allied creep heroes. So you could use it on bear. I think golems are still allied creep heroes. So that's neat. Level 20 talent shapeshift duration increased from plus 6 seconds to plus 7 seconds. Woo! It's pretty competitive. I thought it was already competitive, so it's just like better, but I think it's still within reason to choose either one. Bag Moose! Shockwave slow duration decreased by 0.3. 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 0? Okay. Seems fine. I mean, I think that spell is just still way too good. Chance is probably like screaming like, no, why does it slow at all? And you're like, you gotta pick your battles. You gotta start fighting, you gotta start taking reasonable fights and being like, hey, does it need to slow for that long? Or like, hey, maybe touch like the damage. You gotta work with them, right? Skewer, shard, tree hit damage increased by 10, cliff damage increased by 25. Again, I don't really know why we're doing this at all. I like the idea, but I mean the ability just does like a million damage. To also just increase it for the second time. So I don't know. Shit's fucked. Magnus is definitely somebody's favorite hero. RC, agility gain increased by 0.4. Damage gain per level increased by 0.2. Don't know why this is a hero that gains 3 damage per level, but sure. Dispose, damage rescaled, so minus 15, minus 0, plus 15, plus 30? Huh? Huh? Rebound, mana cost decreased from 75, 90, 105, 120. So minus 5, minus 10, minus 15, minus 20. Fuck off. Bars! Dauntless. HP regen per extra enemy increased from 50% to 70%. Radius decreased from 900 to 700. Sure, Mars, but like, chill out, man. And then the level 10 Dauntless talent increased from 10% to 20%, so you can get up to 90% increased HP regen if you're outnumbered. But I don't know, it's so fucking weird. Just chill the fuck out, Mars. The M's are beloved by the Dota developers, and I'm getting a little tired of it. Medusa, no change to undulation. An insanely unfun faucet, dude. Fucking mind blowing. Mystic Snake base damage decreased by 0, 10, 20, 30. Wow. Mana gain rescaled from 14, 15, 16, 70% to 15%. So that's plus 1, plus 0, minus 1, minus 2. Sure. I guess that's a little nice, but like. No, like, who are you, bro? The damage decrease is a lot more than like we think it is because it does increase the bounces. I know, but the spell does like actually like a million damage, and it does so much for her that I don't think it's that unreasonable to be like this shit needs to be hit like a little bit harder, or maybe we touch the faucet that's like super unfun to play against. Gorgon's Grasp mana cost increased from 40, 60, 80, 100 to 65, 85, 105, 125. Yes, this is so much more fair. I love this change. Make her pay for it. Make her pay her health for this. That's plus 25, plus 25, plus 25, plus 25. Again, I think that this is fair. I think that this is basically balanced. Stone Gaze mana cost increased from 200 to 250. Also, I think pretty fair. It's been very hard as of late to deny a Medusa a Stone Gaze, and this lowers the threshold for that by quite a bit. But again, Mana Shield is just super fucking broken the way that it works. Mystic Snake just does so much. Undulation is super unfun to play against, so I'm begging you for larger, more sweeping Medusa changes. Meepo! Meepone! Base armor decreased by 1. Get owned. For Meepo, divided we stand. Clone stats increased from 85% to 90%.
Mischief for mischief.
You gotta choose more Meepo. So, sure. I mean, sure. I guess. Oh, that's not really much to say. Piranha, leaps and bounds. Root duration increase from 1.1, 1.4, 1.72 to 1.5, 1.75. So plus 0.4 plus 0.35 plus 0.3 plus 0.25. What the fuck is this shit?
Mirana and Mount attending.
What the fuck?
We ride in perfect union.
Damn, that's really good. I think that more people should be taking that. Monkey King removed Wukong's Faithful Faucet. That is the one where you could step out of the circle and it would keep going. You were allowed to like step out of it for like 3 seconds.
About this fight.
Changing of the guard. While Wukong's command is active, Monkey King gains a changing of the guard ability, which allows him to transform into any one of his soldiers. Upon cast, Monkey King takes the place of the soldier closest to the target location for 1.5 seconds. And leaves another one in his stead. While transfigured, Monkey King is indistinguishable from other soldiers and invulnerable. It can't issue commands. Cast point of 0.3 seconds, mana cost 25, cooldown 3 seconds. Wow, that's really good. And I think it's kind of fun for him, but I think pretty unfun for the enemy. I would love it if there was a bit more counterplay. It being indistinguishable is kind of a lot because you have no idea where he's gonna come out of this. I mean, obviously, yeah, he's like weaker if he does this, but and invulnerable. So it's just like a guaranteed full duration Wukong. Like as soon as you press the buttons for this, I don't know. That's kind of cringe, bro. But I guess he gets to do less to stop you from leaving. I mean, he relies on like his team for that, but I don't know. I'm bouncing back and forth. I'm like, this part of it's good, this part of it's bad for him. But I think ultimately it just kind of comes down to Monkey King gains invulnerability. So yeah, I mean the other faucet is also just insanely broken. So kind of like a battle of the baddies, you know. But the baddies are actually goodies. Primal Spring cast range decreased from 1,000 to 800. It's a pretty sizable nerf, to be honest. Jingu Mastery counter duration decreased by 1.5 seconds, 1 second, 0.5 seconds, 0 seconds. Yeah, that seems pretty fair. This probably makes it like possible to maybe lane against him as a melee hero, but not by a lot. I would say that this only widens the gap or narrows the gap by like a little bit. Morphling. Strength gain decreased from 3.2 to 2.6. Base mana regen decreased from 0.5 to 0. Shift rate decreased by 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Make the hero harder again. I think that we should really just... I think the one-stop shop for fixing this will be to fix the way that it does morph or attribute shift so that he doesn't just gain the infinite free health that he does in lane right now. Because, I don't know, it's just super unfun to play against. But also, to be fair, morph has to deal with, you know, like, orbital corrosion and shit now. And it goes, like, pretty crazy against him, so... morph replicate sub ability cooldown increase from 1 second to 2 seconds. What do you mean, sub ability?
My waters rise.
I guess it means swapping between the two, so you can't do it as rapidly. Sure. Okay. Level 20 talent from plus 15 or plus 20 agility to plus down to plus 15. I think you should have been taking this adaptive strike cooldown anyway. Like, honestly, 15 agility is just like a drop in the bucket by level 20. The 35 strength is pretty different. But sure, happy to see these kind of Morphling changes. I would love for Morphling to see a little bit of like a paradigm shift again, because I really fucking hate attribute shift right now. I think it's super unfun to play against. Huerta, remove the Ofrenda faucet. Quick draw, McGraw. Dead shot. Whenever an enemy is feared, Gunslinger proc chance increases to 1.5 times the base chance for 5 seconds. Gunslinger. Each time Gunslinger procs, the remaining dead shot cooldown is reduced by 1 second. Also affects charge restoration time.
Look at me. Stare you dead in the face.
This actually competes with the calling faucet. Both of these are takeable. Good. Very good. Because Deadshot is like super fucking broken, and reducing its cooldown by 1 second is a lot. But having the mana for it is kind of difficult, actually. I like this faucet. I think it's pretty neat. Might need some number tweaking, to be honest. 1 second feels like a lot, and a little at the same time. It doesn't feel quite there. I don't know. Something to be done about this. But I kind of like the idea. Level 20 talent, 2 Deadshot charges with the plus 2 second pierce the veil duration. Level 25 talent from plus 25% magic resistance placed with plus 2 Deadshot charges. Yes, the 2 Deadshot charges definitely should not be a level 20 talent. It is level 25 tier for sure. I like the pierce the veil duration talent, but I honestly think it should be a level 25. I think that the rest of the tree is pretty okay, sort of, kind of. But let's move on. Good changes to Muerta. I like it, I think. Personally, I might still be the other faucet, just because I think that the calling is so important. Naga Siren. Base agility increased by 1. Damage at level 1 increased by 1. Deluge. No longer reduces enemy status resistance. Damage increased by 0, 10, 20, 30. Max movement speed decreased from 240 to 230. Yep. Okay. The status resistance thing is pretty insane that they just like removed it though. I'm happy because I think all status resistance should just be like removed from the game. Ensnare. Aghanim Scepter now also applies break to the target. Holy! That's kind of crazy. That's like a a 5-second break, bro. Song of the Siren cooldown decreased by 20, 10, 0. Sure. I think people have been skipping it at level 6, and I think that this might cut down on that a little bit. But also, you know, most people don't want to see this ability come back because, like, most people think it's super anti-fun. Level 25 talent, Ensnare applies break, replaced with plus 25 agility. I'm gonna be real with you. Take your mirror image cooldown. Very good. Especially now that there are like less heroes in the game that just get to like instantly delete your illusions. Furia. Attack range decreased from 620 to 600. Yep, shouldn't have ever had more than 600 to be honest. Removed Ironwood Trent Faucet. Woo! Let's go. That shit was awful. Cancer. If we need a little time capsule of a post here, let me just go ahead and say that that shit was like basically always broken. I don't like it. I may have argued against it in some cases, but uh, they buffed it enough and like reworked some other things as well, like you know his innate, that it ended up just being super broken, and without changing several other things, I don't really know if it could really function. Especially with like the values that we ended up, where it was just kind of like chunking towers, and like most supports like can't possibly kill it unless they drop like a finger of death on it. But then you're dropping like finger of a death on what's basically a creep that he can summon every 17 seconds. Uh, Soothing Saplings, healing mechanic reworked. Now enchants all trees in a 1200 AoE around the sprout. Each enchanted tree emits a 175 radius healing aura, no longer heals buildings. Heal per second increased by 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, sure. Seems neat. Level 15 talent from plus 100 teleportation barrier replaced with plus 30% sprout heal per second. Okay. That's a lot. But it doesn't heal towers anymore, so I think a huge step down on its actual effectiveness. Because you used to just be able to heal your buildings as Furion, like while you were farming, basically. That's super strong. Sprout is just super broken. Nature's Prophet. This is a reference to an old comic, by the way, where we would call him Nature's Prophet because people used to just farm on him and blah 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 blah. Anyway, whenever an enemy hero is killed by Furion or dies within 750 range of him, 2 seconds later, a money tree grows in their place. Each tree spawns 2 gold bags every second, which can be picked up by any hero. Each gold bag grants gold equal to 1.5 times of the killed hero's level. Each money tree has a lifespan of 3 seconds. Gold bags are created in 200-250 radius from the tree and disappear for 15 seconds lying on the ground. Gold bags are automatically picked up by heroes with a 50 range of them. Money tree provides 2 times Tango healing, similarly to Ironwood tree. I saw this yesterday in game, and it's really not that big of a deal. I kind of wish that they would crank it up like a little bit. I think that there's some cool thing to explore here, but the execution is a little underwhelming in all regards, in like flashiness, but also in like efficacy. But I obviously don't want it to be too insane because then Nature's Prophet is just bounty hunter. Like we don't want it to be that. We want it to be more like risky. Like maybe I think the tree should actually take longer. It should be something you kind of have to stick around and do because then we're incentivizing Furions less from just warping all over the place and maybe kind of taking root a little bit, right? But it's rough. It's a hard balancing act there. But I think that they're digging. This is another meme idea, but this one seems like it's got more legs than some of the other memes, right? And honestly, they've earned it with some of these other ideas because they're cool, and I think maybe they have a place in the game. Level 15 talent from plus 100 teleportation barrier replaced with plus 1 nature's prophet gold bags per tick. Oh, that's neat. That seems like a very good talent. Yeah, that seems like a very good talent. I think you should probably take that one. Sprout, damage decreased by 0, 5, 10, 15. Literally no one cares. Honestly an insult that you even wasted a patch line on this. Teleportation. Barrier decreased from by 30, 20, 10, 0. Wow. Okay. Decreased by like by less than an attack. Okay. I don't know. It's super weird. Necro. Necrolite. Sadist. Mana regen per kill increased by 0.5. 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Death Pulse heal increased by 15, 10, 5, 0. That opens up like a little bit more space to favor Heartstopper over Death Pulse, but also it opens up a bit more room for an earlier point in Ghost Shroud and using Ghost Shroud like a bit more in lane, but I'm not really sure how much that works out in practice because like Death Pulse is also your damage, it's not just your healing. Right? So anytime like you decide to not take a point in Death Pulse, you're reducing your damage by a lot. And your damage is also your healing, because it's also your status, so it's also your mana regen, right? It all interconnects to such a fine degree that it's hard for me to say, like, yeah, just take a point in something else besides Death Pulse. It feels like Death Pulse is like the most important thing that you put points into. Level 10 talent from 125 Reaper Scythe cast range replaced with minus 2.5-second Ghost Shroud cooldown. Holy shit. That is such an insane nerf to Necro. Uh Wow, that's a huge blow. Necro is kind of in shambles there. That talent is very good, and I basically yelled at most people for even considering taking the other one. In most games, not all games, some games there you had like a little bit more reason to take it, but holy shit, dude. Uh,
Plague spreader.
yeah. The cast range on Scythe is super nice and super necessary. So I think Necro may have just died a bit as a hero. Balinar, Voidbringer. Void level 5 now also increases the move slow from 50% to 60%, also increases the attack slow from 50% to 60. Level 5 at night becomes ground targeted, increasing 50 radius. That's pretty crazy. That's super good, but I think basically everybody is just going to take their 5th point in Hunter of the Night. Because it also changes the day-night cycles and, you know, also increases and decreases the cycle, so Night Rain kind of does a lot. But I think that they need, if they really want to commit to this, they've got to change the innate to do something to day and night, kind of like this. But I really hope that they don't. Uh,
Sunshine.
what the? Oh, because of day and night.
I die a little every morning.
Level 20 talent, plus 20 strength down to plus 15 strength. Yeah, but I think people are just gonna think it's crippling fear DBS. That's also really strong. Night Stalker is like a really big problem. I think he's super unfun right now. I think we really need to relook at some of things, but maybe it just wasn't on the plate for this patch because there were like other changes that kind of took precedence, or maybe just the developers have no idea how unfun he is to play against. It's crazy unfun. Sometimes when I'm playing against him, I'm like, fuck it. I'd rather the enemy team have an anti-mage. Nyx Assassin, the Nerubian Assassin. Nyx sense radius increased by 50. Fight Carapace cooldown decreased by 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds. That's pretty hype. Carapace is kind of fun to play with and a little fun to play around for some heroes, but for some heroes it's miserable, right? But I think that there's a lot of fun when I have a finger reflected back at me, I laugh. That's just kind of on them, the games, right? But sure, I think that the Nyx the Sense change is really cool. I actually think that Nyx the Sense is pretty fun. Neat. I like it as an innate. Ogre Magi, base strength increase from 23 to 25, so he's got 2 more starting damage. Ignite slow rescaled from 20, 23, 26, 29 to 25%. So it's plus 5, plus 2, plus -1, -4. What a weird scaling ability. Pretty good. Ogre, I think, is in a good spot right now. I actually kind of like this change. It makes it a little bit easier for him to exert his body in the lane, but it makes him a bit weaker later, where I thought that he was a little bit stronger than he probably should have been. Not that he was strong, but I think heroes should have strengths and weaknesses. Omni Knight, Hammer of Purity. Mana cost decreased to 0, so -30, -35, -40, -45. Now briefly slows the target movement speed by 75% for 0.2 seconds. Now also increases attack range by 75 for the hit.
Omniscient light.
Okay. Cool. Uh so it's like Janata-ish, right? Which is fine. I'm not a huge fan of it costing 0 mana. I'm not a huge fan of it kind of making like the comeback that it looks like it's going to, because it kind of feels like maybe we're just gonna be like, okay, we don't really know what to do with the hero, so let's return him to when he was designed around this fucking bullshit. I don't know. I just think that there's more we could be doing with Omni Knight that we're not. But he's in just kind of like a weird spot where he's just one of those heroes that it feels like the developers have sort of forgotten about. Maybe because they just don't know what to do. Oracle, attack range increased by 5? Huh? Why? Prognosticate now also foretells which power rune will spawn. Pressing Alt will now display which rune will spawn and a timer before it spawns. I'll have to see it to really talk about it, but sure, no, it makes it better, and hopefully it's like less annoying to use. Fate's Edict, cast range rescaled from 500, 600, 700, 800 to 700, so that's plus 200, plus 100, plus 0, minus 100. Yeah, I've always thought that Oracle's just requires like a little bit too much brain power at the moment. So, let's basically remove. Oh my god, dude, this spell is a 1-point wonder. I gotta take a picture of this for Chancer. No, it's so frustrating. Oracle used to be such a cool hero where like you had to make like decisions and he had like weird and complicated mechanics and we just kind of like smooth brained all of that out. Man, it's so fucking lame. It's so lame how like cool Dazzle is, I think, right now, and how interesting, like there's like a lot of dynamics there with him, with like his faucet, and also, you know, like he's got like the innate back to a degree, and like poison touch is like a lot of fun. And then like Oracle, it's like we've just like stripped things away and stripped more and more and more and more and more away until he's just this fucking so boring by comparison, man. It's crazy. So sad. Obsidian Destroyer. Level 10 talent for a plus 250 mana is now 200. It's minus 50. Level 15 talent for current mana is movement speed decreased from 1% to 0.8%. Yeah, almost like that talent just should not exist. That talent is super fucking broken. You should basically always take it. Because Odie already moves fast, and if you make him move just like a little bit faster, there are next to no heroes who can escape him, and he's a hero that can just like put you in a bubble for 3 seconds, run next to the bubble, and then just attack you as you try to. It's just fucking insane. Level 20 talent, Sanity's Eclipse mana difference multiplier decreased from plus 0.2 to plus 0.15. Sure, both of those level 20 talents are still insanely good, though, so I kind of take your pick, whichever one you're feeling like. You close your eyes and just click. I don't really know if you can go wrong. Pangolier! Double jump, shield crash, min damage, barrier, damage slash barrier increased from 25% to 30%. I actually cannot fucking believe that you're buffing double jump, let alone buffing Pangolier, because like we oscillate every other month between saying this hero is fucking broken and then the people say he's useless at the pro level, but then like they just constantly lose to him and they're like, yeah, but he's a bad hero because he's not like a less than 50% win rate. Or some other bullshit. I'll tell you what's fucking part of him having a less than 50% win rate. People probably fucking taking the other goddamn faucet. Let's go take a quick little look see. Not that stats are everything. This is not. I mean, I could be wrong here, but let's go fucking take a quick little look. Thunderbolt 47%, double jump 44%. Wow. Oh, some truly horrendous players out there. People who don't, I think, attack modifier max like they're supposed to. I've got a 100% win rate on this hero. Like, you literally just have to build attack modifiers. Just fill your inventory with javelins. Unironically. And your life will be just so much easier. You'll realize that every time you swashbuckle, you're doing upwards of like 300 or 400 damage. And you'll be like, wow, this is so fucking dumb. And I'll be like, yeah, I know. I know. Ugh. Frustrating. Level 15 talent. Shield, crash, barrier per hero increase from plus 80 to plus 90. Both of those are really good, but honestly, I think the shield crash one's better. But it's pretty close. Thanks for showing up, Pangolier. Fuck you. It would be fine if you had reduced like efficacy of the procs. If he just had a reduced efficacy on procs,
Life is but a game.
like I would be so much happier. It would all be fine. But you don't, so fuck you. More Trent. Blur now is an innate ability that improves with coup de grace level. Values were not changed. Really. No longer dispelled when near enemy outposts, watches, or base buildings, other than 8 towers slash ancient. Yeah. Now dispelled when attacking Roche or enemy barracks. Now upgraded with Aghanim's Shard. Decreases cooldown by 10, 10, 10, 10. Anytime Phantom Assassin gets a hero kill, her ability cooldowns advance 60% of their max cooldown values. Immaterial is now a basic ability. Bonus evasion changed from 20 plus 1% per hero level to 20, 30, 40, 50%. Alright, so you can get your evasion way earlier, but you actually have to spend points on it. Means that, like, you actually have to... You can't just, get all of your important abilities naturally. This is, like, better, but it does just mean that, like, at level 7, we could be dealing with a 50% evasion hero, which, again, it does take 4 ability points, and, like, you've really got to sacrifice things to max immaterial first. I'm going to call it Blur. I'm not going to call it immaterial. And that's going to be confusing to people. But no, I'll call it immaterial. It's just it's just so annoying, man. But I think it's way better this way. Yeah, it's just gotta be better. It's just gotta be. Especially now that Blur is like a bit more time gated as well. And it's got some more like stipulations, like you can't be hitting a Rax and be in fucking invisible and shit. I think this is just way better, but I'm still not super enthused. But let me finish Phantom Knives. Phantom Knives is now the Ags. Max health damage increased by 2%. Break duration increased by 1 second. Cooldown decreased by 6 seconds. This is way more fair, but part of the problem is that, like, no one's gonna fucking buy this, dude. They basically just removed Phantom Knives. And they like made the old Ags like way more accessible. Not as good as the old Ags. It's not as good as the old Ags, but it's still pretty fucking good. So at least that's a big plus that PA isn't quite the team demolishing monster that they were before. Ags, we won't see Fan of Knives nearly as much, and we won't see like a Fan of Knives into a kill into another Fan of Knives, and like your whole team is dead. So that's kind of nice. But at the same time, again, like this hero is still super broken. Like people just have to do a lot of what they were doing before, but they're not going to. They're going to decide to not do that because they're dumb. But the tools are still there. Phantom Lancer. Base health regen increased by 0.5. Spirit Lance is no longer the Ags. Phantom Rush is a new Ags. Increases the max rush distance by 625. Whenever Phantom Lancer rushes through enemies, he creates juxtaposed illusions that attack them. He gains phased movement. There's just no mention that this is phased movement, so how would he rush through an enemy? Whenever he touches an enemy, I guess? This is like not the world's best Ags. I don't really know if this is worth 4,000 gold. Unless the illusions
We are but a simple servant.
We rush.
There's more to this.
Prepare for battle.
Now. There. Onward. Easily. Forward. We will.
Oh. I mean, it seems like. Oh shit!
We march.
It works on the. Oh yeah, of course it works on the initial one.
Yes. Ready coy. Our pipeline finds you.
But I don't know. It's a little too finicky, I think. They're sort of cooking with this idea though, but it needs a little bit more. But I also kind of really don't want PL's not in like a great spot, I think, design wise. Just a couple of things here and there that I'm not too happy with. I really don't like his innate. I really don't like where like mana burning is in the game. It just feels a little too strong at the moment, and it also like we removed a lot of anti-illusion things. So if he's popular, it doesn't feel like there's as many answers. Level 20 talent plus 300 phantom range rush replaced with plus 15% spirit lance illusion damage. Yikes, take the 6% juxtapose damage. IPL! How close am I? Not. Holy. Phoenix, hotspot. Max damage slash heal increase from plus 150% to 160%, or 150% to 160%, not plus. So plus 10%. Sure. But Dying Light is like very good. I think Dying Light's the winner there. Level 20 talent, Supernova stun duration increased from plus 0.5 to plus 0.6. Bro, shut up. Next. Puck. Curveball, illusory orb. Now also makes orb deal 5% of its damage every 0.5 seconds in its damage radius. Wow, that's really annoying. Fuck off. It's like a little cool, but like Puck has some making up to do to the rest of us. Need to like file an official apology before we're willing to give them this kind of shit. Pudge, they changed the wording. Pugna! Words of Ruin. The spell amp per destroyed tower increased by 0.25%. Decrepify cast range increased by 75, 50, 25, 0. Really good argument for spreading the points around a bit more.
I channel the power of the nether reaches.
I just really love siphoning Ward, even if it's probably worse. I think that it has a bit more utility in the average game of Dota. But I think that the rewards of ruin does not need any more changes. I think that this is too much. I honestly think it should be back down to 1%. I think I have to eat my words that I said like a million years ago, because if you lose some of your towers as Pugna and then take just like a couple, depending on like the speed of the game, it feels like you're unstoppable for like 5 to 7 minutes if you do that. The Cripify change is neat, but I don't really know how much it moves the needle actually. Like I don't really think it. I don't think it's like a game changer. It's just kind of like a little nice. Oh, I'll need to play a little Pugma balls to see how things shake out. Everyone's happy for Itsumi because she got to see me talk about the Pugma changes before she had to leave. Queen of Bane! Bondage. Returning spell damage increased from 15% to 20%.
Pain builds character.
Neat. I mean, this helps out my build by quite a bit. Shadow Strike. Movement slow. Rescale. So +5, +0, -5, -10. Huge nerf, I would say. Uh, Definitely pushing people towards a more evenly distributed skill build, probably trying to get people to skill all three abilities again. But well, I don't really think that this is going to move the needle enough for me. I still think the biggest problem is that Shadow Strike is a very efficient mana to damage ratio. And it's also very like wand efficient. Noted. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that this really changes things for me. It changes things for like the ags. It changes things for like later on in the game where people can kind of feel like crippled because of it. But and that's maybe the goal, but it doesn't change it in like that when I hit level 7 and I've got level 4 of the ability. Which is where I think that they should maybe target like a little bit more if they want me to start taking points in other abilities. No, I need to. I'll talk about it later, but I need to figure out what I'm doing with some more of the alerts. Razor, Dynamo, spell amp per bonus attack damage increase from 1% to 1.25%.
You can't escape the underscape.
I don't know, still like Thunderhead. I don't really think that this changes things. Freaky! Level 10 Cloak and Dagger movement speed increased from +8% to +10%. Fuck off. You should probably take the smoke screen radius though, because the talent is super broken. Level 25 talent. Cloak and Dagger fade delay reduction increased from 1 second to 1.25 seconds. Super fucking cancerous, but so is the other level 25, so you kind of had to pick your poison. If there isn't so much to dispel, there almost always is, then maybe you'll take the fade delay one. But there's actually like some use in having longer fade delay and like baiting people and stuff like that. So it's a little bit more of a decision, and it's also like a little bit of a mind game thing to do. Ringmaster! Dark Carnival Barker. If Ringmaster does not have a souvenir, he'll be granted one upon death instead of upon respawn. Ringmaster will no longer be granted a souvenir if he has no souvenirs and dies to a neutral group or Roche. I didn't realize that we did that, because we usually are pretty good about that. Escape Act! Mana cost increased from 80 to 120. Wow! Cool, it's like the ability has a mana cost now. Bonus movement speed rescaled from 5, 10, 15, 20% to 0, 8, 16, 24. So minus 5, minus 2, plus 1, plus 4. It could just not have the bonus movement speed. My idea. Impalement Arts, impact damage decreased by 25. Yeah, that's fair. I actually think that the spell is basically fine on damage now. I just wish that maybe we could change the duration into something. I don't know. Spotlight, illusion max health loss each second decrease from 50% to 30%. Sure, I guess. I don't know. I thought this was fine, roughly, but I guess maybe it's like too hard of a counter for the people that it counters on a hero that doesn't really need it. But I mean, it's kind of neat to have. I don't know. The box is a way bigger offender than Spotlight. Level 10 talent, plus 200 escape, act, cast range replaced with plus 75 impalement arts impact damage. Wow, that's a lot. But thank God. I think that like literally all escape act talents should just be deleted. I don't know. I think we need to relook at like a lot of this talent tree. It just looks so fucked up, dude. Fuck Ringmaster. Still a little too broken, but we're almost there, honestly. Escape Act is like the last straw. Tame the Beast is fine. Impalement Arts is like mostly fine. The Wheel is mostly fine now. Mostly. It's really close. But Escape Act is just absolutely like absolutely just fucking ridiculous, dude. Rubik, telekinesis. Cooldown decreased from 24, 21. Okay. -1, -1, -1, -1. Thanks for showing up to the patch notes, Rubik, I guess. I don't know. Spell steal. Certain spells that are toggleable and do not have a health or mana cost are no longer stealable. This includes Bulwark, Medusa's Split Shot, Muerta's Gunslinger, and Phantom Lancer's Phantom Rush. Okay, that's fine. Sure. Thanks for showing up to the patch notes, Rubik. Sand King removed Sand Shroud and Dust Devil faucets. Those were both the Sandstorm ones. Maybe we'll get some more variety. Sand Blast. Sandstorm. When Sand King attacks enemies in Sandstorm, he applies a debuff that blinds the target by 20, 30, 40, 50%. Blind duration 5 seconds. Wow. That's insane, dude. That's a lot. That's a menace in the lane. It's so annoying. Final Stinger. Each enemy hero hit by Stinger in innermost radius instantly emits a caustic finale explosion that deals 50% less damage. Doesn't apply to Stinger strikes created by... Okay. That's also pretty good. Enemy hero. Has to be heroes. Caustic Finale base damage increased by 5 at all levels. Dying units max health as damage decreased by 1% at all levels. So probably mostly a net loss by the end of the game, but a little bit stronger at the start of the game. Sandstorm radius increased by 75, 100, 125, and 150. So that's a lot. Sandstorm is massive again. Once again, grants invisibility by default with a 0.7 second fade time. I wish it were just like a little bit longer, like 1 second, man. I hate how short it is. Stinger radius rescaled, so it's +5, +5, -15, -25. Bonus damage rescaled, so it's +15, +5, -5, -15. Okay, no changes to the Ags though. But I guess these changes to Stinger kind of help too. And the fact that Sandstorm doesn't move at all anymore means that the Ags is a lot more bearable because, like, you have a lot more control over whether or not you're in it. I might even say that he's balanced. Level 20 talent from base incremental radius of epicenter decreased from +100 plus 12 to 75, 7. -25 base, -5 per wave. That's fine. I think that's additive with -2-second burrow strike cooldown. Especially given a lot of the other circumstances. Level 25 talent from 35% Sandstorm Slow and Blind replaces 45% Sandstorm Slow. Yeah, no more Blind. That's a good choice. It's just too much. Uh, I think Sand King is definitely better. I think that this is several steps in the right direction. but kind of need to see how new Sandstorm feels. I think it's going to be a lot better since it doesn't have the moving thing. Like it's like a mix of the two now, but it, lost some of the more obnoxious parts of both. But we keep the invisibility, we lose the moving. Oh, Ags is Epicenter, not Sandstorm anymore. It should still be better than what it was because Sandstorm is like less obnoxious, right? And also this level 20 talent should also help out a bit. Moving on. Shadow Demon Menace damage implication per stack increased by 0.5%. There's somebody at Valve that loves Shadow Demon. It's actually insane. I think that people keep consistently saying he's like one of the strongest heroes in the game, and we just keep bumping him. Shadow Friend, Shadow Mire, Shadow Ray's movement slow per stack increased by 3, 2, 1, 0%. But sure, I still really think that the other one is just so much fucking better. It's like not even close. Neko Mastery Hero Kills now grant 3 souls. Sure. But it's kind of a bit much with the other faucet. I think that this should go with this faucet, and then there's like maybe a little bit more competition between them. Feast of Souls. Cooldown increased from 16 to 21 seconds. Mana cost increased by 0, 5, 10, 15. Duration rescaled, so it's plus 0.5, plus 0, minus 0.5, minus 1 second. Cares. Level 15 talent. Presence aura affects buildings replaced with plus 2 presence aura armor reduction. Holy shit. Okay, Shadow Fiend is so close to being like acceptable again. He's actually so fucking close, you guys do not understand. Love this change. Kinda hate this. Sort of like this? I don't know. I'm super mixed on Feast of Souls. And I think that there's more work to be done with Necromastery. The way that like it is. Shadow Shaman, Massive Serpent Ward, damage multiplier increased from 10 times to 12 times. Damage increased by 100, 170, 240? What? That's just insane. And on creation, wards now prioritize the closest enemy hero in their attack range. Also, the health and bounty values are still multiplied by 10. Not the Fuck Shadow Shaman, dude. This hero's got it too good. Also, this is like sort of a downgrade. Because now you have to reselect them to target the building. But I do appreciate them trying to get us to maybe attack buildings a little bit less with them and maybe use them for fights, because it's more fun and cool. Silencer! Removed irrepressible and reverberating silence faucets. Good riddance. Both of those faucets fucking sucked. Synaptic Split. Increases the nice level of glaives to 5. Number of times plus 2 attributes can be levels is decreased by 1. Glaives. Level 5 glaives makes glaives bounce 1 time to a random target within 450 range. The bounce prioritizes heroes and costs mana just like the original attack. Bounce prioritizes heroes and costs mana just like the original attack. And costs mana just so you have to pay for a second.
Silencer comes to war.
Prepare for battle.
Wow. That is rough. Okay. Suffer in silence, or versus Suffer in Silence. Silencer deals 10, 15, 20, 25% more damage to silence targets and takes 10, 15, 20, 25% less damage from them. Improves with global silence. Suffer in Silence. Suffer in Silence is very, very good. I'm just gonna go ahead and lock that one in, bro.
Glaives will silence you.
Synaptic Split is not bad. I want to be very clear on this. It's not a bad faucet, but I think Suffer in Silence is a lot more applicable. Glaives of Wisdom no longer has the shard, because the shard was... It also increased the insteel and the duration, I think. Level 20 talent from the Glaive Bounce, replaced with plus 40-second Glaives of Wisdom insteel duration. Wow. That's pretty long, but I'm gonna go ahead and say, take AoE Last Word! It's very, very good. I'm very happy that Silencer has 2 new faucets, because Reverberating Silence was good. Very good, in fact. A little too good. But I don't think it was very fun to play against. It was definitely at least a little fun to play with. But largely, it's suffered from just being, like, uncounterable and shit. I don't know. The amount that you have to play against it is so much more than what you have to do to play with it, right? And I just think it's lopsided. I say this as someone who loves to play Silencer. It's one of my favorite heroes, right? You know I'm a real one, bro. I'm like, thank God we have, like, more reasonable faucets, because this is really strong. But there's stuff that you can do to play against it. Now, I do think that these numbers are turbo fucked for Suffer in Silence. And I do think that maybe, if it's gonna be both, they need to be lower numbers, but I really think it should be, like, 1 or 2 of these, and maybe there should be something else going on with it. This needs refinement for sure, but I think it's sort of on the right track. I think Silencer should be reveling in people being silenced. Because, like, if you listen to his voice lines and shit, he fucking loves it. He fucking loves silencing people and stopping them from casting spells. So I think it would be kind of cool if, like, we leaned a little bit more into that. But we need to find a way that makes it so it isn't, like, miserable. And I think that this is on the right path for both of these, but not there, for sure. Skywrath! Base intelligence increased by 2, so default damage by damage at level 1 increased by 2. Yep. Level 10 talent. Increasing the arcane bolt multiplier replaced with arcane bolt cast range. Arcane bolt, level 25 talent, arcane bolt pierces spell immunity. Replaced with 1.5 times arcane bolt int multiplier. Sure. I don't know. Kind of a big whiff on Skywrath, I think. I don't think he's desperate for any changes, but these are kind of lame. Slardar, base armor decreased by 1. Fair. I think he's a little bit too strong in mine. Seaborn Sentinel, base bonus armor increased from 1, 2, 3, 4 to 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, sure. So that's plus 2, plus 2, plus 2, plus 2. Aghanim Scepter bonus armor decreased from 11 to 10. The total armor bonus with Scepter increased by 1. Sure, thanks for showing up, Slardar. I don't know, it's so weird. What a weird bunch of changes that I don't really think make too big of a difference. Like, yeah, he's weaker on land. And this also means that, like, when he drops a puddle, he'll be, like, stronger there, but as soon as he has to move or not chase, I don't know, this water is, like, so inconsistently consistent now. In the sense that, like, there's water in more places than just, like, the river and stuff. So, like, it's hard to, like, reliably say when he's gonna have water for this. So, like, it's hard for me to really comment on. I could spend, like, an hour talking about it, but I'd rather save myself the throat health. Because, you know, my throat's starting to get a little tired. Slark! Essence shift duration decreased by 5 seconds at all levels. That's fair. Yeah, I think it's a little strong and lame. I think you should be putting more points into it, period. Depth Shroud cast range decreased by 200. Actually, also super fair. I kind of like that change. I think that that's also super fair. Great changes to Slark. Would love to see more, but I also understand that, you know, we probably have other people to worry about, and that these are good steps. Thumbs up. Sapphire, Buckshot, auto attack bonus damage on non-glancing shots increased from 25% to 30%. Okay. Level 20 talent plus 60 Mortimer Kisses impact damage replaced with 2 Fire Stamp cookie charges. I actually kind of like that. I think that's a little sick with it. So that's cool. Sniper, take aim. Bonus attack range rescale from 200 to 100, 150, 200, 250. No longer increases armor. While active, Sniper's vision range is increased by 500, 750, 1000, 1250, and his field of view is restricted to a 140-degree cone. He still shares vision with his team. Okay, that's kind of sick. I think that this is a great change for Sniper. The armor change is huge for making it so that more heroes can punish him if they get to him and are able to trade against him. The scaling range means that it's no longer like a 1-point wonder of an ability, right? Where like now Chancer and I are gonna have more arguments about like, do you put a point in this early on or not? And I'm probably gonna be like, no, you don't. I think that you're better off just working on the other shit, maybe taking a value point a bit later, a bit earlier than I was doing before, but later than like Chancer was, right? Uh, but I love the vision restricting. I think that that's a great way to do it. I think that he should still get vision from allies, but it should be like reduced or something. something along those lines, I think would be pretty cool. Spirit. Oh no, Spectre, not Spirit Breaker. Spectre, Desolate radius decreased from 400 to 350. This is a buff to Spectre. It is easier to proc Desolate. Shadow Step duration rescale from 567 to 6. So that's +1, +0, -1. Haunt duration to match. Somehow Spectre just got like stronger in literally any way when I think Spectre is like one of the top carries at the moment. I'm not really sure. Maybe not like one of the tops, but definitely not among the bottom. So it's crazy to see a Desolate buff. Spirit Breaker, Barathrum. Planar Pocket, ability rework. Now it is a unit targeted ability. Barathrum gains 75% magic resistance and distorts reality around the selected hero, making any unit target spells cast by enemy heroes on the target to get redirected towards Spirit Breaker. It can be cast on both allied and enemy heroes, but only spells cast by enemies of Spirit Breaker will be redirected. Okay, so Spirit Breaker can steal your buffs now, which is super cool. I actually had this idea. I've been suggesting this for a couple of years now. We need something in Dota kind of like this. Wisp Tether is the only exception that will ignore this effect. Redirected spells are not considered as reflected. If Spirit Breaker is under the effects such as Lotus Orbs, Echo, Shell, redirected spells will be reflected back to the enemy caster. If the redirected spell has different interactions for allies and enemies, Spirit Breaker will receive the enemy interaction. Example, Oracle's Fate Edict will disarm Spirit Breaker even if the ability was redirected from Oracle's ally. Cooldown increased by 5 seconds. Mana cost increased by 25. Duration decreased by 1 second. Now dispellable only by Strong Dispel. And I think this is his Ags. Yeah. So we're never going to see this because people aren't going to buy it, but I think that we're getting really close to something super cool. I honestly think that this is already like pretty cool. Techies. Base movement speed increased by 10. Actually, like insane. A wild line to just be in the patch notes with no other changes to Techies. I think Techies is pretty strong, generally speaking. So it's wild to see like a movement speed increase of all things. Techies is on like a little bit of like an orange alert, I think. Templar Assassin. Meld armor reduction decreased by 1.5, 1.50. Bonus damage decreased by 15, 20, 25, 30. Huge TA nerfs. Seemingly out of nowhere. Psionic Trap, Aghanim Shard, min silence duration decreased from 1 second to 0.25 seconds. Yeah, that's fair. It shouldn't really silence for that long, in my opinion. It should barely silence, like, at all. I think that getting more traps with the shard is worth a lot on its own, to be honest. Level 10 talent, meld debuff duration decreased from plus 2.5 seconds to plus 2 seconds. That's fair. Level 15 talent from plus 100 Psy Blades attack and split range replaced with plus 3 meld armor reduction. Yikes. That's honestly super lame. I love that not just the attack range, we can remove that part, but the split range was actually pretty cool and fun to play around. But sure, TA, a hero we haven't really seen too much lately. Terrorblade. Base health regen decreased by 1? Huh? We're nerfing Terrorblade? Reflection mana cost increased. This is fair by 15, 15, 15, 15. That's fair. That's just fair, honestly. Metamorphosis bonus damage rescaled. -10, -0, +10, +20. I think that that's also pretty fair. Maybe a little harsh, because Terrorblade has also kind of always had it be like this iconic thing that like Metamorphosis early on is like really good, and then it like dips a bit, but then it's like really good again once it gets like items to make it like worthwhile. Demon Zeal bonus movement speed decreased from 100 to 60. Super fair. Demon Zeal is actually, I think, way better than people even give it any sort of credit for. Demon Zeal, I think, is super good farming tool. But I'm gonna move on. I don't know, weird changes to Terrorblade, where like some of them feel super valid, and then there's like this health regen one where I'm like, huh? But I guess it's so that he could like more easily harass because he has like a million armor. But like the low health already kind of makes him harassable. I don't know. Timbersaw, exposure therapy, mana gain on tree kill increased by 0, 1, 2, 3. Levels up a chakra? Yeah. Sure. I think the point where this is like the most relevant is in the lane, and then from there it's just kind of like a nice bonus. I really like to buy a Quelling Blade to up my mana regen with this though. So this does benefit people like me who buy a Quelling Blade on him, so that they don't have to expend any mana. It's a nice mana rebate for a bit too. And it helps in matchups where you're like intentionally killing trees, like against a Trend, or maybe even like a Furion, right? Where it's a pretty big rebate if you're using like Chakram to clear out trees. Surprised no change to the faucets.
It is dangerous out there.
Flamethrower. Building damage increased from 40% to 50%. Sure, I really didn't think he needed this. I think that Timbersaw's value in pushing is that he can tank tower hits. Level 10, reactive armor generation per stack increased from plus 0.2 to plus 0.25. That's pretty good. That's like maybe takeable. Especially since like mana regen really falls off on Timbersaw because the items you buy generally end up fixing it for you. Level 20 talent exposure therapy heals per tree destroyed increase from 7 to 10. I think you should really take the Chakram slow. I don't think people understand how good Chakram is as a slow, but sure, I guess. I don't know. Kind of. I honestly didn't even know that was a town. I might have skipped over them in a recent patch. But sure, thanks for showing up, Timbersaw. I don't know. Tinker, base armor decreased by 2. Yeah, get fucked, bitch. That drastically reduces the efficacy of defense matrix, by the way, because shields take into account your armor, so him losing that 2 armor also impacts his barrier. March of the Machine's damage decreased by 4, 4, 4, 4. Cool, but still, fuck you, Tinker. You piece of shit. Hate you. Used to be one of my favorite heroes, and now it's just... Tiny! Free grab attack range decreased by 50. That's a huge nerf. Wow. Okay. Bro, attack speed reduction increased by 5%. That's a bad thing for Tiny. Means he attacks slower. Avalanche damage decreased by 0, 10, 20, 30. Super fair. I don't really know why Avalanche was doing 400 damage. 400 damage? The hero is still insanely good. Level 15 talent. from plus 70 damage to plus 100. Okay, so it can still end up doing just like a million damage, but we're pretty good. Good changes to Tiny, just great nudges in the right direction, I think. Trent, Nature's Guise, damage taken cooldown decreased from 3 seconds to 2.75 seconds. Okay. Sure. I actually think it should be longer, because a lot of times it doesn't feel like it works. Because it works in such a weird way that most people don't even know. Like, it's a... He has to be outside of trees and then take damage for it to be disabled. If he's already walking through trees and you do damage to him, it won't disable Nature's Guise or something like that. Very, very weird. Living armor duration increased by 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds. Sure. The highly value point, 1 point in living armor, probably trying to get people to finally put like an earlier point in this shit. It doesn't affect me really, just makes you a little bit stronger early on because I maxed living armor first. Like, not even close. Overgrowth cooldown decreased by 10 seconds at all levels. I guess. I don't know. I don't really feel like the 10 seconds is really what matters for overgrowth here. Troll Warlord. Forgot his real name.
Feed my blades!
Okay, his name is not easy to say. Berserker's Rage maim damage increased from 5, 10, 15, 20 to 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. Sure. It's an increase of 5, 10, 15. No, it's an increase of 5 across the board. Sure. I don't really know much else to say about that. I mean, it really helps out range forms of troll, but like, it's not really how the heroes play it anymore. Like, we don't really differentiate between them. Pit Lord, Demon's Reach, no longer. Oh, Atrophy Aura no longer loses cleave on death. Okay, I guess. Abyssal Horde, Demonic Warrior, damage type change from default to run. Okay, so it just matches the changes from above. We already talked about them the other day. So, sorry, I'm not going to go over it again. If you like really want to know, just go to the wiki, type in damage types, search bar. You'll see kind of what this works out to. Default is chaos damage, by the way. It's like 100% damage to everything. Dirge, the Undying. Base damage increased by 2. Soul Rip, heal / damage per unit rescaled. So -1, +1, +3, +5. Undying is so broken, bro. As a 3, 4, and a 5, this hero is insanely broken. I cannot believe that they just buffed him. People, I think, were currently still playing him. Pretty aggressively, so. But sure. Moving on, I guess. The Solar Change is crazy. Ursa, level 15 talent. Enraged status, resistance increased from 20% to 25%. This makes up for the Sanjin Yasha change. Vengeful Spirit, base agility increased from 21 to 23. +2, so it also gains 2 damage. Magic Missile, stun duration increased by 0.1 at all seconds. Who cares? But I can't believe you're buffing Venge. I think that Venge is super broken. Hero gets to buy an Aegis, by the way. Also, no change to OD Zags. Fuck me. Level 20 talent, Wave of Terror steals reduced damage, and armor increased from 20% to 25%. Pretty fucking wild, but it is up against an insanely good talent, so they're pretty close. But if they keep changing this one up or they reduce the other one, it'll really, I think, kind of flip. But I think you still take the Magic Missile, dude. Magic Missile. Well, I guess it also kind of depends on some of the other heroes, because some heroes, the stealing of the damage and armor is actually like better against, but it's hard to explain succinctly. Venomancer, the venomous one. Plague Carrier. Septic Shock allows Plague Wards to deal Septic Shock damage based on their damage. Venomous Gale. Oh, this is we reworked. Venomous Gale. When Venomous Gale impacts enemy heroes, 2 Plague Wards are created around them and based on the current level of Plague Ward. Okay. I love this. This is so much better. I actually think that the Venomous Gale spawning Plague Wards thing is super fun. Both to play and play against. Up until level 25, when Plague Wards become super broken. But this is cool. I'm interested to see this, but I need to read the rest to make sure that I'm not eating my words right now. Septic Shock. Aghanim Scepter no longer gives Plague Wards the ability to deal Septic Shock damage. It's now just part of the Plague Carrier faucet. Aghanim Scepter base damage per debuff increased by 5%. Okay. Plague Ward HP increased by 30, 20, 10, 0. Sure. Makes it so that they're a lot less feedy. Okay, Gold Bounty rescaled. Uh-oh. -5, -3, -1. -1? That's too much. I think that that's too much at once to change. I think it's probably entered a bit more of like the obnoxious zone, where the Plague Words are probably too strong. Well, we'll see. Level 20 talent that used to create the Plague Wards on Gale replaced with +50 base damage, which is super fucking lame. But it works with Septic Shock, so that's why they're doing it. But,
My venom flows.
I still really like Patient Zero, though. Go! Oh, welcome to the guild. I like some of it, but I think that they did too much at once, and I think it's probably a little broken. Viper. Poison attack, mana cost decreased by 2, which is... It makes it a lot easier to use in lane. Presently, I think that poison attack is something you can barely use in lane, at least until like level 2.
How long are you guys planning on hanging
maybe?
around me?
Well, always, Mr. Vash.
But if we can get this spell down to like 20 mana cost, that would do a lot. Viper Strike, attack slow increased by 20 at all levels, is pretty sick. I think that Viper Strike's attack speed slow has kind of fallen off like a little bit as more and more attack speed has sort of like entered the ecosystem. So I think this puts it probably at about the level that they want it to be. But I like the changes to Viper. I think it'll make Utsumi a little bit happier too. Make her life a little bit easier. Visage. I'm almost done, bros. The end is in sight. Level 25 talent, Gravekeeper Cloak, armor increased from 10 to 15. Sure. I don't actually have much to say about that. I still think you should take +1 familiar because, like, if you're at level 25 in the game, I think the 1 familiar goes a lot harder. Void Spirit. Base agility increased by 2, so his base damage increased by 1. Intrinsic Edge. The toolship now shows the current values of what it's giving you. Sure. But I really wish that we would rework a lot of this. The Remnant. Damage increased by 5 at all levels. Shard reworked creates an additional Watcher path that rotates around the Remnant, providing true sight and a 475 radius. The Remnants no longer trigger on creeps, instead dealing 50% of their damage every second in both paths. Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Before me, the map of all of time, an aspect of myself.
Okay.
Prepare for battle.
Wow. Another rotation? This shit lasts for fucking ever, bro.
Focus.
I cannot refuse.
Okay, so it'll still only 1. It's an insane farming tool once you get that shard too, because you can just like drop it on a creep wave, right? And that creep wave will die. Especially to like a camp, right? And it's like way more mana efficient than doing a whole bunch of other shit. Resonant Pulse, damage increased by 0, 5, 10, 15. Sure. Total damage of the talent decreased. Level 10 talent. The Remnant damage replaced with Resonant Pulse damage. So it's 40 more damage. Level 10 talent for mana regen decreased by 0.25. No one cares. Level 15 talent, Resonant Pulse damage replaced with the Remnant damage. So it's they lost 30 damage here, so max damage is what they were talking. Max damage is quite a bit lower. Level 15 talent where the Remnant gains True Sight, replaced with plus 20% Resonant Pulse Barrier. Affects both base and per hero hit values. Wow, that's pretty crazy. So you go to 120 plus 16, or plus 96. Wow. 200 damage barrier for hitting one hero. Level 20, Astral Step Charge, restore time reduction, decrease from 4 seconds to 3 seconds. That's better, but honestly, I think it should maybe just go down to like 2 seconds, because I think that this shit. Already, I don't know, it's just too good, man. Hero's just so good. Fuck Storm, fuck Void Spirit, but I hate the fact that every Void Spirit is gonna have a dewarding tool, though. This is pure fucking cancer. For people who don't know, the True Sight from this talent can True Sight wards, unlike a lot of other True Sights. So, very weird to just give more heroes like these tools that just let them like freely deward, but sure. Sure, bud. Warlock. Fatal Bonds no longer applies to enemies in Fog of War. Once applied, damage still hits enemies in Fog of War. Yes. This is a weird thing where Fatal Bonds is part of a small set of abilities that will chain to enemies in Fog of War because of like the way that the spell is kind of coded. But now it does not. Which probably makes sense, but is kind of a big blow to the hero. Shadow Word effect radius decreased by 75 radius. That's a lot. It's a lot less easy to abuse now, but also pretty fair because it was super strong in lane. Now you have to like basically stand on top of your lane partner if you want to share it, which is fair, I think. Like to basically stun you and yourself in no you and your lane partner in lane to get the insane heal the Shadow Word gives. I think it's pretty fair. Wind Ranger Tangled Shackle Shot bonus damage per hero increased from 12, 20, 28, 36 to 40. So that's plus 28, plus 20, plus 12, plus 4. Damage buff duration decreased from 6 to 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so they've shifted around the scaling on this. I really don't like this one. I think that they should take this one back to the drawing board a little bit. I like the idea that you can shackle more heroes, but I wish it was more intentional for a lot of it. I don't know, not a huge fan of it. Also, when did my music stop? Don't know what happened there. Power Shot cast range increased from 2600 to 3000. Now it matches Arrow's range. Okay. Chancer already told me about this, that this little thing was here. I have to assume that they mean Sacred Arrow. There is no ability in Dota named Arrow. There's nothing in the game titled Arrow. The ability's name is Sacred Arrow. Come on, man. Focus Fire. Damage reduction decreased from 30% to 25%. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck Windrunner. She's back. I really think that it should be more than 30% even, so I can't believe that we're reducing it. But Windrunner is a monster again. Yikes. Gale Force. Cast range decreased by 300. Woo. Still insanely good. Radius decreased by 100. Still just absurdly broken. This is an ultimate. This is an Ag Scepter that we put in the game at 15 minutes for 1400 gold. Like, do not get it twisted. Windrunner is fucking broken. But people might not wake up to it so fast. Wyvern, level 10 talent, plus 30 damage to plus 35. I mean, that's a super broken talent with the eggs for Carry Wyvern. I don't know. Carry Wyvern is very much still alive and great. Level 15 talent, Splinter Blast Shatter radius decreased from plus 400 to plus 300. It's still really good. I still highly recommend taking... the other one's also really good, so it's kind of a tough call. But I think I still really prefer the Splinter Blast Shatter radius, because Splinter Blast is such a sick spell. And just making it more like guaranteed that you're landing it, I guess it's not that hard to land now that you can cast it on friendly units and shit. So maybe this is okay. To still take the left one. Level 25 talent, Splinter Blast stun duration decreased from 1.5 to 1.25. I cannot believe it's still even that high. I would think that maybe like a 0.5 second stun. That's on like it's like a 6 or 4 second cooldown. Yeah. This shit lasts forever. Wyvern is super good. I think that they might be undervalued. Just because they can maybe sabotage their team with 2 abilities. But even then, you just like don't cast the abilities and you're fine. Or like use them more sparingly. Witch Doctor! Headhunter Faucet is removed. That's the one where Cask would do more damage on the bounces. Malpractice. Maledicts. When an enemy dies under the effects of Maledicts, 75% of the next burst damage amount that would have been dealt is dealt to all enemies in 800 units. This effect works even if the enemy dies to the last burst of damage. Doesn't work on illusions, death, sends projectile towards enemies within said radius, projectile speed 1200, and it is disjointable. This seems kind of cool, but also it seems like it's super gonna ruin games. It's gonna make Witch Doctor an even bigger swingy hero that can just solo win games, which is not exactly a direction that I wanted to see the hero go, if I'm being quite honest. I really fucking hate Witch Doctor, and this does not help. Paralyzing Cask no longer deals bonus damage to creeps. Base damage increased from 50 to 55, 70, 85, 100, so plus 5, plus 20, plus 35, plus 50. Now deals 20 more damage per bounce by default. Okay. I'm not going to do the math on that. Bounces rescale from 2468 to 3456. Yo! -1, -0. No, +1 bounce, minus a +0, -1, -2 bounces. So Cask fielding a lot better, and I think, I don't know, kind of hard to just eyeball it because I don't remember all the numbers, right? But Cask will probably be doing about as much damage as it did with Headhunter before, maybe even like a bit more, which makes it really scary with Maledict. But less bounces is a godsend. More bounces at level 1. So at level 1, the hero is very, very scary. Especially since it, if you're at like the bounty run and you throw a cask and it does full bounces, you actually just did so much damage. It's kind of insane. And also at level 1, I think cask is a lot better at kind of guaranteeing the range creep. When it gets like a near deny range, just throw cask, throw an attack, and you're pretty likely to get the last hit, I think. Not 100% sure on that, but like when I imagine it in my head, it works out a lot. Because you either stun the enemies, and the cask plus attack is most of the damage that you need, and something else had to have been attacking it, because it got to the deny range, right? Or it hits creeps, but it bounced back to the range creep for a second bounce, and it's like a guaranteed last hit. But it seems pretty strong. Witch Doctor, fuck you, still too strong. But I think I like a little bit of the direction we're going with Cask. I think Cask should do lower base damage, and if it's going to do this increasing bounce damage, we should increase the bounce damage a little bit more, but lower the base by a lot. I think Cask should do like 20 base damage, and then maybe 30 more damage per bounce. Right? And I think that that's a bit more of like a serviceable thing, just because then it's a bit more intentional, I think, that he does as much damage to a hero. Skeleton King, base movement speed decreased from 315 to 310. Yeah, I don't really know why he was at 315. That should be reserved for like a very small selection of heroes, but sure, my liege. Base intelligence decreased, so he lost a fair amount of mana. Fair amount of mana regen. Kind of hurts Bone Guard. Bone Guard denies on non-skeleton units now count towards skeleton charges. We're actually buffing Bone Guard, which is fucking crazy, dude. I think Bone Guard is not even close. It's just like almost infinitely better than the stupid Cursed Blade or whatever. Bone Guard is farming, it's pushing, it's in an insane amount of damage in fights, especially after you die. It's vision, it's a lot. It's weak against some heroes, but those heroes are, few. The Vampiric Spirit lifesteal decreased by 6,4,2,0%, and no longer freezes Ankh cooldown while Wraith Delay is active. Oh. Okay, so you can... Oh. Ankh can no longer be triggered while under the effect of Vampiric Spirit's Wraith Delay for ceremonial reasons. I don't know if that's a joke or if it's like in like actually telling us something's happening soon. Uh, I don't know. Maybe it's just a meme. But it doesn't really even like work for the meme, so I don't really know why they would do it unless they're just trying to be funny but failing. But I don't know. I find most of the time Valve are actually pretty funny when they do this shit. So I don't know. Seems okay. Zeus! Level 10 talent, plus 1.75 mana regen replaced with plus 1 heavenly jump target. Well, we're back to having this talent. Plus 1. Oh, we didn't lose this one. Which one did we lose? We lost the cooldown reduction on the heavenly jump. That was it. Plus level 15 talent, plus 1 heavenly jump replaced with minus 0.4 second arc lightning cooldown. Eye roll. Level 25 talent, static field damage increased from plus 1% to plus 1.5%. Thanks for showing up to the patch, Zeus. I think that's kind of in cope about the phylactery and conda changes. I think Zeus might be struggling a little bit in this modern era where these things have been changed. I have reached the end of the patch notes. If you have any questions related to Dota that you would like to ask during this time, now is the time to do that while I go over my overall thoughts about the patch. I think that this patch is a bit of a mixed bag. There's nothing really that pops out to me in my memory as something where I'm like, yeah, that's like a fucking amazing change. God, that's so on the money. Right? There are some changes where I'm like, I don't really feel like this makes much sense or that this really does anything. Right? But I still feel like there are some small nudges in right directions. I think there are some big nudges in wrong directions. With like I think some great nudges in the right direction with neutral item changes. I think it's great that we've made a new term that is simpler, as long as we define it somewhere in game. I hate that we've changed the blinks, but not actually nerfed them. Less Sag resistance is good, right? I think the Dazzle changes were pretty fair. Some of the neutral item changes are fine. Like Shovel's finally gone. But there, like a lot of the hero changes leave a lot to be desired, and there's just some really confusing changes like strewn about where you're like, are they aware that this hero's super strong? Like everywhere that isn't a pro game, Kez is just like an abomination of a hero. So I don't really know what the overall idea for this patch is, or like if there's any sort of semblance of this. Like, was this a letter? No, it can't be a letter because there's so many reworks and like new content. It's like, yeah, okay, sure, but nothing too huge. The map changes I thought were excellent. I think I loved all of the map changes. I like the Roche changes as well. I think that they just largely make sense. Uh, the quality of life changes I think are largely good. I have some critiques as like a power user. But I think that this is overall a good patch. I think probably at least somewhat of a step in the right direction, even if there's many steps backwards. I think that there are like just enough steps forward that I'm fine. I think largely the map changes, Roche changes, stuff like that is what carries this patch. A lot of like these general changes. By the way, general changes. Revolver Ocelot. That's kind of my stance. I'll need to play around with it at least a little bit. I think that this top section is the strongest part of the patch. Is everything before the hero changes. The hero changes, I think, leave a lot to be desired. Kind of some pussyfooting around down here, kind of some not paying attention to the actual state of the game type stuff. But those are my overall thoughts. Simi asked, are you actually going to finish patch? Pog? Yes. I told everybody I would finish the patch today. I don't know why people kept doubting. I know that I went on some longer rants for like an hour on several occasions, but those were budgeted in, bro. But okay, I don't see any questions, so I'm going to end the patch notes. So if you somehow found yourself watching the patch, thanks for watching. I'm sorry. Bye. Not so bad. But with that said, I think I'm gonna take like a small break. If I come back, I'll do something. Hello. I will now do a call for gamers. It's been enough time as well that I'm allowed to put the music back on. Hmm. Hmm. That could be pretty good, actually. Whew. Just a small snack. I still really prefer colors and then doing the conversion in my head. I know it's stupid. I know it just like takes longer and I'm adding more like mental overhead, but it's just what I like to do. Oh, I might like that. Let's just try it. Maybe I'll like it. But I really don't like the differentiated health allies, though. Oh,
Yes! Pathetic. For me. Pathetic.
Nom, 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 nom.
Oh, very cute.
sure. I can't believe none of these graduated from the labs. Okay. Playing in a tournament. Game time is out of date. Fuck me, I guess. Rank is that? Yo, Theo left the guild. The new guild, bro.
Prepare for battle.
Alright. I'm not gonna spy in on his match. Well, if I'm gonna queue alone, I don't really want to play Dota. But I don't really know what I want to do. Maybe I'll just chill out, watch some movies. I'll give people just like a couple more minutes, and then if not, I'll just play alone. Fuck, so close. I think it's just gonna have to be good enough. We need to clear out some of these other colors. It slacks. Well, I have to continue the tradition.
Pretty sure it's your turn to pick.
Give me the workings of that.
Shadow Priest. On my way.
Prepare for
I
battle.
go where I'm needed.
It's in the bag.
Who needs healing? It's in the bag.
Friends, I
Yes.
think we can agree that this one is in the bag.
Pathetic.
I almost feel bad.
I'm with you.
Pathetic.
Well, well. Rite of passage.
30 seconds to battle.
Indeed. Shadows keep you. Ramelon.
Almost feel bad.
Healing here.
This ain't no snowball.
Ruh-roh, Raggy!
My shadow leaps ahead. Shadows come. Wait for me. Of course.
Spicy.
From shadow to shadow. Confirmed. The spiritual journey. Denied. Ask and you'll receive.
Our flesh.
Indeed. Collected.
First blood!
First blood. And
Yes.
a point well taken.
Shadows keep you. On my way. Ask and you'll receive. Healing here. I'm under attack. For the order. This is ours. Shadow wave. Shadows come. Oh, yes. Fortune favors the true.
Missed 2 in a row.
Save.
Ass, dude, ass.
That's not right. I'm with you. Rite of passage. A spiritual path. Travel on. Out of the way. I go where I trick you. Oh, yes. Of course.
I should have eaten the money tree, to be honest.
From shadow to shadow. Who needs shadow? Everyone else. Your death ennobles us all. Into my shadow.
Poof!
Who needs healing?
Flex says that Dazzle sucks.
Yes.
He hates Dazzle.
I go where I'm needed. From shadow to shadow.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Shadows come. Dazzle them. Oh, too bad. Rite of passage.
Dyer's courier has been killed. I understand, but still.
Indeed. Shiny. Bringing the pain. Canonized. A touch of the old magic. Spiritual journey. Confirmed. Light. Of course. Ask and you'll receive. On my way. Ah! Attack. Travel on.
Pretty tough.
Shadows keep you.
Thanks.
Heal or harm.
Yeah, should have attacked him. Whoa! Alright, big mistake, big mistake. I need... Now I need boots.
On my way. Shadows keep you.
Denied.
Priest of pain. Travel on. Come, comrades.
Missing middle.
Rite of passage. I'm under attack. We fight. I go where I needed. Wait for me. Indeed. Confirmed. Ask and you'll receive. Healing here.
I had hopes.
How did he just walk through?
Shadows come.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm
There's
with
really
you.
no reason to stand for this.
For the shadows. Of course. Who needs healing? Dazzle! A spiritual journey.
Damn, what is this pull that's going on down here?
From shadow to shadow. Wave. Yes. Shadows come. Who needs healing? You're no right. I go where I need it. Indeed. Light. Rite of passage. Strike down. Should have healed myself.
Your top tower is under attack. Why is this happening?
I don't know, those pulls that they just did were insane. I don't know how we got so many pulls. They seemed like full pulls, too.
Turned from Novel's rare Attack!
Silence all.
Into my shadow! From shadow to shadow! Zap! On my way! Shadow wave!
Let's talk about your top tower. Your top tower is under attack.
Yes! Dark light! Of course!
I'm dying, CP top.
Travel on!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shadows keep you! Zap! Ask and you'll receive!
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Wait for me! Zap! Of course! No way! Ask and you'll receive! Seeds of fortune!
Killing spree.
You're making it out of here, bro.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill.
Woof.
Dire structures are
Come on.
fortified.
Fine.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Priest of pain!
Bye-bye, tower.
A spiritual journey! Shadows come! Travel on for that! I convey your spirit to the lawful realm from shadow to shadow! Shadow wave! Indeed.
I'm on more attack speed. I actually think I'm just going to
Shadows keep you.
get the old faithful.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Heal or harm.
The middle tower is under attack.
Who needs healing? Rite of passage. Pretty. Wait for me.
Mega kill.
Not yet. I'm with you. I cast a long shadow. Yes. I go where I need it. Wave. I'm with you.
Let's talk about your top tower. Stop them. Your top tower is under attack. There's no more top tower. I thought this might happen.
From shadow to shadow.
Don't let your middle tower
Needs
fall.
healing.
Your middle tower is under attack. This is not snow cool. Fortify their
Shadows
structures.
keep you. Wait for me.
Let's go Witchblade and then I think Orchid.
Indeed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A spiritual journey.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dark light. On my way. Zap. On my way. Wait for me.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Shadows keep you.
I think Orchid's gonna go a little crazy for me.
I'm with you. Shadows come. From shadow to shadow. Illusion. Healing here.
Did that? It did.
Shadow way. Rite of passage. Confirmed.
Maybe I want to upgrade first, though. I think I'm gonna upgrade this first.
Babylon. I go where I'm needed. Ask and you'll receive a spiritual journey.
Killing spree. Radiant structures are fortified. Dominating. Double kill.
Just as well.
I am a robot.
Making mistakes is the path to success.
Of all the ways to
Oh.
die,
The enemy's bottom tower
Shadows
is down.
keep you. Healing here. Zap. Who needs
It's crazy. Like, you can take it. Crazy, like how little mana regen you need.
Wait for me. I renew my shady vows. On my way. passage. Travel on.
He must have had it for a while. No, I think she got the Kaka first.
That should help. Indeed.
The ways to die.
Tell me someone saw that.
Not while I am around. Ask and you'll receive. I'm with you. Confirmed. Sacrament.
Give me the.
Of course.
Give it.
The enemy's top tower just shattered into little pieces.
Shadows come. Of course. Who needs healing? Rite of passage. Wave. Confirmed.
No. Give me the cornucopium.
Shadows keep you. Wait for me. I was under orders.
Did I get hit with rock? Kinda sucks that I didn't get the cornucopium though.
Dazzle them. Dazzle. On my way. Mm-hmm. Ask and you'll receive. Healing here. I'm with you. Yes.
That's honestly my bad. I think if I had just used this, we would have gotten him. But I forgot that I had it.
Indeed. From shadow to shadow. I go where I'm needed.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
I go where I'm needed. Shadow wave. Ask and you'll receive.
With flair.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shadows keep you. I'm with you.
And we go for slot efficiency.
Travel on. A spiritual journey.
I guess Radiant fortified their structures.
Healing here.
kill. Mega kill. Triple kill.
Maybe next time.
I want to say I've procced like 3 or 4 poison touches there. Does he basic dispel? Yeah, basic dispel. Okay. He's not the guy to attack them.
Go! More dazzling than ever. Of course. From shadow to shadow. Say, we fight. Wait for me.
Missing middle.
Indeed.
Full bottle, huh?
Yes.
Anti-game remove.
Confirmed. Shadows come.
Jackpot.
I'm with you.
What?
Travel on. Zap. Shadow to shadow.
Double kill.
I'm on my way, Drow. You can just keep working towards the way gate.
Mega kill.
Indeed. Shadows keep you. I go where I'm needed.
What the fuck? Fucking fatal bonds.
Who needs ask and you'll receive.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shadows come. Canonize. Shadow wave. Rite of passage. On my way. Healing here. Bringing the pain.
Never kill yourself. Wow. Almost like a perfectly timed
Radiant
Fucking hook
structures
shot,
have
dude.
been snow fortified.
Dark light. Who needs
The enemy's
healing?
bottom tower has fallen. Radiant have fortified their structures.
From shadow to shadow.
making any more appearances?
Indeed.
Here. Alright, you're good. You're good.
Let's talk about you.
Drag it on.
Shadows come.
Your top tower is under attack.
Shadow dazzle. Ask and you receive. Yes. Wait for me. A spiritual journey.
If you summon Trents on this, I think we can just do it with 2.
Roots and run. Shadow wave. You're safe. Zap. Confirmed.
Oh my god, the jetpack was apparently immediately useful. I'm on my way here. Once I get there, we can fight. This is my bad. I really fucked up with that ult that I just did.
Killing spree.
Oh my god, he let the range creep out there.
Let's talk about your top tower. I don't think
It's a blunder. You should have thanked for it.
Dire have fortified their structures.
I mean, Glyph here.
Your top
It
tower
also helps
is
out our
under
mid
attack.
push. Just a little bit, though. Oh.
We fight.
I'm on my way.
Indeed. Soble. A spiritual journey.
Invisibility.
On my way.
I'm on my way. Should be here in time.
You're safe. Shadow wave.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Crushed them, but stabbing motion.
Mage Slayer? Mage Slayer? Mage Slayer? They moved it. It's not where I expect it to be. Be right here. Mage Slayer? Mage Slayer.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Maybe not too much.
I await your orders. Travel on. Healing here. From shadow to shadow. Ask and you'll receive.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
I go where I need it. Strike down.
Killing spree. Dominating. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill.
There are some things we don't need to see, such as tomorrow.
Whoa. Glacier. Gust? Just have to gust?
Silence afflicts thee. The rest is silence.
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
I almost feel bad.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look. Your bottom tower is under attack. Looks like Dire fortified their structures. You really should look at your bottom tower.
Man.
Bottom tower is gone forever. Hey, they're attacking your bottom barracks. Your bottom barracks have fallen. You know what this means. Bottom barracks under attack. Your bottom barracks have fallen. Don't let your middle tower fall.
The tombstones are ruining it for us, I think. I don't know. Feels like they have so much of the fight controlled. Also really needs eggs. I don't know if they've got like 3 or 4 heroes who just keep like healing themselves in these fights. Every one of their heroes like heals like a fuck ton. Really need eggs. Not Daedalus. I think it's over at this point. They're gonna go Roche. I can't really. I don't feel like I can do anything in fights anymore.
Your top tower is under attack.
Resurrection comes easily to a shadow breeze. Shadows come.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Who needs healing?
Rock it on.
Of course. Indeed. Ask and you'll receive.
I need Ags. Yeah, I need Ags. Ags or E-Blade. I think it's Ags.
Travel on. From shadow to shadow.
Alright, that's fuckers.
I'm with you.
Incoming!
Yes.
Roshan's down. I wonder where he goes.
Zap. The spiritual journey. Shadows keep you. Wait for me. I go where I'm needed. From shadow to shadow. Who needs healing?
Oh, I tried to cancel it! No!
It's time to get back out.
It's actually so frustrating. I canceled it so early. Sorry everybody, I think I just like threw.
Killing spree.
Can you not make yourself better?
Your middle tower is under attack. It looks like Dire fortified the structure. Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower is down.
I haven't bought anything in so long too, it's so annoying I don't have buyback.
Your middle barracks have fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Top tower has fallen. Is this going to be a pattern? Your top barracks have fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps.
Yeah. Fuck me, I guess.
For how short your lives are, you've done quite well.
I really wish y'all had bought different items. And Ags would have gone so crazy this game, with how much they're like healing and shit all the time. Also, I wish that they understood how to use Glacier a little bit better. Dude, his buff icons keep moving. I can't ping the DD.
Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you.
They also bought like all VKVs and we didn't. They were trying, I think, a lot harder than we were. Alright, the plan was to delete a lot of these colors. They're not purple. And swap. Hopefully we can swap into some more. We did not. Alright, we're back to regular play. Could have made that a 4. Not gonna make it, bro. Still, come. Whew. Fuck. Oh no! Fuck. Whew. No, dude. No. No, dude. Kinda running out of steam here. Bro. Ah! What the fuck? Let me command, dude. Whew. I can't believe I lost to Slacks, dude. That hurts. I do a quick call, see if there's any gamers. Still really think you should get a little bit more when you do a big match like that. Oh, the nether swap really wasn't as good as I wanted it to be there. There. Fine. Just destroy it. Just destroy it. I'm gonna lose. But also it seems like I don't have any gamers. Oh. Yo! I'm dead. Get me out of here.
Radiant's middle tower isn't going to last long. Double kill.
The dusk is always ready for a fight. Torture, it's encouragement.
disconnected. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, I guess I'll go another game.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Are you gonna pick one or what?
Your team is greedy as hell, man. Give me one null tally.
I channel the power of the nether reaches.
Oh, yes.
Prepare for battle.
It's in the bag.
It's in the bag!
wander. Oh, I'm gone.
"30 seconds to battle."
Try me. Out of my way. I'll take a crack at it. A little jaunt. As bad as things get.
Anyone else hate the new sound for the missing ping?
Netherly.
Shit makes me feel like I'm underwater.
Reputation.
That was
On my way.
perfect.
You wish.
Ah, fucking sucks.
Wandering.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
By the nether reaches.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Out of my way. How vile! I was headed that way myself. Why not? Out of my way. Get ready. Here I come. I'll take a crack at it. I'm going. Out of my way.
First blood!
You wish. Oh, yes. I was headed that way myself. By the nether reaches.
Let's talk about your tattoo.
Which will say that I'll be. But I won't. On my way. Yonder I walk. Wandering. Oblivion. Netherly. Already there. Why not? A little jaunt. I'm glad to do something. Try me. Oblivion comes. Try me. A real blast. You're only making it worse. Wandering. Is the war over already? Why not? By the nether reaches.
You're not
I'm
getting
going.
what you came for.
Netherly. I'll take a crack at it. Oh, yes. Oblivion comes. A little jaunt.
Double kill. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm gone. Out of my way. Out of my way. Already there.
Goodness. You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
On my way. Who needs a blade when you have oblivion? You will. On my way. Unorthodox, but effective.
Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
Oblivion comes. By the nether reaches. Yonder I wander. Out of my way.
Oh, I was hoping they would go with me, because then I could,
Out of my way. Oh, I'm gone.
Never yield. Sound of I am ever so double damage.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Try me.
Worthy tribute.
Take that. Why not? Netherly.
Killing spree. Double kill.
I'm on my way, but I'm very far away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wandering.
There's really no reason to stand for this. Your middle tower is under attack.
Try me.
Dire have fortified their structures.
By the nether reaches. I'll take a crack at it. You wish. Out of my way.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
I'm headed that way myself. Oblivion comes.
Goodness. You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
A little job.
No, I don't want to see
Oh, yes.
another war. Stop asking.
Already there.
Damn, it doesn't amp Tango.
On my way.
Misery loves company.
Out of my way. Wandering.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm going.
Double kill.
Come back after you've had some practice. Netherly. I take and I take. Here, let me give back. Out of my way. I'll take a crack at it.
I might just go triangles. Nah, it's gotta be mana. It's...
Dominating. Ownage.
Oblivion. Unexpected. By the nether reaches. I'm going. I was headed that way myself. Out of my way.
Haste.
This you wish. Oh, I'm gone.
Was foolish.
Try me. Why not? On my way.
Their top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. There's no more top tower. I thought this might happen.
Oblivion comes.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing.
Why not? Wandering. On my way. Yonder I walk. Oh yes. Out of my way. Oh, I'm gone. I'll take a crack at it. By the nether reaches. Out of my way. I'm going.
I'm gonna mute this guy soon.
Wandering. I'm going. Out of my way. Oh yes. Already there. I'll take a crack at it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why are we taking tower damage, man?
Why not? Out of my way. Oblivion comes.
You fence me in.
I told you to stop.
Netherly. Oh, I'm gone. Yonder I walk. On my way. By the nether reaches. Wandering. I'll take a crack at it. Why not? Oh, I'm gone. Yonder I walk. You wish.
Killing spree. Double kill.
A little jaunt. Try goodness.
Own it.
On my life. There will be pain. There will be
I was headed that way
screaming.
myself. Oh, yes.
Worthy tribute.
Out of my way. Out of my way. You're finished. Netherly. Oblivion comes. On my way.
Pain without consequence.
A little jaunt.
Killing spree.
Out of my way.
Own it.
Battle isn't over yet. Your turn.
Killing spree.
Just dance. Death travels fast.
Yonder I walk. Nether. I'll take a
The
crack
enemy's
at
top tower just shattered into little pieces.
it. You wish. By the nether reaches. Already there.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
The
Wandering.
seeds of fortune.
On my way. Oh, I'm gone.
The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it.
Try me.
I didn't know she had Blink. Sucks.
Dominating.
I'm back for madness.
There will be pain. There will be screaming.
I don't think so.
I'm going. Oblivion comes. Out of my way. A little jaunt.
Like, jeez.
On my way.
Yes, dude, yes.
Already there. Out of my way.
spree. Double kill.
Oblivion! Netherly.
Every coin helps.
Oblivion comes. Take it. I'll take a crack at it.
Finally.
This'll come in handy. Wandering.
Easy breezy.
I'm on my way.
Those things are cheap, you know. Double kill. The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing. Killing spree. Dominating.
Not yet. On my way. Oh, I'm gone. Already there. Oblivion comes. Netherly. Try me. You wish. Darker power fills me. Oh, yes. A little jaunt. I'm going. Out of my way. Out of my way. I'll take a crack at it. Yonder I wander. By the nether reaches. Wandering.
Your middle tower is under attack. Double kill.
Good, you.
You're nothing but a petty thug.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Anyone miss me?
Worthy tribute.
Why not? Wandering. Out of my way. I was headed to Oh, this'll work. Yonder I wander. I'll take a crack at it. On my way. You wish. Already there. A little jaunt. Oh, I'm gone. Oblivion comes. Oh, he. Out of my way.
Fuck.
I'm going.
The forest.
Try me.
Double kill.
What's good for me is bad for you. Oh, I'm gone. Out of my way. I was headed that way myself. I'm going.
Unstoppable.
Happens.
Already there. Out of my way. On my way. You wish.
Someone's connection dropped.
Yonder I wander. Netherly. Try me. A little jaunt.
I'm here.
Oblivion. A little jaunt. Oh, I'm gone. On my way. Oblivion comes. Already there. I'll take a crack at it.
Goodness.
Out of my way. Yonder I wander. And go. Out of my way. Out of my way. Oh, I'm gone.
Fuck!
Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you.
Out of my way. I'm gone. You win. Try me. On my way. I was headed that way myself. Oblivion comes. I take and I take. Wandering.
Every coin helps.
Oh, yes. A little jaunt. I'll take a crack at it. Yonder I wander. Why not? Another reaches. I was headed that way myself. Oblivion comes. Out of my way. Try me.
That was perfect.
Wandering. Netherly. A little jaunt. Out of my way. You wish. Rage of a mage. Oh, yes.
Oh,
I'll take a crack at it. Yonder I wander. Oh, I'm gone. Why not? Reaches. I'm going. I'll take a crack at it. Out of my way. I'm under attack. Wandering. Why not? Already there. Oh, yes. I'm going. Oblivion comes. Try me. Oh, I'm gone. A little jaunt.
Oh!
Tower is under attack.
You wish.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
Really bad regen rune.
Your
Did she
middle
just use-
tower is under attack. The middle tower is under attack. Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
Oh, yes. Natalie.
I guess Radiant fortified their structures. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You wish.
The enemy's middle tower won't be making any more appearances. The enemy's middle barracks are no more. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
Oh, I'm gone. Out of my way. I was headed that way myself. Out of my way.
Killing spree.
King for a
I'm
day,
going.
queen for eternity. Praise be God.
I'm under attack.
Mega kill. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Radiant have fortified
Did you beat
their
Slacks?
structures.
I did not.
What the fuck? I can't believe the good lost to evil today.
I think that I played very well, but I think we just kind of got outpicked. And I think that our Drow didn't buy eggs against a Troll, and a Dawnbreaker, and an Undying, and
Out of my way.
Warlock, and
The forces of evil.
fuck, who is the 5th hero?
Oblivion comes.
There's another healing hero, and the whole time I'm just like, man, it would be pretty sick if they just like healed for 50% less.
Did you finish reading the patch, or is there still some left over?
I did finish it, yes.
Would you like to play some Dota?
Sure. I'm currently in a game.
What? Can't believe he's playing Dota. What the fuck is wrong with him?
Out of my way. Oh, I'm gone. Oh, yes. Yonder I wander. I'll take a crack at it.
I wanted to try out like a thing as Pugna, and then I didn't get to do it because the enemy can pick leading commander. I think that of like only 1 point in Decrepify is the new, like the new hotness.
You wish.
So you put more into Ward?
Yeah.
And I think, what are the stats on Ward right now? Aren't they like kind of crazy?
Yeah. Especially if you go the faucet for it. Straight up, I've been like full healing in lane.
Oh, is it the one that like they cast a spell and you get health?
You get health and mana.
The other one is the thing where you just get stronger?
Yes, for killing towers. For any tower dying.
Even your towers die.
Correct.
So it's also kind of like a plan C. Are there any heroes I need to be worried about with this patch? Do I need to update my ban list at all?
One moment.
Triple kill. Let's pause. I'm sure they'll be back.
I'm so fucking good.
Okay, so good, why didn't you beat Slacks?
I think I deserved to, man. If you went back and watched that, I think that you would be like, you should have won this game.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Deny that appearance. Dire victory.
My position 1 flamed me for like maxing Decrepify first. Or against a Legion.
I can see how you might want to have that, yeah.
And I don't know, I didn't really feel like Nether Blast or the Ward were really necessary for like our lane and shit. We were demolishing our lane.
I mean, if you won your lane, I don't really know if he has anything to complain about. So maybe you could have taken the tower earlier if you won your lane and also blasted the tower. Let me get a snack real quick and then I'll be ready.
Sure.
I am back. Think I should update the ban list at all?
No, you got Magnus on there? Nah, you might want to take Sniper
Magnus,
off.
Sniper, PA, Tinker.
Maybe Sniper can come off.
I think that people might pick him less, so he won't be as much of an issue. Still think he's probably good, though. You think I should replace him with OD?
Yeah.
Did they do anything to OD? I don't remember.
They nerfed a couple of talents that don't fucking matter.
Yeah.
And like the nerfs were just so small. It's like they leaned over the table and they were like, ah. But like they lightly slapped the face, but it ended up being a caress.
Yeah, they love to do that. We good to queue?
Yeah. Well, I have a friend saying he is having his female VR chat friends try ASMR on him, and when I asked him to clarify what that meant, he said they're going to try doing ASMR for the first time with just him listening. That's just ERP, though? That's not ERP.
I mean, it kind of depends on the contents of the ASMR. If it's like blowjob sounds, I guess it kind of is.
Grapefruit, you man.
10 seconds remaining.
Could in fact be grapefruiting your man. Remains to be seen.
It's your turn to pick.
Who are the three? I mean, like, not all ASMR is like that.
He is now telling me that they're known for jerk-off instruction videos. Okay, well.
Okay, then, yeah, maybe. Maybe it might be that, yeah. What do you think I should bring to lane?
I always buy at least a windlass. I think it is mandatory on the hero. From there, got kind of some extra room. You can... Obviously, you get some tangos. I never go without tangos.
Mm-hmm.
But from there, maybe 2 branches, and then it kind of depends from there. Sometimes I'll just save up money to get my headdress faster, but I'm buying the greaves, so I don't know what the fuck you're gonna do, brother.
Probably buying mana boots.
I got 2 more
think I'll-
fucking damage, bro. I'm changing the starting inventory. I don't need a gauntlet of strength anymore.
It's kind of crazy that we gave Undying more right-click damage. I never really saw Undying and was like, yeah, this guy, he does not hit hard enough.
What'd you say?
It's a little insane to me that we buffed Undying's like starting damage. Like, I've never really looked at Undying and been like, yeah, he doesn't hit hard enough. He needs to do more.
What astounds me more is that Dawn had such an amazing innate, and we really looked at him and like, okay, guys, we need to tone this down. And someone was like, what? Give her a better innate? Okay.
What is her new innate? I already forgot.
She gets bonus damage and sight during day. That tapers throughout the day.
It's pretty good.
Which tree? Never mind, I gotta go help my friend!
Well, they didn't have that. It kind of sucks that I skilled this, but you went dead,
cool.
I'm afraid.
I selected the tombstone. Hee hee.
So you couldn't move.
Yep.
30 seconds.
Alright, well I didn't really expect there to just be 5 heroes here in this place. And I could have avoided this a bit better, but I didn't want to reveal my ward, but I think that ended up backfiring a little bit.
Yeah, I would
Should've
say
just let
that
him
it
have the ward.
backfired pretty greatly.
Should have saw Clockwork up there and then walked
I should have
away.
told you to attack out of fucking Windwalk. I should have protected that tombstone a little harder, because they only had 2 people hidden.
I think I would have just died, though. I know Tombstone's worth a lot, but I think it might be worth less than a hero kill. Maybe.
I mean, it's like actually a hero kill. At level
I was
1.
kind of hoping that you would get the deny.
The dead endure.
I think we're both kind of fucked because now we have abilities that I don't think are very good for the lane.
I mean, it's fine. I'm capable of
Far
playing.
and dying, you'll probably make it work. Guardians. Okay, he has. Wanna hook at me? I think Jug can see me. So I don't think he's got a ward there, but be aware that that guy exists.
Ah, dude.
Once we get level 2, this will become a lot better for us. It'll be annoying because this guy, this stupid thing that makes him deal more damage. We hit him.
He does not have that.
Doesn't have that faucet? But, oh, he did
He went the other one.
Oh. Spins better. Did he use a sentry, or did he get me in the fade time?
Probably got you in the fade time. It's like a million years at level 1.
I'm killing this courier if I have to chase it to the ends of the earth.
Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
Nice probably made that a lot faster. Pretty good item. You're level 2. Have this blocked, I think. Yeah. Just kill that. Watch out for Hook, he could be on the left there. He just pulled. I think that went pretty well for us. He just lost, like, all of his health. He's got another hook suit.
Damn it.
Yeah, one. He has hook again. I get this Lotus.
Double.
He's trying to hook me, but I can see him, so he didn't. I have Janata now. I can hit people a little bit hard. I should take a Shuriken, but
Double.
honestly, I think he can see me, can't he? Feels like he can. Now this lane is ours. Watch out for hooks. I think he's pulling. And honestly, I think if he hooks you, like, you'll just be fine. I'm done. Last at the creep, Jug.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Hey, we can kill this guy. This shit hurts a lot, huh? Not expect like level 2 spin to demolish me that hard. I think we're winning the lane. Want the super mango? I'm handed it to you. We'll be pulling the next wave.
The new, like, missing thing is, like, the only one I really just do not like.
It's the sound of it.
Yeah, it makes me feel like I'm underwater.
You are underwater. Didn't know.
Me when I'm Wakanda in the war.
Pudge. Go for hook.
I've almost got mana boots.
I don't know why they're not being more aggressive. Like, if they were to just, like, start spinning upon us when they don't have minus, like, 10 strength, they would probably have, like, a chance of, like, killing one of them. They're cowards.
The real big thing is when I don't have Tombstone.
Do.
I think Sand King has probably reigned a lot in, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good. That hero was probably doing
Not being able to
bit too
move
much damage.
Sandstorm is a big change. Jug has dust.
Probably wants to kill me with that.
I have mana boots now.
More Pudges. Clockwork's their mid. How do you feel about Clockwork chain a meal?
I think it's pretty horrendous. I went
I
on
think
like
it's very,
I went on a
silly.
very long rant about how like we've always had like memes in Dota, but I feel like we do more memes now, but like in the past we would get like a meme, but we would get like 80% of like a real patch as well. And now I think we get like 40% of a patch and memes. And it's like, the memes were okay back then because we fixed like a bunch of other problems, right?
Doesn't have spin.
He is just dead.
Yeah, he has Pudge though, sadly. He has boots. He does not have boots. I can catch him. We can maybe catch him. Oh, he slowed me.
Actually,
Okay,
5
catching him.
health. Okay, he's out, he's out, he's out.
He's gonna hurt me a bit. We should have like eaten that to break the invis slow. Maybe I would have gotten him, but that's kind of. We sent him back to well. I think that's pretty good.
Fuck, we just
They might
lost
be
the
taking
wisdom
our
run, I
fucking
think.
rune. Fucking stupid shit, dude. That sucks. I don't know. Punished for fucking. Someone back to well, I guess.
Should have TP'd earlier. It's our bad. That's on us. That's not the fucking game, dude.
No, it's the game's fault. That
It's
shit
not the
should not
fucking
exist.
game's fault. He went. Okay,
Big thing
wait.
is-
We saw him walk over there. If he wasn't chasing
I'm
us
saying,
for Jug,
that thing shouldn't exist.
okay, but it does. Yeah, you gotta
It's just
play
lame.
around
It's not
reality,
fun.
bro. That's on us.
It's on the game to make a mechanic that doesn't suck.
Okay, but sure, but we live in reality.
No, we don't.
We don't live in this imaginary world that you're talking about.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, like, I'm not like, oh yeah, that didn't happen. I'm like, oh, that sucks that that happened, and it shouldn't have happened because it's not fun.
Yeah, but that's our fault.
Not
That
our
we didn't-
fault that this
it's-
mechanic was not
It's
fun.
our fault that we didn't get it.
Okay. If we got it, I still wouldn't be like, oh yeah, this is great.
I know,
Fun.
but that's not the
We're
conversation.
arguing against something I'm not saying.
But it is like what you're like quite literally saying.
I'm saying it shouldn't have happened in a sense of, like, I wish this shit wasn't
I
in the fucking
know,
game.
but that's not what you're actually saying.
What do you want from me then? You're saying I'm saying something that I'm not.
You are saying, like, the literal words that come out of your mouth are saying that. You're like, oh, it's not our fault. The game should just be different.
Not what I said.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Isn't it?
I don't think you want that to happen.
Like, I buy more dust. He did not buy more dust. I'm gonna go look for him.
Tower is under attack.
Probably around here somewhere. Oh. Don't know if I can do anything for you here,
I am just
unfortunately. Yeah. Well, I found him. Are you dead, or are you...
I mean, I am.
Are you the ceaseless dirge? It is old. Be careful. But you could be around. Haven't seen him any. He's over here farming this. This guy can definitely see me. Sand King is mid. I think I'm gonna head. I'm only level 4. I need more XP, man. What the fuck? I can't believe he just fucking hooked me. Wasn't there like a shitload of creeps?
Not a shitload. You were
like a whole wave.
Not in the middle.
I guess maybe Jug fucking killed a couple.
No, I mean you weren't in the middle of them.
I thought I was. I guess you're dead, and so am I. It was just... How is Pudge level 6 at the same time we are when he just hasn't been here like at all? Oh, I don't really understand that. Where did he get this experience?
He got it from the wisdom room.
So that's all it takes? Kill this guy, too. Yeah. Somehow lived through all that. Kinda crazy.
Clockwork Harry feels so ass, he farms so ass. Yeah, but every chainmail makes him farm faster. It's a compounding
thing. The chainmails make you fast.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified.
But again, as I was saying before, it doesn't fucking matter because like you really shouldn't be spending 550 gold. Like you should be filling. You have to fill up your inventory slots before you start eating.
No Omni, right? Or is it probably up by now?
I don't think there's an Omni. Oh no!
There's unfortunately some other spells. Ow.
Like you're gonna eat a blade, a chainmail, but like keep like a rain drop in the inventory? No, dude. Like you gotta fill that shit out.
I mean, you don't really like, get anything extra from eating it. So like if you have like open slots, like
yeah,
do that much.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
There's a lot of heroes here. Also, they put down a sentry. That was level 6 right now. I don't know if he really should have hooked that hero. Maybe they're just going to kill me really fast. I guess I'm just fucking dead. They're pretty low. They have Omni Slash, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. He probably has Healing Ward soon, so... Blocks away, beware that they could just come back with more. There shouldn't be an epicenter. That, in theory, should be a dead hero. Really, like, going so ham on that. His Omni Slash Lich and not killed him. I wish I was here to get any amount of experience. Watch out. Nice. Not believe that Lich is actually dead here. That sucks. Might also be dead here. No way. He missed.
Just another bounty.
I'll get the Wisdom Rune because I desperately require experience.
I took their wisdom run.
Okay. That's good. Wait, I didn't get XP for their wisdom run? Lich had less experience than I did?
Correct.
That's insane. I think I'm gonna buy a Yule. They have a Juggernaut.
I really hope that we're closer to removing neutral items.
That's not gonna happen, I'm afraid. Maybe we're close to removing something else, but I don't think we're removing those for a little bit.
I think it's very possible.
Like just how like Warcraft 4 is coming. And...
I think that the dormant curio is an experiment.
Okay. I'm TPing mid. I don't think I can save you, but actually they seem to have missed most of their spells. Okay, he is ravaged. I guess I'm dead. I don't know this. I feel like they ravaged way too early. Like before an important hero could arrive. I don't know, I think Storm is just completely out of control.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, they hate me, dude. They see me, they fucking, like, they ravaged, epicentered me. They think maybe more of us were there or something? I guess they didn't have high ground vision, but, like, that's kind of crazy.
I'm also, like, super not looking forward to when we buff this chain meal thing. I think that I already know what they're gonna do. I think they're gonna make it so that his model getting bigger actually matters. Like, for, battery assault.
Yeah, I could see that. It's a 9.
The enemy denied the middle tower.
Come on, bitch.
Track was on cooldown. Be careful, they get hooked, they'll die. That helps a lot. Awkward.
Let's talk about your top tower.
The dead endure.
You're cruising for a bruising, brother.
Yeah. Okay, I'm dead. Do they have a ward up here? I was kind of hoping, you know, I could, like, bait them into a fight, but it seemed like Storm Spirit, like, left at some point. I kind of thought he was still here. I mean,
left a while ago.
It's still working out, though, a little bit. I think they... I don't know, it seemed like he dusted me, and then they, like, saw me on the left. Maybe they just had more night vision than I... But, I don't know, that was weird.
Aren't cheap, you know.
He hit me with the... Oh. We caught a clockwork over there? Use this damn glimmer so he doesn't fucking die to this magic, damn it. I'm on my way. Zombie is just ruining his life right now, I think. Well, I did a little bit of feeding. Feeding of the bounty hunter. Always nice to see. Chasing this guy for real?
I'm chasing him.
Well, didn't work out so well for me. They definitely have the sentry up there. I need my level 15 power. Now he's just gonna full heal. Merta is dead. Here comes Storm Spirit. Alright, we ended up killing him. I don't think the track lasted long enough, though. If it had been like a little later, I would have had a Yules for that.
What the fuck? That's... I just got so mad. Why did my soul rip only give me 24, bro? I was near that camp.
Might have farmed it. Might have farmed it.
Oh no, don't say that.
And I think they have vision there, so they might just be hanging out around.
I love when people commit to killing it.
And then they just get fucked.
Yeah. Woo! Rage!
Did have a ward up here. Apparently cannot. Fucking can't click the goddamn ward because I keep clicking on my own wards because of stupid hitbox shit. Ravage being very aggressive. He's just trying to bait a little.
Let's talk about
I think he just decided to die, I guess.
your top tower is under attack.
Going over here to D-ward me.
Let's talk about your top tower.
I got a phylactery. Cancel blinks and shit. What do you think?
Nope.
Should I get then?
A moment. Fuck! I deserve it. Don't ever go phylactery, just go the axe. Like, if you're ever thinking about that, it's way better just to buy axe.
Why is it better to buy Ags? Doesn't I track do gold? I mean, like, the thing I was thinking was like, I track Sand King and like I cancel his blink. I mean, I'll still do it, I think, so it just gives me more health, and that's kind of what I want.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest... I mean, I used to go... sometimes I would even just buy both point boosters, like for phylactery and ags at the same time, just to pump up the health number. But now phylactery is like a lot worse, so I think about it like a lot more. Almost always, I'm like, eggs is better for me. Like, first.
The dirge goes on.
The DD here? Pings are so colorful now.
A lot easier to see. I really like it.
Also shows you like who, like, I like the way they put the player color into the exclamation mark. I don't know how else to put that.
My will.
Smoking. East out of on him. Be careful, you're like alone mid.
I got the only girl I need. Keep being away from me.
Kinda seems like you don't have her then. They avoided our smoke. If they saw it or if they just
I
saw
wonder
it.
if they cleared that quad stack. Yep, they did.
Maybe about to go for a hook on you or something, or a hook shot on you. I think they were also smoked. Well, there's a lot of them here, and Storm's pretty far away.
My will.
track that guy. Let's see me. Oh, I can see him. He can get a fucking track off on this Sand King. He has his eggs.
Double kill.
Okay, got some nice track kills. Searing Signet. Pretty good. Do you think I take the GPM bonus for the cast range?
Yep. GPM.
I think I might have a ward up here, but I'm not sure on that. They added another ramp here. It's freaking me the fuck out.
I know, it freaked me the fuck out when I did my game and I didn't get to like see that shit.
I'll get hooked for this. Dude, the ward fucking expired after I hit it one time. So that's just a fucking crime.
The enemy's middle tower
Not that guy. I'm getting a lot of track gold.
We know that you hate the new pings, but you hate them so much. I'm supposed to be the Dota boomer that hates all change.
He's actually dead.
I mean, he has, like, his inventory sucks for living.
I just didn't expect him to Storm to just be able to kill him like that, but I mean, I guess they did just kind of feed Storm Spirit for a while. Just like using all of their old son like you instead of him.
He really abandoned me here. Storm!
Abandoning more than just... Wish he was here to help me.
He is here. He's watching
I
you
wish he was
die.
helping me with while being here.
He's watching us die.
I feel like he definitely could have helped out a bit there. Maybe killed a couple heroes, gotten some track gold, made it more worth it. I don't know why he's such a coward there. They even used Dismember, I'm pretty sure, didn't they? On like you or me?
Sure.
Savage
I don't know,
down,
like
'cause
a faucet that you take that doesn't do anything until like 40 minutes into the game is not good.
I think it depends. I mean, maybe what if you can guarantee that you get 40 minutes into the...
I said start doing something.
No. What if you can guarantee that you get there, though?
Even then, I don't...
Going after Storm?
Like, even then, I don't think it's worth it, because that's when you... Like, it doesn't even do anything at that point, right? It's when, like, you can start doing things. Like, imagine if dividends only started once you've given out, like, the third eggs.
Ah! I got my eggs. I think I'm getting my shard next.
Now, if chainmails cost, like, I don't know, like 100 less gold for him, then we'd be cooking.
I don't really know if I want to live in a world where that is cooking, though. Like, he can just buy the same item and eat it, like, 100 times, and then
I mean, no, that wouldn't be the point of what I'm saying. He buys, like, 2 or 3 items that have chainmails in them. So it's
Oh, so
it's
then he just makes those items better.
like a little bit faster, right? Because then he gets to that that slotted inventory that I'm talking about, where okay, now he can start munching, right?
Count on me putting a sentry there, I guess. The fact that I
It really
teammates
spoiled
weren't
his
with
whole
him at all.
plan.
Money. How do they do this line drawing thing? Do they actually like draw it on the map?
Yeah, I mean they just like do the thing that League did like 10 years ago.
I don't know anything about what League does, so that's not very
when
helpful.
you have on the minimap, like if you just like click to move on the minimap, League will just draw your path that it's gonna take.
It's kind of neat, I guess, but...
And it's one of the only things from League where I'm like, how do we not have this?
Radiant fortified their structures.
Like a game where traditionally, basically nobody moves the camera away from their hero has this shit, and we don't.
You might go for a hook from the trees.
The enemy's bottom tower is down.
Not sure if you
Okay,
have...
don't
I'm
cap
gonna make
like
you
that.
invisible.
What do you mean? I'm not capping, as you call it. I'm being very genuine. I don't think League is like 100% bad. Only new League players use locked camera. Okay, sure, buddy.
How come every League player I've ever heard, every time they play Dota, they're like, how do I lock the camera? My hero. Like, literally, like, every time. They
You
always
are
wanna do that.
alone in this opinion that the only new League players do it. And you're gonna be like, everybody that you talk to is just a new player and bad. And I'll be like, okay. You're right, you're so right, brother. You are the one true Scotsman.
He's gonna be cruising for a bruise. I just fucking stopped running away from Ravage because I started accidentally channeling this stupid thing.
Double kill.
Well, that went alright for us.
League
They
has
track
that,
you, you
but
coward.
Tower had to go.
they want a button that locks while they hold space. The thing that Dota has. But also, you're still wrong. You're gonna act like I'm autistic and I can't ask people qualifying questions. I've already done this. Like, you're still wrong. You can go to like any League stream. I won't do this because looking at League makes my headache worse. And 90% of the time they're playing unlocked camera.
Enemy's top barracks dropped like some stupid hot bear.
Alright, we will ask Udon, we will ask Satsuki, and I'm almost 100% sure they're just gonna corroborate us and be like, yeah, I play like 90% of the time with unlocked camera. Or Udon will be like, everybody I know does. And then we'll be back where we started, where I'm like, you're wrong. Oh, why did I draw? I should have cut my eggs on my Octarian. I mean, like, we've already asked them several times, because I've been like, why do all you motherfuckers ask this shit? They're like, that's just what we do most of the time. And I'm like, that's fucking insane. How do you look at other lanes? And then the most common response that we get is, I just don't. And I go, what the fuck is wrong with your game? And then I'm like, oh yeah, you guys don't have TP scrolls.
You think I buy?
Octarian? Okay, well that guy wants this game to be over, I suppose.
Yeah, he kind of just came down here, saw me here, let me hit him a
This
little.
guy's
and
not
then
gonna get to
stayed
eat
here.
a single chainmail.
I mean, he can eat a chainmail whenever he wants. It's just not gonna be optimal or sensible.
Okay, but he hasn't.
I'd still do it. You can get 550 gold for this game end.
Wait, buddy, I need 20 more seconds for my Glimmer challenge. Hold on.
I think Glimmer is so much. Like, that's a challenge you could just do like any game, you know. It's a challenge called. Ah! I'm so dead. They ravaged. They ravaged for this. I was like the only one there.
Me when I gained
Why? Why
48
did they do this?
Strength.
They hate our supports. He's just like solo epicentering Lich. So fucked up, man. This one might actually you can just heal him again. No, he can just leave also. While your zombies die. Storm's probably gonna abandon you again if it comes down to it.
Got 10 seconds left on my challenge.
The dirge goes on.
Octarines.
No!
What?
I was gonna go take their wisdom rune, but then they went over there with like 4 heroes. No!
50 gold for my Octarine.
Alright, my challenge is 3-starred. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, honestly, like, I didn't really wait at all.
I did.
So I don't really have any power to beat the game by myself. Don't really hit towers too hard quite yet. So not a gold steal, a track ranch, a shared vision.
It's up to your heart. I've hit the insane power spike. 1.5 second cooldown decay.
That's pretty crazy. Magnifying Monocle is Searing a Signet.
Do the magnifying.
I think I'm taking this attack speed one just because it gives me more night. What the hell's going on? Dude? I guess they're just gonna go in on you. Nice Ravage. Should have taken the health thing instead, but like, I don't know if it's gonna matter that much. I think he bought his Ags. It just gets to kind of annoy it for a while.
No! I couldn't click on him.
So slow, I just want to drag him. Can't fucking... He died during spin, so we got the track kill. Well, Vash picked on dying, so we won. I think Bounty Hunter kind of functioned that game, but it really sucked that my level 6 was just so delayed.
Just another game where Chancellor delaying against Jug, by the way.
Yeah, it happens. I don't know, I kind of think we ruined his life a little bit, and then he bought bad items, so... Worked
Hey,
out.
did you realize what our Storm Spirit's name was? It's not the same as it was in the
Smooth?
game. It was Mr. Brightside. He's Mr. Brightside, bro.
So true.
Coming out of his cage.
He's been doing just fine. I think it tells everybody, it tells us all, like, who got from track now. I don't know if it always did that. It says a Storm got like 1,000 gold from track kills. That's cool. I'm glad that that's shown. You going another, or are we done?
What do you want to do?
I'm fine with playing more Dota. It's a new patch. It'll be fun for a while until, like, I don't know, some stupid hero is discovered, and then I have to suffer.
I think Earthshaker has gotten worse.
Like, it's like worse as in worse for the game, or worse as a hero?
Worse for the game.
Yeah, I could expect that. Maybe they don't know that yet.
This is ranked.
This is ranked? Oh.
Sure.
Do I want to play then? I don't know if I haven't tried the new Grimstroke thing yet. Have they butchered my boy, or is it fine?
No, it's better for you.
Think so? I guess it shoots like 2 of them.
They increment each other. It's a total. So if your left one hits something, your right one will also do more damage.
They nerfed my creep damage, didn't they?
Like a little, but you should be fine.
I just feel like they reworked it because people were stupid in taking the other one. Which upsets me.
I mean, I think that they added that because I don't think that it has anything to do with that. I think it has way more to do with a Valve developer thought it would be cool to program.
I don't know about that.
You don't think that there was a Valve developer who was like...
I'm not saying, like, he probably didn't think it was cool. I'm saying, like, I think that maybe they thought that they needed to change it, and then they thought of a cool thing to do to change it.
I don't think that they thought they needed to change it. And regardless, it has nothing to do with the numbers changing.
I mean, they reduced the hero thing, but I don't know how much it actually is going to affect it.
They increased
in this game,
the hero thing.
Well, they decreased the creep.
Yes. But I don't think that had anything to do with them changing the other thing. I think that maybe someone at Valve played against you, and they were like, oh my god, this is super oppressive. And so they changed it. Because to be fair, it was broken. Like it was really good.
Okay, it's like half as much per creep.
Yeah, and that's probably about fair.
It is fair, but that's a pretty big nerf. We got spoils of war, boys. And I kind of think that Skeleton King is, like, a good pick like every game. He's like the hero with the highest win rate in the game, I think, right now. I have a Magnus! No!
We have a Magnus.
What?
No pressure.
You're telling me to be Magnus?
Yeah.
Afraid I can't steal all 4 of his spells, or 5 of his spells at once.
30 seconds to battle.
Only steal, like, at most 2 of those, and I guess maybe 3 if I steal one while, like, I'm doing something else. refresher orb to steal every spell in order. Only gonna get like one here, and that sucks. I wish we did more. At least we're not dead. Or cliffed or anything. It's not like you went either, Spectre.
I'm
You
muting
also
Spectre.
just stood there. They were bottom, I think. At least they were bottom enough to capture this.
How? Oh, okay. It's 2 sticky napalms per
Okay,
cast.
okay, it's the fast.
Okay, well, Legion Commander disconnected, so I just fucking would give up first blood.
Oh no, we've got a DC.
Smart move.
Actually, I don't understand how Magnus is allowed to be so overpowered. A level 1 skewer just did 100 damage to me.
Yeah, do you look at how much damage that ability does at level 4?
Probably like 500 or something. And he didn't even like hit me with like the dragging part. He hit me with like the tip of him finishing running.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I also don't even know why it did like an extra 20 damage after reduction. It did like way more than 20 after reduction. It's another story of heroes we never fixed. Nice of him to let me right-click 500 HP off of him, though.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. Someone at TP mid? I don't know if I can afford to do that.
I don't have enough mana for this.
Killing spree.
I can try, but he's gonna go fucking left, and then I'm not gonna be able to get him. That sucks.
should help.
He has skipped take aim. Maybe if he put a point in take aim, this guy wouldn't be able to dive him so easily because he'd get like low. My lane is just like way harder. No way I can get that. They'll just kill me.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
Wish I didn't even fucking look at the Lotus, dude. I don't know, that TP mid fucked me over, because like now Magnus like regenerated all of his health. I had harassed him down from. It's also bad shrapnel.
Double kill.
Can you TV top?
No, I just TP bottom.
Dominating. Your top tower is under attack.
We didn't take our wisdom run.
Let's talk about your top tower.
I got it.
It's pretty nice. Seems like Bat Rider is level 8 though, so that's gonna be a problem.
I'm level 6 already, so.
That's good. That's pretty helpful.
Well, I know if
for
there's
the
an
Bat
alt
Rider
bottom.
situation. There's just no heroes down here for some reason. I don't really know why. I don't really know where they went. Maybe they're farming a stack or something, but... Here they are, they're bottom. Might want to hold bottom.
I'm ulting here.
Actually... Okay, they heard you, I guess. Oh, it's still gonna hit him. Nice.
Has been killed. I understand. Still.
And I killed fucking Skeleton King up here at the same time.
Yeah, fantastic news. That seems like Bat Rider needs to go places, but he hasn't yet.
I mean, he went
I don't
top
know
and
why.
killed us.
Oh, really? He's here to kill us bottom. Probably just to kill me. Have to tank the death, because there's nothing to be done about it. He has traps.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Spectre didn't die. I mean, he does have no other items. That's not really that unreasonable. A hero that run mid pretty hard. Just fucking Molotov, so he gets to live.
First Legion, first duel win. I also got damage.
Dire
Love
structures
to
are
see it.
fortified.
I am dead.
Unfortunate.
Very.
Not TP top. Seems like Legion is also dead, because
Yes.
Bat Rider is going places now.
It's fine. It's fine. Spectre has to be ahead of the Skeleton King.
Your top tower
Uh,
is under attack.
Skeleton King has
Yeah,
like 5
he is.
deaths.
He's ahead of him for now. Spectre had a bit of trouble like getting near the creep wave just because like Magnus exists. This guy over here. He doesn't have ult though. They didn't. Oh, It's a back rider.
Oh, just kill him.
Just to kill him. Apparently we can. We can.
I mean,
just kill
we
him.
almost did.
Yeah.
I think if all of us just like shut the fuck up.
The Spectre might kill him with a couple. Oh no, he's got a bottle. Barely gonna live. Max and Shrapnel, when you've got like this shitty Shrapnel talent, does not sound very fun or good.
Now, Bat could TP here. He did.
Yes. Killed Magnus. Cost us a Rubik, but
It also
still
cost us a
yeah, he's
sniper.
costing us him too, unfortunately.
Double kill.
You might also be fucked, but maybe you'll get away with this. Also, maybe you want to just TP away just in case, but I guess you could just walk. You could just walk over there.
Just turn around and walk away. I can't believe I made it out.
I mean, you could still die.
I could, but I mean, Bat went mid.
I think
Here,
he got
Ethan.
some blast. I think he's got like a bunch of points in it. It's been silenced. Love to see that. Oh, we're catching that guy. We got Bat coming. I think you're dead. It's a blink now.
I at least bought before I died, and I frozen, so he's not going to be able to help.
Hey, it's been RP. Solo RP that might not result in my death.
That Rider's going crazy, though. He had an arcane
Right,
room,
he's
and he's also got Blink now.
You're gonna come to kill me too.
I don't think so. I think Magnus
What?
was like, this Rubik is really playing super well. He's
it was
unkillable.
really just like
I know, but
I think I just.
it's like
I think
an
he expected
insane.
more people to help him with the RP, but they were busy. Instant unpause by the Bat Rider. Every level 5 sticky napalm. Assume he has that now. 20% of his attack damage. Wait, of his attack damage or the damage of sticky napalm?
What do you?
I'm looking at his innate.
Yes, of his
So
attack damage.
Okay, so the attack damage. Isn't this just what fucking that other guy's Kez's passive, but like a way worse?
Like sort of, but we are down 2 teammates right now, bro.
Tower is under attack.
Really hope that they come back.
Can
Beat
you come
those
over
guys.
here? We can kill Magnus.
I think so. I guess he is only level 6.
I have a
and
Witch
he doesn't
Blade.
really have that much. Yeah, I can come over there, but not be alone.
I think he might have one more, but I think that we could still get a kill.
I think Spectre has her Radiance, or at least her Relic on the Courier. Can't come to this, though. She doesn't have her ult.
The battle resumes.
Okay, he's back.
I'm
Can we go
going
try to
in
kill
bottom.
Get on with it.
Skyrath's here. He just saw me.
I'm running over there.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Dual damage and a ward, dude. You shouldn't have.
Your bottom.
Wasn't really who I expected us to be killing, but it worked out. Spectre died.
Your middle tower is under attack. Why is this happening?
Kind
I'm
of
becoming,
crazy. I
like,
need to
a little bit
think
of a
about my
monster.
neutral item a little more, other than just picking the shovel every game.
so-called free thinkers when they're offered a tier 1 neutral item.
I don't even know if I want to bother keeping Arcane Bolt. I don't know if I have the mana for that.
Come here, bitch.
Yeah, I think he's gonna come there and kill you.
A lot of people.
Crazy. It's in fact a lot of people. He's only a level 1 skewer.
Sure.
Oh,
nice.
He's dead. He's in fact quite nice. What the hell? What? Why does he hate me so? At the wheel, dude.
Ooh, you just barely made it out of that damage.
Well, that was insane. What? Why are
I'm
you
watching
so
my ult
ham
here.
on me, dude? That was like his blink reveal. Oh my god, you're gonna hit that guy?
Damn it.
Dire have fortified their structures.
What's his blink reveal there? I don't know why he didn't just go in on like sniper or something. I didn't get it back.
Double kill.
Kill him! Kill him! Ah! Every Batrider kill, I think, is worth my death for sure. I don't know if it's also worth the
I'm going
sniper
through the
death.
Waygate.
He wants to kill that fucker.
I almost killed Skeleton King alone.
Not a good game for the Bullen guy.
Yeah, it's still up, it's still up. He should be getting his relic soon, I think.
They're both going Radiance.
Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you.
Died to neutral creeps.
That means that he lost reincarnation to something. I think he might have lost reincarnation to creeps already. I'm here. Nice.
Arath and Magnus are here. And so is Puppet guy.
I'm running back to bottom. So then there's like a million heroes down there.
He's buying a fucking Lincoln's. They're already scheming to just pop it instantly. Well, there were 3 down here.
I'm pretty sure I canceled Magnus's Sal with that.
It's pretty mean of you. With the Kobold Cup.
Yeah, I think it's super fucking broken.
Bottoms up. Does it even have a mana cost?
Yes, it does. 40. It's actually like pretty
40.
Pretty steep for what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also like anti-blood grenade.
This guy comes up to the creep wave again, I'm going in.
Spells are on cooldown for 8 seconds, but sure. Oh, if I was a little closer, I could have lifted him and we could have frozen him. Killed a sentry here, so they have a sentry here.
Damn. I might buy back. I'm buying back.
There's a fake guy.
Killing spree.
Vector. Vector. Back there. Please, man.
I could have used the Spectre a little earlier than we got it. Keep it up. We had a torment shield back.
Yerp.
Oh man, we never learn a damn thing.
Did you see the sick ward I placed there?
No.
I placed it just to give vision for fucking whatever the fucking shadow step. I'm still dead because I fought back.
Yeah.
I'm still dead for like another 5 seconds. But as soon as I'm up, I'm TPing bottom.
Pretty low on mana. Didn't get dual damage. Sad. Well, killing that guy though.
Fat Rider's
You're
here.
quite the combo. Okay, well I guess we'll just run him down and kill him then.
I'm
Not what you would expect.
really strong.
Yeah. Wants to Roche? Spectre would like to Roche, apparently.
Can the
Fast.
Roche wait like
Don't know.
15 seconds for this?
Said yeah. I don't think we need Sniper for that. Oh, are you just gonna kill this guy?
No.
Was here? If I had like a Blink Dagger, I could have killed him. Oh, fuck. Oh! Oh, and you got purged by the duel! Fucking bullshit, man. I think that what we have done here may have been a little better than Roche. I am out of mana other than like one spell. Alright, I was killing you.
Fuck. He's got a DD. It's fucking scary.
Oh, the bird. I can eat seaweed still.
Double kill.
I'm trying to back. There's just no escaping. His DD runs out soon. Maybe not quite soon enough. The Lincolns came back up. My god, you almost killed him still. Oh, Spectre can get them. Oh, well, I mean, that guy's dead. He's fucking done.
Double kill.
If we were a little better, I think he would have killed everybody here.
Double kill.
That's just your job, though. On my way. I want that spell, man. Let me have that spell. Shower. Yeah,
Alright, now I'm ready to rush.
No! Yes? Whoa! Alright, it worked out. Skyrim just didn't ult. And like got on top of you to like, you know, share the damage, but he just didn't ult. Why does that not pop Lincolns? We changed Lincoln rules to make it so AoE single targets do that.
Don't let your middle tower
Well, except for Cold Feet.
Except for Cold Feet, apparently. I cannot tank the Spectre.
The middle tower is under attack.
Roll Valley to fucking regenerate. Very surprised that that like ended up working.
Yeah,
thought it
I
gonna
was
be a
very
disaster.
scared that whole time. Skeleton King has managed to die.
I'm having a good game on that one, huh? I'll just keep chasing him. Like, we'll eventually just kill him. Right, nobody came to help him. They were too busy
No, Skywrath.
killing that guy top. He's slow though.
Alright, I've got Mage Slayer. Can't believe I'm doing this build in rank. Oh, come on.
I don't know, I think it's just kind of. I think AA is pretty.
Alright, sorry, but we did
The
just.
big sky rat ult. Wide ult.
The enemy's middle tower.
Fuck, what cast?
I have a ward on that hill.
Dire structures are fortified.
That like came over and killed me. I mean, the ward I put up there ended up getting us that kill, I guess. So that's nice.
God, I fucking hate Spectre. I can't believe we buffed her
I also
literally
just
at all.
fucking hate this hero. So it seems like we did the thing where we get Aegis and then we play passively, so that's why all that went so poorly.
I don't know.
Really annoying.
I think the Skeleton King kill is actually worth it because I think that player is tilted off the planet.
Yeah. I think she got dual damage too. Or was that earlier?
Oh, that was earlier. Legion was dead for us killing the Skeleton King there. Because he just like respawned and then instantly
Legion has
TP'd
respawned,
into him.
and I'm gonna go help her. Oh, she doesn't need my help. She's just gonna kill this guy. Giving the creeps some dual damage. They'll ever add a hero that like upgrades creeps permanently.
Yes. The name will be Rally.
It'll be a good idea or a scourge upon Dota.
I think it will be a scourge upon Dota. I mean, we've already actually done it in the past. Sort of. Like Legion. I mean, Drow. It was basically that idea, right?
We're crazy out of control right now. You know, this Bat Rider had like such a crazy like start, like he's just not much of a threat right now.
I mean, I was pretty on the ball with what I told Sniper.
What did you tell him?
I told him to, like, we can't TP to your lane, we'll just recover you by, like, through the rest of the game.
Kind of worked out.
Has Chance of heard of hit game Heroes of the Storm? There's a character whose entire gimmick is he buffs and takes control of the creeps.
We have a hero that does that too.
Yeah.
It's called Chen.
But I mean, like,
Also
old
kind of
Drow, you know, with the shitty
I'm more
fucking...
thinking like we give like +1 damage to every lane creep. That Drow did just kind of
Like, you
do that.
know how cancerous that
Warcraft 3 actually had like a lot of like Dota-like maps where you could just like upgrade your creeps with gold. Kind of like remembered that they existed.
Yeah, like preschool wars.
Preschool school wars was the one where you like built things that procedurally
Yeah,
made
you're
the
right, you're
units.
right.
That was kind of neat. Never played it that much though. Maybe it sucks. After you
Rot
play
row,
it.
Raggy!
I think we forgot something. We forgot that the enemy team has a fucking Magnus, so we're just gonna lose.
I think that we forgot to ask somebody freaking.
This guy can just like see me.
Can always see you.
He's just. I don't understand how. He didn't dust me. He
There's
has
no-
dust in his inventory. He just didn't feel like using it.
Oh my god, that Magnus actually lived at like 15 health.
Look at your bottom tower.
I'm pretty surprised about that. Need the sniper to back so he doesn't. Yeah, he's just dead.
He's fucking. Should be dead.
Should be dead. But I guess he's got enough movement shit that he's maybe gonna be okay.
He's a Veil Guard.
Kill. He's somehow not dead yet.
He's dead now.
I cannot believe that he got a kill out of that. That's pretty ridiculous. Gonna kill that guy?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Oh, there goes that guy. I'm gonna go get a wisdom rune unless they've stolen it, which they may have.
I don't think so.
I mean, I've seen a lot of not Batrider on the map, so he could have come over here.
And by take control, I mean he literally sits, like, he actually becomes the creepy. The hero just actually sits in the base.
Like,
he might be
directly.
He might be so tilted that he might have not skilled it. No, because he's done it like once or twice. I don't know. He might be dying to creeps, but I don't like. I actually don't know how you die to creeps when you have a radiance.
I don't know either. Might have just been on cooldown and he just didn't level it up or something.
Drow's Drow used to have True Shot aura from like Warcraft 3, but you could like well, for a while it was just global. I'm coming.
I'm getting Batridered. Please send a casket. I'm dead. He just has vision over there, so he's really decided to not leave. He's probably gonna live. You're not gonna die. And we killed Magnus. I don't know. This guy just like sees me, and he does not want me to be around.
And so her True Shot aura would just give all range creeps on the map like a percentage of her agility as damage. And that's like not a little. And also
So
catapults.
like, the range creep might get like plus like 30 damage by the end of the game, and like they can actually just like destroy your structures.
Like people would actually die to the creeps as well.
Oh well, more dual damage for Legion. And he's dead. It's kind of just playing like a bot. Just like watched him leave the base, Wraithfire, Spectre illusion. Why do they have so many sentries here?
Alright, I will be right back. I need to go welcome my guest.
Well, I guess. Pause the game. Didn't pause the game, so I don't know if he meant this to take a while or not. Let's have him farm creeps, and if it gets late, then I'll start pausing. We're still killing people, so I guess it's fine. Spectre has died, very unfortunate. I don't know how long it takes to get a guest. Probably a while. I'm pausing. He is fucking dead, I think. Chat can't even see what's happening. Game has been unpaused for about a minute. I just had you farm creeps.
Thank you.
Spectre died after killing somebody. Magnus got dueled, and then Legion died.
Did they get damaged?
Legion got damaged.
Okay.
Spectre would like to take Roche and then towers.
Tower is under attack.
If she is up, we will probably be doing that.
Radiant fortified their structures.
Rider is level 27?
Monster kill!
The hell?
Whew.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Who's gonna stand in the base so this Bat Rider can't kill?
I don't actually know how he did. I don't know what is doing the
He's
damage.
level 25, so Flame Break applies more napalm.
Well, yeah, but like there aren't enough spots in the damage recap to put all of the things that he did damage with.
Bottom tower is gone forever.
Oh.
So I
It's a
don't
little
get to
scary.
like, I don't get to know what actually did the other like 800 damage to me.
She says to like get his 5, but then she runs down the middle lane.
Is the middle lane.
So we will just lose the game, I guess.
This Bat Rider's gonna win them the game solo, bro.
Whoa! The fucking lasso!
Yes, dude, yes!
That was fucking stupid. So much cast range with lasso, dude.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. That one's not too
Didn't know that Bat could pull dual targets, or lasso could pull dual targets. You kill him? You killed him.
The enemy's middle barracks are no more.
He does not have his ult.
Fortified their structures.
No, I killed him twice.
Okay.
The enemy's bottom tower is gone. You did the right thing. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen.
He's still fucking silent. And my okay.
I cannot believe that Legion still won the duel. You need to be
I can
grenading,
believe that
bro.
hero
You
is
need to be
broken.
grenading, bro.
He's dead, I think. Oh! Okay, he didn't need the grenade, it was just a bait. I don't know why Spectre didn't stay, but...
Right, he's
That's
just
fine.
dead now to fucking...
He's just dead now, I think Spectre... Oh, doesn't have lasso though, I don't think. Used it on, Legion, I guess. I got Magnus while I was trying to be anti-Magnus.
I am actually gonna report this Skeleton King, because I do think he bought his account,
I
man.
don't think he should be at this MMR, if anything. I don't really know what's going on with him.
I mean, like, we definitely owned him in lane, and,
I don't
like,
think you owned him enough for him to lose all of his brain cells.
and, like, the Ringmaster...
You see his inventory?
Yeah. I don't think that that's
I don't see
so
anything
bad.
a little odd about it.
I understand that he has a recipe, you know, like, super early for an item, but...
No, he's got more. Why don't you keep
I
looking
know.
at his backpack?
I know. I'm aware. I just commented on this. I know, I see the Karas.
He's got 3 recipes in his inventory. He never sticks around. Well, now Legion gets to give people magic immunity.
reason.
Well, guess that guy's just fucking dead.
Killing spree.
Man,
He,
that's
he
super
deigned
cool.
to try to de-ward a ward in his base.
That's super cool and very balanced.
Very fun, I'm sure, as well. Nothing he could really do, because he had Spectre has a nullifier. They're just killing more people? Or attempting
No,
to? She
just...
had an arcane rune, didn't she? So it has, like, no cooldown. Very cool.
No, there was no arcane. She just has Ags, so she has Haunt.
That's what she has to. I mean, I think somebody did pick up that arcane, right? Or did they just not do that?
I don't know.
Well, it's still the Magnus, so be careful, everybody. The enemy team can always win.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. You did it!
Yeah, fucking.
The enemy's
Oh,
top
miss.
barracks have fallen.
Nice.
Bro dislikes recipes that's not against the law, and that's true.
It's true, it's not against the law to like recipe. Oh, got his BKB out of the. Oh, can I.
Yo, did you see that Shadow Friend lost his fucking presence against buildings talent?
He did? Sick.
Thank you.
I can tell when I'm really supposed to telekinesis teammates. Is really fucking up my turn rate, dude. Is that guy?
The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. Now have mega creeps.
Not even. Oh! You're dead in this one. I don't think I can save you from that one.
Your fault.
My fault? She still won that duel. So stupid. She just like turned around and killed him.
The enemy's
Yeah, she's got 500 to duel damage. Seems fun for him. Dead. Oh, at least we beat a Magna.
Congratulations, you have now reached Divine 5.
Fuck you, Bat. What the hell did Bat? Or is that one of our teammates? Yeah, he can say fuck you, Bat. So I'm at 17% confidence. I'm like halfway to getting a rank. What are we doing now?
I'm adding to the list of my tweets.
Oh.
Up to you.
I'm fine with playing more Dota. We played against a Magnus, and it didn't feel like my life was being stolen.
Okay, well, I mean, they did have, like, an account
We did have a bot on their team who basically did not play the game.
It's insane because he was partied with that.
Maybe that's like some kind of weird MMR abuse thing that they're doing. Who knows? I don't, even if he's like a new player, like why would he be able to queue with like a Divine 5? The Venomancer shit. What's swap lanes?
I mean, if you want.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't want to. I played 5 the other 2. Now there's like more of a reason to take a Plague Carrier.
Yes, I think that there is a reason to do it now. I think I still personally like Patient Zero, but
this used to be the talent that like made me immortal, I think. The whole wasn't a talent, it was a shard for a while, then it became the talent. The shard, I would just buy it every game and like, I don't know. Just wins games.
I think the real thing I think he's actually super broken. I think the thing that makes him super broken is the other changes. The ward health increase and also the bounty decrease.
Yeah, that is
10
quite,
gold.
I mean, it's only
is,
like 1 gold less at most levels, except for 10.
No, it's 5, 3, 2, or 1, 1.
Yeah.
But
I guess
level...
it's just making it so like you can put points into it without having to max it as easily.
Yes. But I think that that's like huge because it means like level 1 wards are like usable.
Yeah, like instead of doing like the same build every game, I might be more willing to be like, okay, I'll take a point in like wards here instead of Sting because I can like, you know, make my Gale better. And also, like, I don't know, like, just the Venomous Gale making wards, that's, like, enough for me to take the Faucet. Like, you could just erase the Septic Shock part on the wards, and I'd be like, yeah, that's good. Hopefully our Skeleton King here is better than the one we saw last game. Here's hoping.
Itsumi was like, Ellen was okay. I only got in like a super rare monster. And then the next night she was like, alright, I got the rarest. The fuck?
I'm with you.
It's greedy sometimes. I gotta like reconsider like my skill build. Like now do I like just go max Gale and Ward? Like 1 point in Sting? I feel like I still just want to max Gale every time because it's
I still feel like
spell.
you max Gale.
Guess
Well,
that means
you're
less
either
points in
maxing
Sting.
Gale or wards. You never max Sting anymore, I don't think. Unless you go
I never
Patient
maxed
Zero.
Sting, but like I would before I would take like 2 points in Sting before I started putting points in wards after like maxing Gale.
Wait for me.
I think there's a lot of paths.
I think that's good that there's options.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's sort of what we want for most heroes, like ideally.
Spiritual journey.
Whoa!
Attack.
What?
What's
I
a
can
max
poison
range Gale? Why can I not poison touch? I tried
I
to
guess he
poison
has to
touch
live.
that guy like 6 times, but it just wouldn't cast. I know, I tried!
Guess the shards messed up your pathing or something?
Shadows come.
I was manually clicking closer too.
Oh, I don't know, it's weird.
Go where I need it.
Guess he gets to live even though I landed a sick Gale.
I'm not ready.
Pretty fucked up, honestly. See, this Night's Talk. This guy's gonna make it so these fucks are fucking phase movement speed in the future.
Rite of
And then like the first wave.
Okay, well our Skeleton King's already a lot better.
Did you get like one last hit?
No, he
He's
is
skeleton.
Bone Guard.
That is good. Love to see that.
Who needs healing? Dazzle them.
Shards.
Shards.
On my way. Ask and you'll receive.
Fucking miss. Can't believe I didn't hit him.
Indeed.
Oh my god, I'm so much better at Dota than other people. World's sickest pull leads to 2 free denies.
I don't feel like I deserve to die here, but Tusk gets to be Tusk still, so. He had level 2 before me. 3 terrible shards that do nothing, and then 1 shard that like slightly stops me from moving for 3 seconds, so. Dead Venomancer.
I think I've full denied like 2 range creeps.
Love to see that.
Yes. I go where I'm needed. On my way. Attack of the old.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Of course. Rite of passage. Travel on.
I mean, I'll take a trade where I die and then Ursa also dies. Pretty versatile for me. Stalker also getting solo XP for that. Not bad at all.
I'm with you. Shadows come.
Pulling.
Who needs healing?
Oh, man. Fuck.
Okay, I'm dead, I guess.
Rite of
Ursa has boots. Nope, not dead. He's a coward.
shadows keep you. Healing here. Of course.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Stave them off. Yes. Ask and you'll receive.
I think we're doing alright, bottom.
I think
This
we're
is a little
doing
miserable.
pretty great top.
Travel on. Priest of pain. A spiritual journey. Confirmed. On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm honestly surprised we haven't given the creeps phase movement.
Like at the start of the game or just all the time?
Shadows come.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the pros aren't abusing it enough.
Oh, no, no. They were abusing it for like a year.
Your middle tower is under attack.
For the shadows.
Fucking Timber is here with a DD, so I'm dead. Great. Very fun. Be happy about that. How do you not go dagger against a Tempest zombie?
From shadow to shadow.
We'll get way too stuck in their damn builds, dude.
Healing.
Dagger that guy? Like, he's not gonna have fun the whole length.
A spiritual journey. Of course. Yes.
Diving this guy? Okay, Timber is again bottom, diving the tower, killing me. I wish that maybe the Quap with her pinging of Sonic Wave had TP'd bottom and killed 3 heroes with. Guess killing a Rubik is fine.
Yeah, we should go for this.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely steal that because they are stealing our.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Shadows keep you.
Don't take this from me, bro. I...
Rite of passage.
Good from you. Tuska's TP top. Or unfortunately, probably quite.
Oh. Gulag for them. for making me forever level 4 now.
I guess I'm just dead. Tim is just here diving my tower 4 fucking times in a row, so it's fine.
Okay, not forever level 4.
Maybe you need to run.
Do I? Or does he need to run?
I mean, he needs to run too, but I think he's still dead.
Kitty boy.
Gets to run away. At least we killed Timber. That guy needed to die. Okay. He hates me. He hates that I exist. The hell? They're both galed. That should be something, right?
For your wards.
What?
Well, before they were not focusing the 0 health and
Level 1, they don't do that much right-click damage. It's more about just applying the debuff.
Ivan Cyclone. I'm back.
Right, well. That brought us a kill eventually.
Nice scan.
The hell did he scan? Oh, there's... She hates Rubik. Just hates that guy. You should be a little careful. You were cruising for a bruise. Coming top, I got mana boots up. Or I think he did. Yeah. I'm coming. Why this fucking guy's so fast?
I don't know, Quap was here. I've got 2 poison touches on him.
She decided to leave. I don't know, Quap pretty bad at I don't know, being a team player, it kind of feels like. She leaves too early or just doesn't show up. Make sure Rubik does not take Gale. would be a disaster.
Of course.
I make it if you double click ward. Yeah, make it if you double tap ward, it just puts it where your cursor is. Since when has it been like that?
I don't know.
You really should
Coming.
look at your bottom tower.
Ward blocked his ass, dude. He's dead anyways, but it feels good.
Under attack.
Bustin'.
I don't know why Night Stalker decided to die here, but he certainly did that.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Gale. Ah, he gets my faucet!
Don't let your middle tower fall.
He doesn't get poison sting though.
Why doesn't he get Poison Sting? Shouldn't he?
Nope.
Like, I don't know why he gets my faucet, but not my passive.
Correct.
Huh.
Huh.
Save this guy. Oh, he's gonna have reincarnation, so maybe I can save this guy. Gonna, you know, get to him somehow.
This Timbersaw is running out of mana.
Killing spree. Don't let your middle tower fall.
Should have another soul ring though.
Out of mana myself. I think I buy this game.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuels is pretty good because they got that Earth.
Your Yule's Halberd, I think, is really good.
Mana
Yule's
is so much of my mana pool. If I just like use it, it's like a third of my mana pool comes up.
Orchid? Orchid's also really good.
It must be because... So that double tap functionality was so you could put it on yourself, but now you can't do that, but it leaves the thing there, and since it has like no target, it puts it where your mouse is. This guy is, he's fucking dead. He's not dead, son? Ward here. Still has Gale? That's a new steal. A little scary to run at, I think, but...
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under
Pretty low Tusk over there, but
There's really no
I
reason
don't know if he's killable.
I remove a spiritual journey.
He's killable. Jump for Timber. Gonna hit. Oh, he's not if he just doesn't cast it, I guess. He did eventually, but Papa's pretty low on mana here. I don't know if you should expect her to help you much. He almost made it.
I mean, that's split.
Yeah.
Okay, Ursa stole our Wisdom Ring, but I stole theirs.
Yeah. This is probably getting pretty farmed, though. He's been left alone for a while.
Yeah, he is very far ahead of Skeleton King. He's got Battle Fury. He's 2 levels above. But I think that that's probably fine.
Your top tower is under attack.
Not like it's 4 in stock, and we have vision in so many useful places. Like you don't need to ping that. They just not pinged it.
needs healing.
So Blink Dagger. He's gonna go fucking eggs, isn't he?
Yes.
Rubik has Scream because she doesn't just put a point in Dagger for him to take that instead. Only take good spells from her. Not that Dagger's a bad spell, but I think he would like a different thing. Good hero.
The enemy's top tower has been
Denied top.
Alright, Skeleton King has a Radiance.
A pretty good item against Ursa. He'll miss and also lose the Fury swipes.
Of course. Dazzle. I'm with you.
The enemy's middle tower has
Not looking forward to when this guy buys Ags and kicks me into Ursa though. Can't TP bottom, but I can come through the way gate.
But I can come
No, didn't say it like that.
through the way gate. Do you think come would go
Didn't
through the
say
gate,
that,
the
but-
way gate? No.
I'm going home. I'm leaving.
He hated it, man.
It hate it. Ursa is killing me. Yeah, I have lived purely because of my overpowered neutral item.
Fuck! My bad, should have just done it earlier. I didn't expect that much first.
There's a brew over here? I don't know what went so wrong. They just say blew him up while Ursa wasn't even hitting it? I have his ult. Did he die twice so fast?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, it's just trees, and he's a strength hero, Timber Saw. It's my bad.
Yeah.
Wait for me.
This game's gonna get pretty hard at some point.
Your top tower is under attack.
He's gonna eggs. Fucking garbage.
Mentally preparing myself for the eggs. Oh man, that's a pretty hard counter for me.
You get a kick to 20 miles. Will it pull the thing too?
Yes, yes it will.
Top tower is fallen.
Oh,
That'll leave you feeling cold.
be careful. Guess you don't need to be careful. Okay, there he is. Very bold of him to go in on you like that.
Dyer's courier has been killed.
He's got his ult, right? Does it just like eat my ult entirely, or is it still like around somehow? It's so slow. Basically took Timber out in the fight. Just trying to come back into the fight. Once again been galed. He is a little sick of me, it seems. Timber's behind you, be careful. Yeah, he's going the other way, never. Killed my ward, so they have a sentry up there. Guess that's somehow relevant. He has a blink, so he could just... Yeah, do that. Fucker has basically killed himself. Not sure we'll live on that one, but... Some of these guys are just really fucking hard to kill. The horns, boys! Whoa. It's so many. And they suddenly, was it just the radiance and everything else just kind of built up on him?
I think he summoned skeletons and I healed him. So it's just like a sudden minus 10 armor, I think.
We'll do it. I guess if they have radiance on them, my wards, that counts as like a debuff for wards, right?
Yes, yes it does.
Maybe my wards were actually doing like
I'm
a
also
lot
a
of
source of
damage to
2
them.
debuffs.
Yeah. Maybe we actually just debuffed the hell out of them. Oh, am I gonna die? I am gonna die, just not yet.
I mean,
let me go. It makes couriers go faster.
That's actually pretty crack.
I got a 4 staff now. I help a little with some stuff. I have a ward here.
Time to start getting my Yules. Required item.
I feel like Yules is just gonna be an item I buy quite often when Ursa is popular.
Yes. Many people are saying this.
Shadows come. Ask and you'll receive.
Anadrot or Cobalt Cup, Cobalt Cup.
And my shard says dispelled in any way. They don't mean like when it ends too, do they?
No.
Of course.
Should change that.
Okay.
To just be dispelled. Not change it as in functionally change the description.
No, they shouldn't.
I mean, like, what do you mean in any way? Just say if it's dispelled.
Well, I think that they say that because they also are talking about BKB. I think
Yeah,
that's why
but
they
it still does it through BKB. It's just they don't actually get stunned. They take the damage still.
Rite of passage.
BKB is a dispel, a basic dispel.
I'm with you.
On my way, top.
Wait for me.
There's a Rubik over there. He has. Why is he always stealing my wards? This is an illusion, I think. I'm on my way. I think I'm gonna get there in time for some of this, though. Fucking turn around, dude. Trying so hard to keep him alive, but it's just not enough, man. She hadn't turned around and started hitting him because I could have force staffed him.
I'm out of here.
I think I'm dead. I have enough mana to really do much here. This guy's gonna fucking blink on me. Got the wards out though.
Rite of passage.
Nice.
Guess you're dead.
Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
I just wish they
You're going
held off on the
Deso?
fight for like a second. About a Deso?
Night Stalker's going Deso.
Interesting. He's dead. I guess he bought us a lot of time.
I
though.
think he just saved
pulled
that
him like
tower
all the
by
way over
doing
there.
that.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
They might still push top. What is these or Brewmaster's a hags? New Brewling. Oh, it's the one where he gets a buddy all the time.
Yeah, the Primal Companion. I went on a very long rant about it today.
Why is he buying it? Maybe he wants a stun? I don't know. It just doesn't seem that good.
I mean, just always having a Storm Spirit is worth it.
How can he get a Cyclone?
Yep. You can
That's
also,
annoying.
I think, dispel our cyclones on Ursa.
Think so. Works like the Warcraft 3 one, it should. Which I assume it mostly follows the rules of.
Cobalt Cup's also kind of sick for pushing lanes.
You just use that on the creep.
Yep.
Hey, Roche.
Confirmed.
Instantly killed my ward. I don't really know why they got that there, but
I'm with you.
they might. No, they just bottom.
From shadow to shadow. Who needs healing?
That's warded.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
The fuck is happening to me, dude? Ah! Get me off of this damn wild ride! Fuck, man, it's just so much shit! I can't believe I'm not fucking dead. It's fucking still trying to kill me! Why? Why did he do that? Why does he hate me that much? One of the creeps, so he's gonna.
Radiant's courier just got killed.
How the hell was I kept alive? What did you do to heal me like 4 times?
Greaves, Grave.
Grave heals at the end when you hold. This is still dead.
I can't believe I'm not showing up my inventory right now. Oh my god.
Healing here.
I think I keep the Sister Shroud. It kind of seems like it's owning Ursa.
Yes, I think you do.
What if I take the fight or the Psychic Headband?
Oh, never mind. I
You think
would
it's
probably
worse?
take that. That's also really good against Timbersaw.
Yeah. Did break chain?
Yes, I think so.
Of course.
Did you kill the wards up here? Did not.
Rite of passage.
Wait! Alan,
It's kind of
wait.
crazy that they keep letting me bring back my event of answer.
Rite of passage.
Of just doing shit with the wards on the Gale. But also, I don't know, you look at my like 20 talent, both of those kind of suck, don't they?
I think that the base damage one is actually pretty good. But I don't like it.
Is
It's
it?
very boring.
It's boring, but like I'm not really able to right click people as this hero, like ever.
So blessed. Ask and you'll receive.
Whoa! You're dead. He's kicking you, brother. He's gotta catch me first!
Does have to catch me first. I am super dead.